a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while. One who compliments my style, and whose pheromone so irresistible, it drives me wild. She ain't got no time to flex, way too blessed to be here stressed. Ain't compatible with low vibrations, nothing like the rest, no.
I don't know nobody when you get down.
When you get down,
want you to be around.
come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. I just wanna see you smile. Keep my number on the dial. I anticipate and cannot wait until you come around. Cause I just wanna take you home. Sit a deal and set in stone. You should never be alone. You with me, with me, with me.
I don't know nobody when you get down.
Get down.
Want you to be around.
Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it.
Cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February. Anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies, ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies duly not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game. Crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded into my conscious, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I bless it since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star has a gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't wanna be here.
And you got the floor, Humble.
What up, what up, what up with it, y'all? Y'all know who it is. It's your brother Humble Mystic back with it again. And today we're talking about, was King James gay? The Bible exposed. Today we're gonna bring up a video by our brother AONE here. You know what I'm saying? This is an old little video he wanted to show. And it's going to go over the topic, and you know it's going to be such like a watch party. We're going to pause the video, give commentary, talk over the things we heard, you know what I'm saying? And if brother AONE is still here, you know, he's going to explain how some of his thinkings, if his thinkings have elevated from then until now. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
What happens, and then I gotta go to Facebook
All right.
and select.
All is
I
good.
ain't been live in like over a week, man. You know, it seems a little weird right now. Gotta get my intro down. Okay, yeah, y'all see that? We straight to Wikipedia with it, man. I ain't playing no motherfucking games.
All right. Let's
I'm on your head, off top. You straight to Wikipedia with it. And I promise you, we about to get into all the books and the sources. We not about to stay on Wikipedia because I had somebody complaining last week about that bullshit. Not even that I'm doing this to appease him. But what I'm about to show y'all how to do today is actually how to vet your sources. You know what I'm saying? When you come to a source like Wikipedia, Wikipedia isn't always bad, even though it's controlled by the government. It's not always good either. But I'm going to show you how to actually be able to look at it, vet the sources, and see if the sources are reliable. You feel me? Let's get into it. And don't forget what the title of this podcast is. King James was gay. Proof King James was gay. Christianity Exposed Part 2. Man, you already know how I'm coming. I'm the king of receipts, man. Stop playing with me, man. Stop motherfucking playing with me. Let's get into it. Personal relationships of King James, the sixth and the first. They call him the sixth and the first. It's funny that he's got two numerological. He's got two numerological. I can't even get the shit out. This shit funny. He's got two numbers representing him. Let's get into the article. From the age of 13 until his death, the life of King James VI of Scotland and the first of England was characterized by close relationships with a series of male favorites. Okay? This is Wikipedia. This is the first sentence on Wikipedia, and this shit already getting hot. You feel me? I might have to take this off in a second. This shit already getting hot. I can't make this shit up. You know what I'm saying? You motherfuckers wanted a soap opera. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is pick up your Bible. You feel me? Let's get into it. From the age of 13 until his death, the life of King James VI of Scotland and the first of England was characterized by close relationships with serious male favorites. The influence James's favorites had on politics and the resentment at the wealth they acquired became major political issues during his reign. The extent to which the king's relationships with the men was sexual was a topic of bawdy contemporary speculation. James VI and the first certainly enjoyed the company of handsome young men. Okay, this is Wikipedia, y'all. Like, don't get this shit twisted. This is motherfucking Wikipedia. You know, pull out your phone, pull out your tablets, get on your laptop if you're on your phone watching me. You know, pull out your secondary device and look this shit up and follow along as I'm reading this shit to you. I can't make this shit up. This is why I left Wikipedia at the top. I wanted y'all to know exactly where I'm at. Okay? You don't have to go search long and far to find the documentation that King James was a homosexual. Okay? And trust me, this documentation is lengthy. I didn't think there was going to be this much documentation. I was surprised. I had to keep reading and reading and reading and reading.
Now, I do want to say this, right, really fast, because a popular argument, which is a fact, he didn't really write the Bible. He just authorized, the Bible. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because, to me, it doesn't matter what, he was, whether he authorized it, whether he wrote it. The fact that he commissioned such a religious text that spoke about and he promoted out in the public such a religious text that spoke against what his nature was, his human nature, and I don't really call that human nature because when we go look at nature, we know that male things and female things interbreed. We don't see male things and male things and female things and female things. But the very fact that he would hide his sins, so to speak, behind this religious text is crazy. Um, and he was also a woman hater as well. Let's get into it. I just wanted to pull that up there, man.
And I
That's
want to apologize about my foul language. As y'all see, I've got my decorum all the way together in the past couple of
hey
years. This
man,
video is about maybe 4 years old, 3 or 4 years old. So,
hey man, you getting it in right now.
yep, I'm snapping on this one. Trust me, I'm coming at it hard too. Pause. I'm gonna let you go ahead and get it in.
Let's get it in.
I read for about 2 days straight before I was able to start to put my presentation together for this, because one thing led to another and one thing led to another, and I had to keep going and looking up the author, the scholar that wrote the shit, seeing if they were reputable, you know, and going into the actual evidence. You know what I'm saying? I didn't trust me. You know, as much as I'm not fucking with Christianity or any of these religions, one thing I don't have to do is make up anything about any of these characters in the Bible. There's already enough bullshit in there for that shit. You know, I don't gotta make up shit and add shit to this shit. This shit's already crazy enough as it is. You feel me? Let me keep reading. The influence of James's favorites, the influence James's favorites had on politics and the resentment at the wealth they acquired became major political issues during his reign. The extent to which the king's relationships with the men was sexual was a topic of bawdy contemporary speculation. James VI and the First certainly enjoyed the company of handsome young men, sometimes shared his bed with his favorites, and was often passionate in his expressions of love for them. Okay? So he sometimes, Wikipedia is telling you that he sometimes slept with these men, had them in his bed, and shared public PDA, public displays of affection with these men. James was married to Anne of Denmark, with whom he fathered 8 children. He rallied fiercely against sodomy. Okay? So this is the first paragraph. If you type in personal relationship,
I got a cam up, and that right there, that deserves more than no. What's my favorite one? Where my man at? I don't see it on here. A1. Uh, uh, Lord John. When he be like, "What?"
Oh, I took
That's
that sound effect down because I
man,
wanted to. I
because
wanted to come on
that's
that.
one of these
What?
moments.
Okay, and the other Little John one. So I'm about to
That's one
re-upload.
of these moments because here you're taking over a whole civilization in the name that they're practicing sodomy, right? Oh, y'all can't do this. This is bad. Da da da. The Bible preached against this, but yet you land with men in your bed. What's up with you, bro? How you listen? Your life is your life, but don't then condemn other people for living their life out in public because you can't bring your private life public. That's that's crazy, man. That's crazy right there.
of James VI and James I, this is what comes up. And this is who King James is, the father of the Bible. Okay? First sentence, it tells you he has a series of male favorite men. Man, look, I I can't make this shit up. And like again, I don't have to. You know, the evidence is taller than me. I'm 6'1".
Hey, dead.
I ain't got to make nothing up about none of these motherfuckers. But what we are about to do is get into the documentation today. So when you leave here, you can go show your peoples, like, look at this. Look at this. I bet you didn't know this. I bet you didn't. Look, they got King James letters in his handwriting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Confirmed. Not a forgery. Not a forgery. This is throwing me off right here. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that shit was it was a shadow on my cheek, but it was making me think that this side ain't lining up with this side. And I'm so meticulous. That shit was fucking with me while I'm trying to talk to y'all. I had to Get that.
The crazy thing about that, number one, I gotta point out one thing, right? The last thing you just said when I went for a part, meticulous. I thought I was the only one using that word when I was 18. I came across that word. I was like, yo, this is a cool word. I'm start using this word. Da-da-da. And then 2 weeks later, I watched Jabari and Zion Lex face off. And I'd be daggone it if he didn't use it. Yo, I'm a meticulous thinker. I was like, yo, what? Hey, yo, I thought I was the only person to use that word. But then here you go. That is so funny, Brody. That's so funny.
Yeah, this is 3-4 years ago, you know?
No, but also the fact that we could bring information like this up. Let me cam up when I say this. The fact that we could bring information like this up, and there's still those out there who try to bring up their own version of King James biological history, right? Like we got letters of this man. Oh, King James was black. King James was this. King James was that. And it's like, bro, do y'all not read his history, bro? This is not hitting. This is right here. But the sickest part is knowing everything you know about the Bible, King James, what comes behind his religion, and you still choose to worship it. That's the craziest thing about it. You see what I'm saying? We could talk about this stuff until our face turn purple. And there's still people out there that's going to be like, no, that ain't true. That ain't true. That's crazy. Let's get into it. We could bring King James letters, his handwritten letters, and they'd be like, that ain't real. That's forgery.
Yeah, and I challenge anybody to do a refutation on this. Bring it over here. You know, I'll give you the floor. I'm not going to argue with you, cut you off, let you get it all out. And, you know, I'm not above correction. So if anybody feels like they have information superior to what I'm bringing today, you know, I encourage you to reach out to me or Humble Mystic and, you know, get up here and present it.
You beating a dead horse, brother A1. You beating a dead horse. Ain't nobody going to come up here and refute this information. What they will do is come up here and say how wrong you are and what they believe. But what they will not do is come up here and bring you any factual evidence that stand against this right here. That's
I don't think I looked for some to go against it, and but we'll get into that later. It comes up actually at the end. I try to disprove myself just to show people I'm being unbiased.
Right. Let's get into it, y'all.
Right. Okay. I apologize. Let's get back into it, man. Let's get back into this shit. Excuse my language. I said let's get back into the shit, and it's funny that these men were practicing sodomy. So let me not talk like that. You know, no pun intended. Let me at least say that after that. You know,
I'm clouded. I said let's get back into the shit. No pun
intended.
intended.
Trying to tell us about it. We have people who were actually around with King James in different parliament meetings, writing letters to other people about his behavior because it was so flamboyant. You know, air quotations on flamboyant. Let's keep it moving, man. Views of historians up to the late 20th century were biased by prevailing negative social attitudes towards same-sex relationships. Many historians did not discuss or discuss only obliquely the clear fact that James's choice of favorites was rooted, at least in part, in same-sex attraction. Okay? Let me read that shit again for y'all. Many historians did not discuss or discuss only obliquely the clear fact that James's choice of favorites was rooted, at least in part, in same-sex attraction.
That's crazy. That shit right there deserves. Now, I want to let y'all know I'm just not handing out these bombs just because that's my man A1. But I am handing out these bombs because, yo, these right here is the truth. Like, listen, I don't have an issue when you reading from Wiki, right? And it's telling you, and me and brother A1 had this conversation, you know, in the back chats. When it's giving you general information like this, I ain't got an issue with Wiki. You can read from it all day, right?
I'm about to read through, and then I double back to the top and go through every source along the way.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to actually get into the direct sources. We're going to pull up the writings. I just wanted to give them the brief overview of what it said first.
Most definitely. But so in this one, I dropped the bomb because this is the uphill battle that we fight when we come with the truth, right? When we say we do research and all this stuff, I know this is just so easy, but as Brother A1 said, he gonna go into the writings. But the reason that's important is because a lot of this stuff was hidden. They didn't want you to know King James was homosexual because it was looked down upon. Can you imagine that, right? The ruler of Scotland, right, England, this is one of the most powerful men in the world right now. And then you find out that he's practicing one of the most wickedest deeds on earth. How that's going to make the government look? So they had to be on a hush hush about this, even though they knew. They had to be on a hush hush. These people didn't even have the courage to stand up, right? Whether it was right or wrong, they didn't have the courage to stand up and say, "Hey, listen, we don't practice that here. You gotta go somewhere else with that." Come on now. And then this the thing about righting the wrongs and doing a correction. You know it's wrong, but you're gonna go along with it anyway because it's King James. And then this goes to my people, right? The Hebrew Israelites, right? Again, what I said in the beginning of in the video, yeah, he may not have written it, right? But this is someone who authorized it. So clearly, when he pushed this, he knew what he was doing when against this very thing. He knew that, but he pushed it anyway.
And before you start it back up, I want to we have a comment from Mind Control. Shout out Mind Control. He's talking about the book Demonology. He made a book about demonology before he wrote the Bible. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of a misconception. And if you look right here, I actually have the book right here. Demonology by King James. I have a physical copy of it. I bought it back around the time when I was in my studies heavy about 4 years ago when I put this podcast out. So this book isn't about, it's not what people think it is. These are memoirs that he wrote about his travels going witch hunting. This man was going around killing women all across the globe. And he had a complex where he thought witches were after him and casting spells on him. Like there was one trip he made and he almost didn't make it. And he attributed that the ship almost sinking to witchcraft done by some woman somewhere. And so he's going all over the world killing women. As a matter of fact, he hated women. And
he hated women. Yeah.
So, but that's what this book actually is about. It's not about like demonology on no King Solomon type stuff, or it's not what people think, but it is a good read and I do recommend it. It's not even that long. You see how thin it is right here. But check that out. Yep. And back to you, Humble.
Hold on real fast. I just want to see something real quick. Hold on.
See, they be forgetting I got an extensive library because I don't ever, pull out the clip on them. I mean, I got all type of books that I've read several times over here. Like, I know a lot of this information. That's why I just sit back and let y'all get it in. I feel like MC8 in Menace to Society. Like, I don't already put in my work. I just like watching y'all get it in. Yeah,
it was definitely. Before, I was looking at something, right? Because I know it was an incident between King James and his mother. And
I'll go over that. You ain't even got to worry.
Let's get
I'll go over that.
Listen.
Go over his whole relationship with his mom.
The 1885 through 1900 Dictionary of National Biography refers only in context to Carr. And we're going to get it specifically into Carr and who he was, to King James and their relationship. But it says in the National Biography, he refers only to Carr. James's partiality to worthless Scotsmen, if only they were spritingly actors. Wait, spritingly sprites. I can't read right now. It's funny. I read over all this shit to make sure I knew what every. I went over this information earlier and made sure I knew what every word was, and any word that I didn't know or know how to pronounce, I fucking put that shit in on Google and had it say that shit, just so that way I came prepared today. I'm gonna blame the vodka, okay? But it says right here that he had a fucking healthy obsession for worthless Scotsmen, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? You know, I digress. I'm gonna let you guys be the judge. Ubi Avabe, back then it was common for a European male to have male concubines and a wife for producing heirs. 100, and this is definitely true. I don't know if you caught my podcast I did last week, proof Jesus was gay. I went into the Romans and how
Hey,
this was,
yo,
you know,
what?
just a normal part of their culture.
Hey, yeah. I gotta cam up.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. Hold on, I ain't gonna lie. That one was kind of pseudo. You know what I'm saying? That scholarship wasn't really there like it is on King
Hey,
James.
my man said you gotta watch the one I did, my other podcast when I proved Jesus was gay. Damn.
Yeah, that was a little pseudo. And I might let you do a watch video on that just so y'all can laugh at my old pseudo-ish. Because, you know, I had some pseudo stuff too. Everybody got a little pseudo in their bag.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing this stuff back up so y'all can help me get any pseudo I got left out of me. You feel me? So
that one was funny though. I'm interested in it say James adopted a severe stance towards sodomy. So basically, he do what a lot of these down low dudes do today. You know what's crazy? I gotta cam up when I do this. There's a lot of the fastest way to tell if a guy is DL is to see how he reacts around other outwardly homosexual men, right? Because those men are the quickest ones to diminish and downgrade the homosexual men, right? For no reason at all. He just be look at that thing. And it's just like, dang, bro, what did he do to you? Why are you even paying attention, bro, so hard? No, I don't like it. So this is exactly what King James is showing here. Like, he don't want nobody to find out about his sodomy. So he start to crack down on sodomy even more. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, dang, that's crazy. Even when it talks about right here, it say in the late 18th century, it say Jeremy Bethlehem, and in unpublished manuscripts denounced James as a hypocrite for his crackdown on sodomy. This must seem rather extraordinary to have those who notice that the pardon in this case is what he himself had been a subject, might have that thingy right there, might have stood in need of. So basically it's like, dang, even this right here is pointing out the fact that it's crazy that you crack down on it so hard. But if any one of these people find out that you homosexual, are you willing to stand there and take the same punishments that you giving these people right now? Again, it goes back to what we see in modern day on the down low. This is how you spot the down low dudes, right? Like, all right, if you was out here, out the closet, and you walking down the street, would you want somebody to judge you like that? But yet, you down low, you in a closet with it, and you judging other people harshly. You see what I'm saying? You can't be out here messing with people living in their truth if you're not living in yours. And as my man A1 is exposing, King James is not living in his truth. But the reason is for political power. Like, it's go ahead, brother A1.
My bad. No, I want you to finish your thought completely.
I was gonna say it's crazy the lengths that people will go to for political power. they will literally sell. This is a form of selling your soul.
Damn, I ain't even look at it like that.
You see what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, man. When you are afraid, when you are in any situation where you're afraid to be yourself, right? But then you have to condemn others who are being themselves, right? You now have a self-delusional complex, right? Like, you now have to you now feel small in the world, so you got to do everything else to make yourself feel righteous. This is what we're witnessing with King James. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, y'all.
And in response to Bible mind control, your question, it gets answered. Can you hear me? Yeah, Bible mind control's question about why he hates women, it gets answered through some of the documentation and scholarship later on in this watch video. So it's definitely going to come up. Stick around.
Let's get into it.
The place, this was nothing to to bat an eyelash at. Everything making me laugh because all this shit is funny. That's why back then, if a wife bore a son, she was complimented for producing boys. Men didn't really care to have daughters. Very true, very true. Thank you for bringing some insight to that. Because
also though, with even that, right? It was because of the bloodline. Like, all right, well, if a man have a daughter, then I can't really pass down my bloodline to her. So I need a son to pass down my heir to.
True. Back then it was normal for men to be fucking men.
That too.
In Rome, I guess everyone in Rome do what Romans do, right? Not me. The fuck? You got the wrong nigga. Not me. I can't get jiggy with that shit. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here gay bashing. To each their own. Y'all do what y'all do. That shit ain't got no business with me. But when you're spreading this shit amongst the community, as if this shit is supposed to be somewhere where you're supposed to get your moral compass from, but it promotes homosexuality, child pedophilia, misogyny, and things like that, it's not something I can rock with. That shit doesn't resonate with my soul. And as soon as I see that shit, I'm going to speak out about it. You know what I'm saying? The bathhouses, P. Diddy being out. Hey, exactly. You know what I'm saying? They was throwing parties like P. Diddy back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Beach parties and niggas walking around with their towel and no drawers on. Like, shit real weird, man. Shit suspect. And again,
I want to say something about that. So me and my wife went to the museum recently. And, we went through the African parts. We went through the Indian parts, and we got to the Greco-Roman parts. The first thing my wife said, now, I love my wife, y'all, but sometimes she say what she thinking out loud too. And so we in the Greco-Roman parts, and the first thing she says, why is all the women covered up, but all the men got their penis showing? And I was like, babe.
Oh my gosh. Hey,
it was like, she was like, no, I just want to know because, we was at the Kemet place and it was, the men and the women, they both had clothes on, or if they didn't have clothes on, it was a woman who didn't have clothes on and a man who did have clothes on. But then we get here and all the women are covered, but all the men don't. Like, you see penises everywhere. And I was like, this was their culture.
I don't know if I go over that in this podcast, but I do have another podcast where I go into like I think it's this one. I show the symbology on all the artwork at the time, and I start pulling up the vases with the little with all their PPs and weird stuff. Like you said, and shout out your queen for even pointing that out. Like stuff like that. As much as possible.
Weed in this room.
Yeah, we got to say that out loud as much as possible. We can't keep ignoring the obvious and sweeping stuff up under the rug. Like, it's just funny. They definitely covered the women up, but they never covered the men up.
Yeah.
treacherous, if you ask me. Go ahead.
Oh, I think this Mama Queen in the building. What it do, Mama Queen? So is that why the alphabet community is so welcome to the church? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so it's so funny. Some of these churches will say that you can come in, but we won't marry you. Well, if you're not gonna marry him, then why let him come in the first place? If you're not gonna marry him, they're just gonna go somewhere else that will marry him. You see what I'm
And
saying?
I think I'll pull up the homosexual Bible where he's referenced as Queen James, the Queen James Bible. There is a Queen James Bible, which is an LGBTQ Bible, and I'm pretty sure I'll pull it up at the end of this episode. If not, it was on that the other one that you laughed at. The one I said was pseudo that Jesus was gay. Yeah. That was just me doing shit for views, but
man,
this was all scholarship here. So
that's some funny stuff right there. It says Shalom Titan family. What up? What up? What up?
Are you looking up Queen James already? Wait till we get there.
Yo,
that's the Queen James Bible. Look it up, y'all. It's a real thing.
It is a real thing. It most definitely is a real thing. Let's get into this, y'all.
Got the podcast I did last week on proof Jesus was gay, because like you're gonna be surprised at the documentation I brought. Like, damn, niggas have been talking about this and debating this shit for this long. Like, these rumors have been out since the Bible came out. And again, like, I'm about to show you documentation from people who were alive when King James was alive, who knew King James, that say, yeah, he was an open homosexual. This, you know, so you guys can't even come on here and argue with me. If anything, argue with the documentation.
There you go.
I didn't make any of this shit up. This isn't my argument. I stumbled across this argument because I love the study of spirituality, theology, and the Latin, you know, etc. This isn't my argument, you know. So again, and here we go. But I was fucked up. Like, how the fuck did I know this shit? Like, I was a Christian for almost 28 years. How the fuck didn't I know that King James was gay? You know, and black people go off the King James Bible. That's the thing. I noticed these Caucasian denominations, they use the NIV, they use all these other books. And I've come to find out in my research about this shit that the reason that they use those other books is because King James was a known homosexual. So it's a conflict of interest for them to introduce that in their church.
Exactly, Brody A1. Exactly. This is the issue. Here you have Hebrew Israel. Let me calm up when I say this. Here you have Hebrew Israelites speaking out against homosexuality. But then they're using a book that was authored by a homosexual. And then that was a great point that you pointed out. The reason other people don't use that book is because it's a conflict of interest. So if they see this as a conflict of interest, why don't you see this as a conflict of interest? If you're so much against this, like, it's things of that nature, man, we got to catch on to. Let's get into it, y'all.
And I'm about to show y'all that shit. This shit fucked me up. So this whole time in my head,
that's another thing I want to touch on really, really fast. Another thing I want to touch on. The fact that that's what happens when you're in church and you're raised in church and you're taught to believe, or you're taught to just accept what comes with the Bible. You accept what the pastor say. You're not, you can't ask questions, things of that nature. You go throughout your life, and then once it only take one book, right? It only take one fact check to unravel all of that. My bad, y'all. I got dogs in the background. They out here Somebody might be going down the steps. But it only take one fact check or one book, right, to unravel all of that, to get you asking about, like, dang, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? That's why they don't. I want to ask, man. Listen, you on point with it, Brody. A1, you is on point with it.
I appreciate you. And Mama Queen, I definitely get into King James and his relationship with his mother. Like, I hope you stick around for that. I think that it played a major role in shaping his relationship with women as a whole. And I dive into that as well. There's documentation on that relationship. And I believe he killed his mother, if I'm correct. But I haven't studied this in like over 4 years. This is a 4-year-old podcast I did when I was a debater slash, when I was a humble mystic, so to speak, out here in the scene trying to put my information out. But now I fell into the executive position, and I just like to see these brothers get it in. But yeah, I definitely cover that. So please stick around. And you got it back on.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Got to reconcile with realizing that white people have known that King James was a known homosexual this whole time, and that's why they don't use the KJV in their churches. And they never told us, though.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing that fucked with me. Like, damn, you can't trust. Like, hey, these motherfuckers you can't trust these motherfuckers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about anybody specifically. I'm not talking about any race specifically. But you can't trust people.
What's interesting about that? I mean, you said that is oftentimes you'll hear the Israelites bring up a dietary law, right? Or I think it's the law dealing with food in general, right? Whereas though, if you are not an Israelite, right? Say they got some bad meat.
Yep, and they can sell you the bad meat.
Israelite, instead of them throwing it away, they would sell that to you.
Mm-hmm. And it's not breaking the law.
And it's not breaking the law. As long as you is not an Israelite, I can sell you any kind of fowl I want. But I'm a holy person. I'm a man of God.
I'm sorry, I meant Goyim. If you a Goyim, they can sell you the bad meat.
but I would poison your system.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't understand how this works, man. Let's get into it. You spitting some facts right here, brother A1. You spit some facts.
They know we're sensitive.
I was in rare form on this, man. I don't think you ever seen me in action for real, but this is one of my rare form performances. So I'm about to turn. And I was sipping on some vodka this day, so I'm about to turn up. Go ahead now. You got it.
Argue with them, bash them, deem them to hell, etc. So they don't want to deal with that. They rather leave us ignorant than wake us up and deal with the backlash. But that's why I'm here. I don't give a fuck about the backlash. Y'all can hate me all y'all want. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I feed off that shit for real. So the more you hate me, the more motivated I get. I know when you wake people up before they time, they gonna be upset. If my alarm clock is set for 8 o'clock and you shaking my shoulder at 6, hell yeah, you probably gonna get cussed out. It's not my time to wake up. And, this is a metaphor for bringing people information before they're ready to receive it. You got to realize everybody might not be ready for the information just because you stumbled across it and had your awakening.
That's a fact.
So a lot of times when people are upset with us for, the things that we know now, it's because they're comfortable in their ignorance and it's just not time for them to receive that information. You know what I'm saying? So remember that, and just be more patient with people. I don't look down on nobody for the perspective they have. It was a time when I thought that way too. It was a time when I worshipped and idolized Christ. You feel me? Or Jesus the Christ, because Christ is a title. Christ is they say Jesus Christ like it's his last name. Christ ain't his last name. You feel me? Christ is a title that's given to somebody. You feel me? His name is Jesus. But, I was idolizing him, so you got to if you're awake right now, remember that there was a time when you didn't think as you think right now.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time when you didn't know the things that you know today. So when you come across people who are stuck in their ignorance, I guess we can call that living in sin if you want to. That's another metaphor in the Bible because they say sin translates to ignorance anyway. But if you do catch people living in sin, be more patient with them, man. You know, sometimes I'll be impatient with them because I know people respond to that stimuli. So, I know people respond to being checked and confronted, and it makes
Mm-hmm.
them check and reevaluate themselves. So a lot of time I'll hit people with that energy too. You know what I'm saying? In the back of my head, I'm still being patient with them, and I know what's up. But sometimes people need you to challenge and confront their
Yep.
beliefs
Yep.
head on. Like on some soldier shit. Like, nigga, hey, that shit bogus, it's bullshit, it's stupid, and you still think that, then you aren't learned.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to
Mm-hmm.
tell somebody some shit like that. And you can still be patient in the same respect at the same time, even though you're verbalizing it like that. I'm not gonna give up on you, brother. But yeah, thinking like that is stupid. You need to read. You need to pick up a book.
Mm-hmm.
It made me think of the DMX skit. He was like, "Nigga, you still." He caught the nigga on the corner drinking a 40 and shit. He was like, "Nigga, you still drinking 40s and shit, nigga? What the fuck? Like, nigga still drinking 40s, man." He was like, "Man, you need to go to the church or the mosque or something, nigga. You need something, bro. Like just be patient with people. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay to check them and tell them what they doing stupid. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not about to give up on y'all, man. I'm about to keep going live. You about to keep seeing me on my fucking Facebook, battling with y'all motherfuckers day in and day out. Like, I don't care, man. It is what it is. I was just talking to my homie earlier, and what we were saying was there is no going backwards. There's only going forward. The information is already here.
Mm-hmm.
So people think like eventually all these woke people gonna phase out and this and that. Like, no, these people actually know what's going on now. Like, we're not living in fairy tale land like the religious.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I just want to say something to that right there. Once we understand that we truly have the freedom of speech, which we really still don't have the freedom of speech, but once we get the sense that we have that just that much more, a little bit of freedom of speech, is when it get comfortable to say things like this, right? We gotta understand that um on an underlying level, we operate with a certain amount of fear, right? When it comes to these things. And the reason being because we don't watched our leaders literally get decapitated in front of us for doing the same thing that we're doing. Literally. Like, for speaking out against some things, for not agreeing with certain things, for not promoting certain things, they literally cut our leaders down. So then when it comes out and it's like, okay, now who want to talk on this? I don't know. Who want to be that Indian over the road? And then once we start to hear people talk about it more, it's like, okay, this is okay to talk about. You see what I'm saying? Um, People don't realize the conversations for us, the standard of the conversations for us is way different than the standard conversations for the Eurocentric. And I don't want to sound like I'm being racist when I say that. It's just it is. That's just the way it is in this country, right? If we're talking about if we're having a conversation like right now, we're having a conversation about King James being gay things, then people look at us and say, "Oh well, y'all are what they call it, homophobes, right? Y'all love bashing gay people. Y'all don't like gay people." But if the Eurocentric people do it, then it's all they're trying to understand. They're looking into something that's being scientific. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta when we're listening to this information, we really gotta pay attention because this is the same information that Hebrew Israelites run from. This is the same information that Christians run from, Jehovah Witnesses run from, even Muslims run from the same information. They don't want us to know about this, and it's a whole lot more that they keep away. They tell us what they want to tell us, but then they keep a whole lot of that information away. You see what I'm saying? Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it.
Now that we have facts and the data to support our shit, there is no going backwards. You know what I'm saying? If anything, y'all are going, the religious are going to be the ones to phase out. That's all mythology. With knowledge comes power. You know what I'm saying? And with knowing comes responsibility. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, let me get back into this, man. King James. This guy. Okay, where was I at? Okay, sorry, I went the wrong way. Let me go back this way. This is number 3, my source 3. Let me get this off the screen. Where is source 3? Okay, second paragraph from the top. The question of James's sexuality might be considered of only prudent interest and certainly less important than the political consequences of the power and status he granted his favorites. Okay. And right there next to favorites, I want you to see that there's a number 3. So what I did was I started going through these sources because Wikipedia gives you the sources for you to verify. Okay. And the source for number 3 was King James VI of Scotland, First of England, biography. Okay, this is a biography on him where they're talking about his male favorites and how he granted them more favor. So this is nothing I'm making up. I looked up Fraser Antonia. She's gotten many awards for a lot of her works. You don't get awards if you can't write. You know what I'm saying? So obviously she was a good writer and respected in her field. Whether you agree with her or not on this, that's up to you. I'm only here presenting the documentation. Again, don't argue with me, argue with the documentation. And she says on King James VI and King James of Scotland, King James VI of Scotland, First of England, Random House on page 126. In this book, she says, in sexual matters, however, it is generally better to assume the obvious unless there is some very good reason to think otherwise. Okay? This is what she says when it comes to the homosexuality of King James. She's saying this nigga was gay. Stop playing with me. Okay? And she's saying stop playing with her. Like, nigga, unless you got some reason to not believe the obvious, get the fuck out my face. Okay? Y'all don't want to believe the obvious because it doesn't fit what you've been told your whole life. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't give a fuck. That shit ain't got shit to do with me. Take your cognitive dissonance head ass the fuck over there and kick it with the goofies, okay? And all the real niggas gonna be over here building. You did? You catch what I'm saying? Because we can't build with no goofies. All y'all gonna do is keep us stagnant and hold us back. Trying to debate as if this is, again, let me read what she says again on page 126 in King James VI of Scotland and First of England, the biography. On page 126, she says, in sexual matters, however, it is generally better to assume the obvious unless there is some very good reason to think otherwise. In any case, it is an academic argument for the degree of their intimacy is less important than its political consequences. I read that fucked up. It is an academic argument for the degree of their intimacy is less important than its political consequences. So what she's pretty much saying right there is, we about to tell the truth about this shit. We're not here to stroke people's political egos. This doesn't go with what you guys have been taught, what you've been told, and that may fuck with y'all. But that's not why we're writing this book. And that's what she's saying. She's saying our argument is academic. It's not political. You guys don't want this shit to be for political reasons. So you guys are ignoring the
Exactly.
obvious, and that's exactly what she's saying. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the book right here. Here's what the cover looks like on the left. If you guys want to go get this, again, sources, source up or shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Source up or shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, man, because y'all coming with a whole lot of opinions. You motherfuckers got some strong ass opinions.
Yeah.
You know, I love it. I like it. You know, and that's how thinking starts. But you have to take those opinions and see if the facts support those
There you
opinions.
go.
When they
There you
don't, you don't hold on to those strong opinions that aren't supported by fact. You have to
There
let
you
those
go.
go.
There you go. That's a fact.
You know, a good detective doesn't come up with his conclusion and then find the facts to support it. He goes where the facts lead him. You can't, if I'm a detective and there's a murder case, I can't assume someone's guilty and then try to find the facts to support that.
Mm.
I have to go where the evidence leads me, or else, you know, the wrong man may be behind bars if the right methodology is not used. You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
Right.
Let's keep it moving, man. Let's keep it moving. Sources on that ass, man. Sources. Okay, where was I at? Okay, wrong source. Boom. Okay. Already read that whole bottom part. So what is this? This is source number 4. If you see right here, there's a number 4 in the bottom. So number 4 was the source for boom. Okay. Second to last paragraph I'm about to read. James adopted a severe stance towards sodomy in his book Kingship and gave guidance to judges that pardons should not be given to such horrible crimes. In the late 18th century, Jeremy Bentham, in an unpublished manuscript, denounced James as a hypocrite for his crackdown on sodomy.
Mm-hmm.
This must seem rather extraordinary to those who have a notion that a pardon in this case is what he himself had he been a subject might have needed. That's a fancy way to say, nigga. That's the pot calling the kettle black. That's a fancy Shakespearean way that he put that shit. But that's what the fuck he's saying. He's saying this shit is crazy and extraordinary. The notion that this man put the smack down on sodomy and saying nobody can be pardoned for it, when if he was charged with the shit, that's what the fuck he would have needed.
Exactly.
Okay?
Break that.
And that's what this
down,
source right
baby.
here, number 4. If you want to read this book, this is in the Journal of Homosexuality. Jeremy Bentham, Offenses Against Oneself, Journal of Homosexuality. Okay? On page 389 through 405. This is where it talks about this. Sources on that ass. Okay? Wikipedia give the sources. So I hate when a motherfucker say, oh, you reading off Wikipedia? Nigga, you see that number right there, that number 4? Number 5, number 6. You click on those and it gives you the sources and it tells you the book to go read.
Mm-hmm.
So stop playing with me. You feel me? Valentino is love. Shout out Valentino is love in the building, man. Y'all already know how we coming, man. Y'all know how we coming, man. Sources and documentation. They told me source up and shut up, and I ain't been quiet since. You feel me?
Get him.
Because that's what the fuck I do. That's what the fuck I do, man. You know? And don't let nobody tell you that Wikipedia isn't good. You know, you get some good shit on Wikipedia, you get some bad shit on Wikipedia. But what I'm showing you is how to actually vet the sources. You know? Let's keep it moving. Where we at? Put myself small on the screen. Yeah, because Wikipedia will give you a Reddit article.
Yep.
I'll be like, oh yeah, we can't use that. That's not gonna work. You know?
Yeah, and that's why I had to say earlier, right? When you reading stuff like this on Wiki, just like you pointed out in the video, right? You can go to point 2, point 3, and you can see where it's in a certain book or a certain person said this in a book, right? And so Wiki give you some good stuff. Wiki also give you, some crazy stuff. So you just gotta be careful with it. I'm gonna let this play out real quick, y'all. I got a phone call.
At I can't even come up with that. But yeah, that's where he was, man. I can't make this shit up. They don't need me to make shit up against them. They already got enough bullshit in the game as it is. I can just, document the reality of the situation and shit on them. I don't have to be uh facetious or make up anything at all. Let's keep it moving. Where was I at? Where was I at? I was right here. Boom. Okay, that's source number 5. So let's read that. Last paragraph. Views of historians up to the late 20th century were biased by prevailing negative social attitudes towards same sex relationships. Many historians did not discuss or discuss only obliquely the clear facts that James's choice of favorites was rooted, at least in part, in same sex attraction. Okay. And I'm just reading from Wikipedia right now. I'm reading from Wikipedia, personal relationships of James the Sixth and the First. And over here, if you go to the left, if you look at the left of the screen, it's cut off though. You can see the contents and the appendix of what I'm about to read through, and they're about to show all of these men over here: Esme Stewart, Robert Carr, and George Villiers. They're about to show that these are just the men that we have documentation of him sleeping with. I'm not gonna get into the undocumented stuff. This is just the stuff we have documentation of. This the shit we got documentation of. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me, man. They say King James. Let me stop. I was about to say some old rude shit. Let me not go there. I don't even got to do that. This shit speaks for itself. Okay? Let me not do that. Let me check myself right motherfucking now. I don't even got to do that because this shit speaks for itself. Again, in the last paragraph on Wikipedia, right here, and we're about to get into the source that this comes from. It says, views of historians up until the late 20th century were biased by prevailing negative social attitudes towards same-sex relationships. Many historians did not discuss or discuss only obliquely the clear fact that James' choices of favorites was rooted at least in same-sex attraction. Okay? For example, the 1885 through 1900 Dictionary of National Biography refers only in context to Carr to James's partiality to worthless Scotsmen, if only they were spritingly inactive, and to his inordinate fondness for Villiers. And right there, you see the number 5 next to Villiers, right? Let me show you the source that this comes from. This comes from the Journal of Homosexuality, Offenses Against Oneself. Go get this book. Okay, this is from Rutgers University. I'm bringing college scholarship. So if you go to college, this is what the fuck you gonna learn. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at the documentation, okay? Don't be mad at me. Be mad at the documentation. I can't make this shit up. If you go to college, this is what you're gonna learn about King James. Okay? This is what they're gonna teach you. They're gonna teach you the nigga was, like, can't make this shit up. Boosie, where Boosie at? Tag Boosie in this shit. Let Boosie get a bite of this, man, because I want to see Boosie reaction to this shit, man. You know how Boosie be going in. You feel me? But this shit crazy, man. Like I can't make I don't gotta make shit up on this nigga, man. National Biography, Dictionary of National Biography. Okay, now this is the book that this comes from. So don't ask me about a motherfucking source. Like, oh, you read from Wikipedia. Nigga, there's your source. There's your source right there. Okay? Dictionary of National Biography by Sidney Lee. Let's keep it moving, man. I'm not asking no American nigga, no American Hebrew Israelites about an English King James. I'm about to go straight to the English and get the documentation from them about this nigga. Because you niggas standing on the corner in purple and gold trying to make me be a Hebrew Israelite don't know what the fuck you talking about. Talking about King James was black, King James wasn't gay. That's not what the documentation says, fam. And nobody's about to bring any documentation to dispute this. You can't. There is no documentation. How do you prove somebody wasn't something? You're not gonna be able to prove he wasn't fucking men in the ass.
That's a fact.
You know, you can't prove a negative. That's why you never see me trying to prove if Jesus is real. You're not going to find the absence of evidence.
Ew, hold
If
up.
somebody didn't exist, I'm not going to find evidence of that. They weren't
He
here, so
said,
there's going
that's
to be
why
no
you'll
evidence.
never hear me
That's
argue
not
with
something you
Jesus,
don't try to
bro.
prove a negative.
That real
Burden
quick
of
for
proof
me.
is on the
I
person.
got you.
I
who's
did
claiming
just
that he
snap right there.
exists.
I said, I'm
If
not
you
gonna
have
find
proof
the
that he
absence
was
of
actually
evidence. If somebody
There you
wasn't here,
go.
then there ain't gonna be no evidence for it. Like,
Facts. And
I'm
that's
not
what
gonna
it
find that.
is.
Like, so I
Like,
don't try to prove those claims. I don't make those claims. I don't say it
right.
ain't no God. How can I prove that?
Most
Like,
definitely. Most definitely.
there's no evidence for that. If the nigga was not, you know, it's just either way. I could say there's no evidence for that, but that still ain't. I don't like doing it like that. That shit weak. I don't
Yeah.
have to make a claim. I just have to tell the people who trying to convert me that, hey, you need to. If
Facts.
you do this, this, and this, yeah, I'll come over there. If you can cross these boxes for me. But
That's
that, you know,
listen, that's the key to it though. Like even some stuff I be telling people like with the Hebrew Israelites, bro. I don't mind y'all making claims, but at least make claims you can support anthropological. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't just be out here making claims based off of belief, because then you're gonna get your head cracked in the arena. But when you come in and you be like, "Oh yeah, well we did this," okay, well it's reasonable you did that. We can see that. We can't disagree with you there. But then when you say, "Oh yeah, man, we was all the way back in 2000 BCE, 2100 BCE," now we gotta hold up, bro. Nah, you tripping.
and I'll debate anybody on this topic and stick to only the sources I pulled up in this video. So you already know what my whole clip got.
Mm-hmm,
So if you feel
mm-hmm.
like I'm wrong, you know, we could put on the show anywhere. Any stage you want me to step on, I'll come there. You know, we ain't got to do it here.
Hey, let's get it, y'all. Let's get it.
On this earth, then show me. If I'm the one claiming he was never here, how am I supposed to find proof that he was never here? You see that doesn't make sense. You won't find a T-shirt from a nigga who was never here. You asking me to show you something. You see, it doesn't make sense. And don't let people trap you into that corner and have you trying to prove a negative. Okay? Okay. If a motherfucker says Bigfoot exists and you believe he doesn't, don't let nobody trick you into prove Bigfoot ain't real. Nigga, no, it doesn't work like that. You don't prove the negative. If you have proof that Bigfoot is an actual entity on this earth, a living animal, whatever the fuck on this earth, nigga, show that. If not, you're not gonna find evidence of, somebody not existing.
Right.
You feel me? Hold on one second. Let me mute my mic one time.
That's a
That's like
fact.
my third blunt. We only like 50 minutes in. How many blunts on the road?
Hey, yo, that's so fun. Look, I was. It's so funny you said that because I was thinking that in my head. I was like, hey, yo, he ain't let me know this was gonna be a smoke session. I'd have been
I
like,
forgot that I used to do it go in like this.
But
I'm on corporate now, so everything just switched over. I forgot. I
that's a
should have
fact
watched
though.
this
What you were
first.
saying in this video, because people often like to say that you can't argue that because absence of evidence is not evidence that it didn't happen. Yes, it is. You can't, like, people don't realize how this stuff works, right? Like, okay, we got a guy by the name of Aristotle, right? I think it's Aristotle or Socrates. I think it was Socrates, who never wrote anything down. Never. Diogenes. I can even use Diogenes, right? These people never wrote any works down, but yet we know they exist. How do we know they exist? Because they fit inside of a framework that tests their existence. Did they have contemporaries? Were there people around them who talked about them? Did they impact the community? Did they things of this nature also validates existence? So if we're like, okay, well, Shit, how can you say Jesus don't exist? Okay, well, if we put him under the same test that we put Diogenes under, will he pass? No. Why? Well, because there's nobody during any time of Jesus' lifespan ever speaking about Jesus, never writing a story about Jesus, never putting them in their book, nothing. And then the only historical thing about the whole thing, right, which we say Pontius Pilate, right? There's nothing in his memoir that speaks about a crucifixion. So that rules out that possibility of him being historical. Now, that was their two strongest points of them being historical. They will have to come back and show me any other primary evidence that Jesus Christ was an actual person. They wouldn't be able to do it. You see what I'm saying? So what you touched on right there was amazing.
And
I
got another watch video
Uh-huh.
that I want you to go over.
Most
Where
definitely.
I do the historicity of Jesus, and I take the I did a watch video on somebody else who did the top 10 historical proofs for Jesus, and I went and broke everyone down. It was like his video was only like 3 minutes, but I turned it into like a 2-hour episode.
Yeah, I noticed, man. I said my man
Bringing
did
up
3 hours up
all the
here by
documentation
himself.
for each thing.
I'm gonna have to go in 5 minutes, bro. I gotta go handle something important, my guy.
Oh yeah, no doubt. You said 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yep, no doubt. I'll still keep it playing. We'll just let it play.
I'll be back though.
Yep. I'll let somebody else up here if they want to talk. I'll drop that link right now. You got to hit play though, Brony.
Yeah, I hit play. I don't know why I can't hear it. That's crazy. Oh no. Oh, let me see something real quick.
All right, I apologize about
that. That was my homie, Sean
Mo
Thug.
We were supposed to go podcast
on the phone
like 7 to 8. He told me that
4
he
years
might be
ago.
late though.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm sitting here like, wait a minute, is this? But I forgot you in the thing. You said you had to mute up for a second.
Hey, but I can't pause the video from your side for some reason.
Oh, you know why? Because it's not in a file or anything. Let me see video, but see, I don't have this saved. See, this is up on YouTube.
Don't worry about it. I'm about to play it from my end.
All right.
But
if I drop off though, would that stop the video?
If you drop off, it's gonna stop the video.
Oh, okay.
But I'm about to switch it over to mine. Just give me 1 second.
All right, just let me know, and then we're gonna continue to play it.
Everybody watching, if you can right now, go ahead and share this video so your friends can get a bite of this.
Y'all.
Oh, that link is in the back, ain't it? Okay.
There,
let me get there. I'm there. Boom, it's pulled up.
I'm about to send
51 minutes.
And you know, if you want to tap into this again, this is an open panel.
You can pause it for a second.
Click the link. And,
it's on 5125.
Yeah, pause it for 1 second. Okay, I got the right spot. Let me take the comments off. The comments was jumping on this episode. I got this episode hidden on my old page. I took down all my stuff. Well, I ain't take it down. Let me take your video down. Pull mine up. Share screen. Boom. And make that full screen one time. Shout out Sean OZ Goins of Mo Thugs, Immortal Thugs Cleveland.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever let that the other day? Did that full episode play out too?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my guy right there.
Yeah, that's a homie, man.
All right, brody. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be right back. Give me into probably 7, 8 o'clock. I'll be right back, brody.
Bet, got you.
All right.
I'm about to let this play. If I can find it. Here.
All right, I apologize about that, man. I had my homie just hit me up. We were supposed to do a podcast at like 7 or 8. He told me that he might be running late though. He just hit me up about it. I'm about to send him the link right now to this. And if he want to tap into this, again, this is an open panel. All you got to do is click the link, and you can come in. Let me pin the link in the chat so that way everybody can get a bite of that. Okay, the link is now pinned in the chat. If you want to, come in, if you got a couple words or anything, you ain't got to show your face, come on in and say your piece. Okay, let me send him the link right now. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Messenger, boom. And again, if any of this information upsets you, I'm sorry, argue with the documentation. Don't argue with me. This isn't my argument. This isn't my argument. Boom. Okay, sent. Okay, I'm sorry about that, y'all. Back into the presentation. Boom. Let me turn that one time. Okay, there go the link. If anybody wants to tap into the chat, that's the link. And again, dictionary for the Dictionary of National Biography. You feel me? This is who's saying this shit. You know what I'm saying? This nigga was, I want to say fruity ass, but I can't even think of something to put after that. This nigga was fruitier than RuPaul at a motherfucking, I don't know. I gotta think of something. I'm gonna think of something. But yeah, man, that's what it is, man. Like, don't be mad. Like, we got over it when we found out Santa wasn't real. We gonna get over this shit too. You feel me? We gonna get over this shit too. Okay. My bad. Hold on. Where was I at? I'm right here. Let me stay focused, man. Let me stay focused. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Okay, I'm going the right way. Boom. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked. Let me get back on point. Here we go. By the second half of the 20th century, the issue was discussed more openly through historians were still finding it impossible to shake off disapproving moralistic attitudes. The historian Donaldson wrote in 1971 that James's affair with Esme Stewart had a physical, but not necessarily gross side to it. Okay. I think that's an opinion, but that's one opinion. I'll take that. I think it's gross, but I digress. Let's keep it moving. Donaldson is quoted in M. Young's 2012 account of the historiography in this area. Some historians of this time advanced the surprising view that James's public displays of affection for his favorites were proof that there was not sexual activity in private. Anatona Fraser, in the 1975 biography of the king, takes an opposing and famously pragmatic view. In the sexual matters, it is generally better to assume the obvious unless there is some very good reason to think otherwise. So she says that's stupid. If he's tongue kissing these men in public, why the fuck wouldn't we think he's gay? And unless we have some better reason to assume the obvious, why the fuck aren't we? You see what I'm saying? It's just stupid. Like, this is a stupid argument on his face. This is a whole fallacy. He's kissing men in public so he doesn't do it in private. How does that work? So the people who are trying to defend this nigga's homosexuality and his effeminate nature and his public displays of affection with his male lovers kick rocks. Like, I'm not buying that shit. It don't work like that today. If I'm kissing niggas in the streets, I'm definitely kissing niggas behind closed doors. You feel me? King James. These niggas is trying to defend you left and right. You know what I'm saying? They doing the best they can, but you know what I'm saying? People with their third eye open gonna see straight through that shit. You feel me? Like, we already know what time it is. Like, a straight man not kissing another straight man at no time. You feel me? Like, get the fuck out of here. This shit, it just don't go like that. There's no reason for me to kiss another man. Like, I don't kiss my dad. Like, you niggas is weird. When I do see people kissing their dad on the lips, even I'm like, ugh. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, that's still another man. Like, y'all doing too much, man. You know, after a certain age, you should be old enough to be like, nigga, hell no, get the fuck up off me. Dad, you know, like, why do we have this whole Birdman, Lil Wayne situation going on with King James and his companions? Why is King James kissing his companions in the mouth like he's Birdman and they Lil Wayne? And people are you know, trying to defend that. Like the fact that he's doing it in public, you know, means that they're not doing it in private. Bitch, if you don't get the fuck out my face with that stupid ass shit, kick rock. I gotta kick rocks with that because that it just don't make sense. Okay, let's keep it moving. Okay, in recent decades, many historians and other commentators, particularly from the LGBTQ plus community, have agreed with Fraser that the obvious logical assumption from the weight of evidence is that the relationships were sexual and have sought to identify the king as gay, homosexual, or bisexual. Well, we won't call him a homosexual. If anything, we'll say from now on, King James was bisexual because he definitely had a wife and he had 8 kids. So we know for a fact he had kids, and we know for a fact he was fucking men. So, you know, to call him homosexual would be a slight and lightweight an insult and would be inaccurate to history. Um, King James was bisexual. So you know what? I stand corrected and I apologize. You know, he was definitely fucking men though. This nigga was definitely gay. But he wasn't a homosexual. You know what I'm saying? I guess he can get it up for women too. So yeah, you know, shout out your favorite king, King James. That's y'all man's, not mine. You feel me? That's y'all man's, not mine. Wait, let me see if we got any more sources after this. Where was I at? Boom, 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 boom. I feel like I'm going backwards. I am. Okay. Let me get back going the right way. This presentation so long. I really got 50 motherfucking slides. This shit crazy, man. Okay, right here. No. Right here. Okay. However, another significant group of historians argue that the evidence is more ambiguous and needs to be understood in terms of 17th century forms of masculinity, which were very different from today's. And again, like I said, if you watch my podcast last week on Jesus was gay, they're right. The norms were very different back then. Homosexuality was normal back then. So, you know, when they put that statement, that last sentence on the end, like they defended him, they not. That sentence only makes me believe the information I'm reading more. When they say, look at the 17th century norms, it was normal for them motherfuckers in Rome to have bathhouses. You know, that's why whenever I see some fruity motherfuckers, I'll say, I guess when in Rome, do what the Romans do. It's a joke because the Romans was known for that gay shit. It was part of their culture. You know what I'm saying? The Romans who gave you y'all translation of the fucking Bible. So it's no wonder that this shit is in there. Like, I don't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would actually be weird if the shit wasn't in there, knowing that that shit was normal for their culture. If it was normal for their culture and part of everyday life, why wouldn't we see it in these texts? You see what I'm saying? Now, ask yourself that question. That's the motherfucking question that you hit these motherfuckers with who keep trying to defend this shit. If this was a normal part of Roman culture for them to be sleeping with other men in bathhouses and doing all this weird shit, how come that shit isn't in the Bible? You see what I'm saying? Boom, got you. All right, let's keep it moving now. You know, critical thinking is key, man. Critical thinking is key. And again, I haven't even really left Wikipedia. You know, I haven't even really left Wikipedia yet. I'm gonna leave Wikipedia and we're gonna get into some of King James's handwritten letters. Yeah, let me bring myself. We about to get into some of King James's handwritten letters from him to his lovers. We're about to get into that too. Don't think that this shit is all he say she say. Nah, this ain't a bunch of he say she say. It's handwritten letters from King James to various different men. And we could discredit it if it was one guy, maybe if it was two, but when they hit him with a slew of motherfuckers like he Bill Cosby, like how can we discredit all these different allegations now? You know what I'm saying? And again, don't be mad at me, be mad at the documentation. This is not my argument. I didn't come up with, oh, you know what, King James is gay. Let me try to make this make sense. I'm going over the scholarly documentation. I'm bringing you peer-reviewed documentation, peer-reviewed books, and peer-reviewed sources. So if you go to college, this is what you're going to learn. That's why a lot of y'all is scared to go to college for religion. Keep your asses in y'all bubble. Keep your asses at church. You know what I'm saying? Where they not going to test your critical thinking. You know what I'm saying? Keep your asses in them safe places, because if you come into the real world with people who critically think and don't just follow any belief, imagine if I just let some Christian come and convert me in 2 seconds. What would that say about me? Because it's a Muslim trying to do the same thing. It's a Jewish person trying to do the same thing. Am I so easily swayed that somebody could just say believe and I follow along? What would that say about my character? You see what I'm saying? I'm stronger than that. At least make it make sense. If you can't make it make sense, what are we doing here? I can't find out the answers until after I die. I digress. Let me keep it moving, because that's a whole nother circular argument that I don't want to get into. Okay? We still on Wikipedia right here. And if you see to the left right here, it gives you the contents, and so you can see the men who we about to go through. Okay, these are King James's male favorites on the left. Esme Stewart, the first Duke of Lennox, Richard Preston, and Robert Carr, first Earl of Somerset. Oh, and George Villiers, first Duke of Buckingham. So these are 4 men that we know this guy was fucking, that we have documentation on. Again, I'm not going over nobody who we don't got no documentation on. I'm going just over the homosexual acts that we have documentation on when it comes to King James, okay? Because there's rumors of other motherfuckers. I didn't bring them up. I specifically left them out for a reason, because I know it's too easily debated. I'm bringing y'all shit that y'all can't even debate. You know what I'm saying? So sit back, roll your blunt. You know what I'm saying? Sip your drink and enjoy the show. I'm drinking my own juice. I'm drunk off my own juice right now. You feel me? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Let's keep it moving. Okay, Esme Stewart, first Duke of Lennox. Okay, this is still Wikipedia. At the age of 13, James made his formal entry into Edinburgh. Upon arriving, he met his first cousin, the Franco-Scottish Lord Esme Stewart, 6th Lord de Aubigny. Hey, who be naming these motherfuckers, man? How do these motherfuckers come up with these names? You don't see names like this no more. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's keep it moving. Okay. Whom the Puritan leader Sir James Melville described as of nature, upright, just, and gentle. Having arrived from France, Stuart was an exotic visitor who fascinated the young James. Okay. The two became extremely close, and it was said by an English observer that from the first time he was 14 years old and no more, that it was when the Lord Stuart came to Scotland. Even then, he began to clasp someone in the embraces of his great love above all others. So to clasp someone in their embrace, I digress. It could be innocent. 2 men grasping each other in an embrace of love. It could be innocent. Again, you can't even kick it with your homeboys too much nowadays, and your girl gonna accuse you of being gay. Why you always going out? What is y'all gay? Let alone she see y'all clasping and embracing each other and kissing in public. Who the fuck does King James think he is? Young Thug or somebody? You know? Apparently he did. Apparently he was gangster enough to do that shit and get away with it. You know what I'm saying? And he had political backing. So, who was really going to step up and check this nigga? He had an army behind him. You feel me? He had a motherfucking army behind him. Let me see what the chat talking about. I'm sure they're prevalent in the UK. Definitely. Hey, shout out Jay Ross, man, in the building, man. One of my good Facebook friends, man. He always comment on shit. Always add insight to the conversation. But yeah, man, like, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Okay. The two became extremely close, and it was said by an English observer that from the first time he was 14 years old and no more, that is when the Lord Stewart came to Scotland. Even then, he began to clasp someone in the embraces of his great love above all others, and that James became in such love with him as in the open sight of the people. Often he will clasp him about the neck with his arms and kiss him. Okay, so this is his cousin. This nigga kissing this nigga in the mouth. Every time that they see each other, they running up, giving that, the running hug. I missed you. We got, hey, who we got in the building?
My phone messing up, good brother.
Hold on. All right, I just muted your mic. I think you gotta turn your sound down. You gotta turn your sound down so you can't hear the audio coming out, and only your mic can pick you up. Let me check you out again. Still an echo.
This phone, man. This phone.
Yeah, you might need some Bluetooth speakers. I mean, not Bluetooth speakers, some Bluetooth headphones or something.
You had to give me a second. How long you gonna be on here?
Oh yeah, I'm about to be on here for a minute, man. Take your time, man. I ain't going nowhere, man. I'm gonna be on here for at least another hour.
Tartarian. When Russia used to be in the pictures of Tartarian, that'll help with that.
Dang, every time I cut your mic on, that shit going crazy. I heard you say something about Tartarian, but when I cut your mic on, it's throwing the audio off. If you could type what you said in the chat, or you ain't got no headphones or no Bluetooth joints.
I'm gonna have to go get mine, but look up Tartarian.
Try turning your audio down real quick.
I can't hear that.
Oh, you can't hear that. I can hear you though good.
Yeah, I can't hear that.
And as soon as you turn it back up, the echo comes back.
Yeah, that's high frequencies though. I get it. All right, let me figure this out.
All right, bet. All right, where was I at? Boom. Okay, I was right here. To clasp someone in the embraces of his great love above all others, and that James became in such love with him as in the open sight of the people. Often he will clasp him about the neck with his arms and kiss him. So, okay, what's the source on this one? You see right here, number 16. So let's go to the source, okay? So I'm not making this shit up. This is from a dictionary of British history. Okay, right there in the top right, I got the source. This is where the Wikipedia is getting this from. So this is a good source. This is from the Oxford University Press, 2019, Great Britain. Stop playing with me. Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to stop motherfucking playing. Stop acting like y'all can't discredit these motherfuckers. And I'll be damned if some black American who got Christianity through slavery is about to tell me about King James over these motherfuckers in Britain where he lived. You motherfuckers don't know shit. I'm not about to let some goofy ass Hebrew Israelite from around the corner try to school me on British history. I go to the British for that, bruh. Thank you. I don't need you. And they have no reason to slander this man either. Again, their arguments are purely academic, not political. They don't care that this shit is fucking up y'all paradigm. They're true to history and they're true to their studies. The fact that it fucks up y'all shit, that's collateral damage. Y'all the ones that want to believe in fairy tales and Roman mythology and be mad when the homosexual Romans have homosexuality in their mythology. Like, y'all the goofy ones. You feel me? These niggas were known homosexuals. That's why I'm not rocking with that book, bruh. I'm not rocking with that book. Y'all got me fucked up, man. I can't. I'm not teaching that. I'm not teaching that shit to my kids, man. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up. I digress. Let me keep it moving. Okay, that's the source on that. So anybody saying that he never ran up in class or kissed his motherfucking cousin, you a motherfucking lie. Because in the dictionary of British history, that's what the fuck it says. Stop playing. Stop playing with me, man. Let's keep it moving. Where was I at? Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Let me go back this way. Boom. Okay. The king first made Albany, how do you say that name? A gentleman of the bedchamber. Do you know what a gentleman of the bedchamber is? And this is his older cousin. Okay. So again, this is more pedophilia going on and more homosexuality and pedophilia. Why do these two, when it comes to the Bible, seem to go hand in hand? Because if you go back to the podcast I did last week, proving Jesus was gay, you know what I'm saying? You see John the Baptist at the age of motherfucking 14, leaving his girlfriend to follow Jesus. And he always got his head in his lap in the pictures, in the scriptures. He's his loved disciple who's always got his head on his breast. A bunch of little weird shit. This boy is 14 years old. And again, you know, we can give credit to the differences between the 17th century and today, but even then, you see what I'm saying? Why would they be indulging in that behavior unless they were indulging in, you know, homosexual? If you like women, you like women. You're not going to have a man's head on your lap because it's 1700. It wasn't okay then, and it wasn't okay now. Not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, if you're straight, you're not going to agree with that. King James as Young Thug is crazy. That's what I'm saying. You funny. That's you laughing when I said, who the fuck this nigga think he is? Young Thug or somebody? Man, this shit wow, Joe. And man, at least Young Thug was fucking with people of age. And I can't even get mad at King James because he was the one being preyed upon. But this is how this shit happens. And let me get into this, man. Isn't it? It's funny because this is how this behavior is. When I say homosexual behavior is learned, you know, he was preyed upon by his older cousin, the Duke of Lennox, who was a homosexual. King James was 13 during this relationship. He was 13 years old. He was a fucking kid. You know, we can't even really blame King James at the age of 13 for this. He was being molested for real. You feel me? King James was being molested right here. They don't report it like that. It's funny that they say, you know, the way they're reporting it was that this whole thing was consensual. But even if he didn't resist, is it consensual when King James is only 13 years old? It's funny. It's funny because I've been studying this shit for this whole King James situation for a minute. And that's the first time that I really looked at it the way that I just explained it to y'all, that he was molested. And how can we really even blame him? He was being preyed upon by this guy. You see him to the fucking right? No, that's not even him. Oh, no, that is him. Nicholas Hillard is the guy who painted this portrait. You know, and for the people who say King James was black, this is a picture of his cousin. His cousin don't look black to me. So, you know, make it make sense. Y'all be trying to make everything black. Like that's going to make me start rocking with it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you don't fuck with Jesus because you think it's a slave religion. Jesus is really black. Like, I don't care what color you make this nigga. The nigga, look, I don't care what color you make this nigga. It don't change nothing. It don't change the historicity on him. You feel me? I'm not about to debate what color a mythological character in a book is. I'm just not gonna. It's that really doesn't make me no. Never mind. It doesn't change the underlying facts. You know. So and yeah, King James was definitely molested, and that's how this behavior began. And this was the first documented sexual relationship that we have with King James. You know, I'm about to get into 3 other documented relationships that we have with King James. And again, I'm only sticking to the documented relationships. I'm not going over the because there's rumors about other people too. I didn't even bring up the rumors. I'm gonna let y'all find that shit on your own because I'm like, you know what? That shit they could swat down too easy. I'm gonna only bring up the shit that we got sources, facts, and a million books on. So y'all can't sit here and act like this shit ain't real. You know, I picked and choose my battles real well on this one. You feel me? That's why a lot of homosexual individuals feel insulted when you insinuate if they've been molested, leading to their preference. Homosexuality is a choice, but if you were groomed as a child or assaulted, that's molestation and leads to abusers becoming repeat offenders. Definitely. Big facts. And that's something that, you know, it's like this is taboo to talk about in our community because a lot of times when shit happen in our community, we'll sweep that shit under the rug. A motherfucker won't want to put, you know, Uncle Charlie on blast. But sweeping that shit under the rug for Uncle Charlie gives him the opportunity to do it again because you didn't make everybody aware that, hey, they need to watch out for this motherfucker. So since it was all on a hush hush, nobody knew, you know, like that's why we got to stop doing that. And it's not even so much of, you know, it's not so much about shitting on people, but you definitely have to make the people who are around aware, you know, for the safety of the children. You know, fuck a motherfucking reputation or how they feel or they feelings. I don't, man, look, you are who you are. What Jay-Z say? You was who you was when you got here. You could try to change, but that's just the top layer. You know what I'm saying? So we need to know who the fuck people are, man. And fuck that faking and all that facade shit. And I'm putting motherfuckers on blast. Flat out. Motherfuckers need to know what's going on. Throat chakra fully active. The motherfucker ain't gonna put hands on me or do nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, I've never been a victim. So that's the last thing I'm worried about. You feel me? Nobody's gonna do shit to me. Let's keep it moving, man. Let's keep it moving. And thank you for dropping that because that was really important information right here. Um, Let me drop that white background so everybody can see that shit one more time. Yeah, because this shit real. And I don't assume that most people who are gay have been sexually assaulted. It's not something I'll assume or just ask them. You know, they have to volunteer that information for me to go down that path. You know, it may be in the back of my head though, but it's not something that I'll throw out there because I know that they may take it the wrong way. It's not a good assumption, you know. But when I do talk to these motherfuckers, I'll be I'll be doing statistics in my own head. Like how many gay motherfuckers have I talked to when I ask them about their experiences? They say some crazy shit like that. And that lets me know it's more, you know, shit crazy. I'ma always think that it's a chemical imbalance slash I don't want to say mental illness, but something's not, you know, something and it all goes off my base theory that, you know, I believe in a creator. You know what I'm saying? People think I don't believe in a creator because I'm on here bashing religion every day. And I believe in a higher power or a creator. I don't think that the definition that you guys have for a God is the correct term. You know, how do you guys have personified a God as a physical person when I think God may be a frequency or an energy, you know? Um, they say everything was, you know, if you understand this world, you understand everything is frequency and vibration. So vibration created everything. Um, vi- And that's a whole bunch of different science I don't want to get into. That's a whole nother podcast in itself. How vibration and sound creates light. Um, hey, we got another guest in here. Let's see who we got. We got we Avabe in the building.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
How you feeling today? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I just wanted to touch base on the part where you were saying about um, how you feel like it could possibly be a chemical imbalance.
Hmm.
I'm going to agree to disagree because, again, homosexuality on one side is a choice.
Hmm.
There are individuals who genuinely like what they like, but then we have to also be honest and say that a larger portion in certain communities are not because it's by choice. A lot of it has to do with influence,
Hmm.
sexual assault, molestation, and it also has to do with generational curses. Like you have to look at the fact let's just take this movie for instance, Roots.
Hmm.
When we was watching Roots, the beginning when Kunta Kinte was getting his lessons to become a man. Not once did we see any of them doing any homosexual thing to be initiated, right? They taught them
Hmm.
how to hunt, how to make their weapons, took them out in the woods, and they had to be circumcised. And if they survived it, then they were men, right? Not once did we see any type of homosexual ritual, the elders and, the tribe doing gay shit or whatever like that. And I'm a bisexual woman, so I don't want anybody to be offended or feel any type of way. But
Shout out y'all. Shout out y'all.
I prefer men over anything. But yeah, I am attracted to women, so I can be transparent because I have friends within the community. I've been a part of the community, and this is a conversation that is hidden within the community because let's be real, a lot of people don't want to feel judged or they don't want to feel like if I open myself up to this conversation, are others going to be upset with what I have to say?
Mm,
Somebody has to be transparent.
damn, that's deep.
So it gets to a point where, like I said, with that movie, not once did we get introduced to a group of melanated individuals, deeply pigmented melanated individuals, because European people are melanated as well. They just lack a lot of the pigmentation. But our people, our skin folk, we didn't see that as a tradition. The elders taking a younger man in to molest them or groom them or do things of that nature. They taught them how to protect, how to hunt, shit that they had to do, and the women did what they were supposed to do. Have the children, raise the children up, make the clothing, etc. The man went and made hunted the food and the woman made it. Period. So when you go fast forward, or let's go back into time a little bit more before that, in Roman culture, we've always seen that they had an infatuation. The older men had an infatuation with younger boys.
In Roman culture?
In Roman culture and Greek
Correct.
culture as well.
Correct. Correct.
Both of them, Roman and Greek. So how is it possible that a portion of our so-called scriptures for the Christians, isn't it considered Greek and Hebrew scriptures?
Yep,
Oh,
exactly.
oh, okay. So it we're not gonna leave out the Greek. We touched on the Rome, but let's not leave out that a large portion of that Bible is Greek scripture. So that means that was heavily influenced as well by the same individuals who, if you actually read in Ephesians 6, it tells you slaves be obedient to your masters and da 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 da. That's some rewritten ass shit. Because I don't see a God coming out just blatantly saying, slaves, be obedient to your masters like you would to me, and da 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 da.
Exactly. That's odd to me. Like it
Right. And
just
then in Leviticus, you're shaming people about possibly being homosexual, but that's way before Jesus, the story of Jesus ever came out. So was homosexuality always forbidden and snuck and done, or if you had a high rank, you were able to do it, or is this a cultural thing? And that's
Mhm.
where we have to be honest. And it seems like it's more of a cultural thing for certain individuals than others.
I think
And
you're right. I think it was always like, now that you're mentioning it, I think it's certain cultures.
mhm.
It's like woven into the culture, but
And they have to
not to the
influence
forefront
it
though.
to make everybody else feel like, oh, this is okay to do. Because
Hmm.
when I go to the roots portion, I'm going forward to the story. Now I'm going fast forward. Why don't we hear the stories about when we did have slavery, about how a lot of them used to sit up here and buck break the men, and they had more sex farms of men than actual women.
So I'm
And
noticing
they
that
were little boys.
this is more like a European thing.
Exactly.
Or I don't even mean to say European. Maybe Caucasian is a better word because European
Yeah,
is
because
one
black
country.
people is
Caucasians are all
European
over.
too. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
exactly,
it seems like
exactly.
it's more of a Caucasian type of thing. And when you really look at people that are like our skin folk, you didn't really, you don't hear stories of that. You get what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
when you actually dive deep in you also being a person that's really big on education, your scholarly, research, things of that nature, individuals that love to learn, we seek knowledge, we seek understanding, we're going to actually dive into our history and say, well, hold on. Well, why was it that they had to force the slaves to do gay shit back then?
Hmm.
Why did they have to make farms? So that mean
Force.
there was
Ooh.
no willingly homosexual black men back then? What was the purpose of taking a very emasculated, strong black man and you make him fight another very emasculated?
Peace, Gideon. How you feeling? How you feeling?
Am I muted? Oh, Gideon dropped off. Okay. Yo, how you feeling today?
I'm good, my brother. Shalom, shalom. All praises to the Most High. In the name of Yahshua, man. What's going on here, man?
Taking it easy, going over this watch video, a podcast I did like 4 years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was checking it out, man. The sister was kind of like all over the place, but I mean, as far as like the title and your thumbnail, yeah, man, that's some good information because yeah, we
What?
definitely.
I didn't think you was gonna come up here and say that. Let me drop a bomb for Gideon right quick. I thought he was gonna have some pushback. I know you still probably do. Go ahead, though. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I mean, it's to say King James was black, man. You stretching it to say the least. To say the least, dude definitely wasn't black.
Hey, that's what's up, man. I appreciate you. I didn't think anybody. I didn't think that what Hebrew was gonna be rocking with me. Omar ready to get at me. I'm about to give him a chance to do a refutation. Let him be uninterrupted. You know what I'm saying? If he got the
Yeah,
better
that's
information, he will reign supreme. I'm not above correction at all.
nah,
Shalom.
nah, man. I mean, like as far as like the historical evidence of what we call black people in England, you know, I do believe they were there, but like we don't have enough evidence to make any definite facts. And then for them to have this is my problem with the camp doctrine, which is why I think it's part of COINTELPRO. I mean, you have the nerve to say that King James was black, which could be true because maybe 5 generations ago, it was a Moor that was in England. We don't know. Like you have Queen Charlotte, you know what I'm saying? And what they like to do is a lot of times when the woman is black, you really can't say that's a black person. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, because you're going to come up under your father's house. Now, if your father abandons you and leaves you with your mother, then you basically have no choice to be what your mother is. But people in a case like Europe nobility, like, when it was women involved, I really don't put too much on claiming that they're black, even though they are. It's their culture, which is their fathers that they put forward. But on top of that, so they have enough information to say King James is black, But then to say somebody like a Bob Marley is white just by looking at his father, when we can use that same argument to say that Bob Marley is actually a black person, which I go by. That's what I say. I feel Bob Marley is an original Israelite. You know what I'm saying? So, you
said
know,
his father was white, man.
yeah, Bob Marley's father was a European.
Telling me that. I'm doing a show called "Are They Black?" and I'm bringing up the FBA's, you know, and we're gonna go through these pictures of people like, and then
Yeah,
we're gonna
I'm
look at their
saying,
lineage. I'm gonna hit you up for that too.
hey, I'm from Louisiana, so we have a lot of, you know, Creole in you know, our population. Basically, that's the foundation of it. But what a lot of people don't know is a lot of Creole people have French fathers. You know what I'm saying? Spanish fathers. So a lot of these camps running around talking about Hamite this, Hamite that, you know, they gonna wake up and see they're a whole Edomite according to their doctrine. And you know, you judge by what you judge people with. So just leave that camp doctrine alone, man. It's real faulty. You know what I'm saying? You know, no offense, if you have more than an 8th grade education, you can kind of see over that. But yeah, man, King James, you know, I don't see no evidence saying he was black, man.
Hey, how do you feel about the homosexual documentation that I've been pulling up?
Now, I didn't see that part.
Oh,
I
you
didn't see
haven't?
that.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
she actually is a guest. She's about to talk for like 30 minutes.
yeah,
But I was telling Omar as well to start this from the beginning. I started with the Wikipedia article, and I was actually using this to show people how to vet sources off Wikipedia to tell if there's a good source or
yeah,
a bad source because it tells you all the sources. So every couple sentences as I'm reading along, we check the source, then we go to the source and see what the source is saying. And I was pulling up all of the documentation on the relationships with the 4 different men that they know about. And I'm about to actually pull up the handwritten letters from King James that they verified as his as well. But I'll
yeah,
pass it to you, Omar, real quick before we get the video back rolling.
yeah. Just real quick, you know, when you said homosexual, I thought you were talking about as far as the Bible, but yeah, the dude, all the evidence points to him being a flaming homosexual. You know what I'm
Hey, this
saying?
nigga agreed with me twice. That's what's
Yeah,
up. Man.
nah,
I did not
he
think that.
yeah,
That's what
nah,
he
he
came to me
had,
and doing Gideon. I was like, oh man, Gideon.
yeah, nah, he had secret passages that went straight to his lover's chambers. You know what I'm saying? So,
I
dude
gotta
was a
put a
bad.
pause after
Dude
that.
was
This ain't the right episode for stuff
yeah,
like Jimmy and doing.
yeah, dude was a baddie, man. Go ahead, Omar, my brother.
Go ahead, Omar. You got the floor.
Shalom, everyone. Shalom, Gideon. What's up, man?
Shalom.
Yeah. So, I wanted to stick. I kind of wanted to stick directly to this subject. So this, let's see. King James was gay exposed. So I don't want to go because once we go into was King James black or white, I heard you say, I think about 15, 20 minutes earlier, that's kind of moving the goalposts. As far as, you know what I'm saying,
Focus on what you want to talk about. You don't got to
the
respond to
title.
everything.
Well, no, I you know, I've been trying to work on just not moving the goalposts, just strictly sticking on this. I think it was King James black. That's a whole different subject for another day. That's a whole different subject. But let's just stick to the King James. And I heard you say that the sister was gonna speak for 30 minutes. I'm just getting to the crib. I'm ripping and running, trying to get up out these work clothes and shit. So here's the thing here. So something Gideon said about him being a flaming homosexual. So what he mentioned about the chambers that led to his lover's room. So first of all, this is important for Gideon to know because I don't think he noticed it. It's important for Gideon. It's important for everybody to know. So of course, as we know, these ancient castles at these times, there were secret chambers that led to goddamn just about every room that was in a castle. Let's not run it, because what that's doing now, that's what I call you running away with your imagination. Everybody know during these times there were secret hidden chambers, secret pathways, hallways that led to just about every room that was in a castle. You know what I'm saying? So let's not let our imaginations kind of run away. Oh, he had a secret passage to his lover's room. No, there was a secret passage to every goddamn room up in the castle. So let's relax on that notion. Number two.
But I think you got ahead of me because I haven't brought that up yet. But I actually coming soon.
Yeah, I addressed that because that's something Gideon brought up. I know you didn't bring that up.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just kind of addressing a few things that he said, and then a few things that I heard you say so far. So that's one. Number two is, as far as what I looked up, and let me see if I can pull some of this stuff. Damn near 99% of these of the slander of him being a homosexual, don't you know all of that came after he passed away? It came after he passed away, and that was trying to slander and erase him out. Number one, because he was a nigga. But like I said, I don't want to diatribe off into if he was black or white. When he reigned, none of that slander was going around because he was he was well known. Now after King James passed, then that's when you get all the slander. Oh, he was a faggot. He was this, he was that, secret chambers and all this other stuff. So what y'all got to understand is when you have a man that's holding power like that and he a brother, there's something that when he passes away, it's what you call a slander campaign. There was a slander campaign against this man. And if you read the King James, I don't know if you probably have this in your presentation, A1, or if Gideon heard of it. It's called the King James book on demonology. So my thing is, if you've never read that book, you would think that King James is condoning it. When you actually read the book, he's not condoning it. He's actually highly against it.
This book right here?
Against it. Yep.
Yeah. You know I got it. You know my library night.
Yeah.
You know I'm not
in that book. Facts. K1, A1. I like that, bruv. So we know. Yeah, exactly. That's it. I'm looking at the screen right now. Yes, sir. That's it right there. So the thing about that book right there, he's not condoning demonology in that book. If you read that book from front to back, he's actually showing that he's against it. That's number two. Now my third point, because we wanted to I heard A1 say something about so-called letters to his gay lover at the time, so-called letters that were confirmed to be that confirmed to be from King James himself. So this is what I gotta say. There's also letters. Huh?
You commenting on them before you actually see the information? Go ahead. I want to hear what you got.
No.
You got it.
No. So no. I'm not necessarily commenting on those. But no. I looked into some other stuff before to where the letters of King James. I have seen some of the letters before, saying that they were authenticated, saying that he wrote those to his lover. But guess what? So I'm not. Excuse me. Shit. Excuse me. So I'm not necessarily speaking on that right now. I'm speaking on what about the letters that they authenticated him, and then when him writing to his sons, and then what King James put in his will to his sons, saying, look, don't ever worship the devil and don't ever be a homosexual. Letters that are validated that he wrote to his own sons and that he put in the will in order for them to inherit to inherit certain things that he left behind. These were some of the demands that he detailed in his letters. So the thing is, how in the hell is somebody gonna say, "Oh, I'm a homosexual and this and this and that," but then I write a will to my son saying, "Look, don't worship the devil. Don't ever be a flaming homosexual. Don't do those things. Do the things that I did." These letters that are validated. So the thing is, he's not gonna write a letter saying, "Oh yeah, baby, I miss you," and talking to a man, writing a love letter to another man. But here we go, him historic history of, like I said, letters he wrote to his sons and what he put in his will after he passed away for them to be able to inherit those things. I'm gonna pull this stuff up shortly. Like I said, I just got to get myself situated. I'm gonna pull these things up shortly. But the thing is, something ain't adding up here.
But here's what I really want you to do, though.
Something ain't adding up. You know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to say, though. Something ain't
Here's
adding
what I want you to do, though, for real. I really want you to. I want to give you your own episode. You ain't never had a cover and the title yet on here, but you need one. So this will be the first one. The same way I just let you talk uninterrupted, I'm gonna do the same thing when you pull up. Like, I don't got to cut you off about nothing. And to respond to what you're saying, I mean, I'm actually about to cover everything you just talked about, and I'm about to like shit on that argument. But to give you a quick synopsis, like him telling his sons, "Don't be like him." Like, there's a lot of fathers that say, "Don't be like me, you be better than me." Like, he had a problem. He was actually preyed upon. Him telling his sons, "Don't be a flaming homosexual," don't remove the letters. They don't remove the public displays of affection, kissing other men in the streets. And there was also documentation from people at the time. You're saying all of these accusations came after he passed away. And actually, that's why I want you to watch it from the beginning, because I go over the documentation of people who were alive during the time he was alive, writing about it while he was alive. I went over the guy who commented on him saying there will be no pardons for people caught being homosexual. And the guy said, that's crazy that he's being so strict on it, when if he was ever charged with it, that's exactly what he would need. Like, these rumors were out during that time. This wasn't something that came after the fact. I want you to watch it from the beginning so that way you can get that documentation. And then if you want to dispute it, then at that point, then you at least know what to dispute. I don't want you to show up ill-prepared, and I don't want to have a field day with you. I want you to be right about a few things at least.
No. You always made the you always give a brother a fair chance. That's what I will say. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, you don't ever overtalk. Actually, I think you undertalk. I think you should talk more.
I do.
You got a lot of you got a lot of discipline, my brother. But no, man, like I said, I'm home early today. You know what I'm saying? I got some time. I'm finna get myself situated.
But come back up, though. Come back up for sure.
Yeah. You could go ahead and let the sister play, because I'm gonna turn it up loud while I get myself situated. That way I can hear what she's saying. I'll backtrack a little to listen on to that, but I'll stay chimed in. You know what I'm saying?
And we are
real quick. Do you know King James? Do you know his lineage?
I believe it was I forgot that last name that they came from.
The Tudors.
You said the who?
The Tudors, right? It was Mary Queen of Scots. She was Queen Elizabeth's cousin. So she was the daughter of King Henry VIII. She was the sister of King Henry VIII, and she had a son. And that son, if I'm not mistaken, became King James. So that's clearly a European. Actually, is from the Welsh. Tudor. The Tudor line come from the. His father was one of the Welsh nobility. So I'm just trying to see, where does the documented so-called blackness come from?
Hey, give me a second, Gideon.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Like I said, I don't want to get bored. I'm just coming to the crib from work. I was sort of, you know what I'm saying, get myself situated. I was gonna listen to what the sister had to say. That way I get myself situated. I'm gonna grab my laptop, I'm gonna pull up some things, and then that way I can be
Hey, I really want to give you. See, I don't want to go at you. I want to have Gideon discuss it with you. Y'all should have your own show. This could be a big thing. Like, it doesn't even have to be a debate, but it's a discussion because I know you don't debate. But I'll sit back and moderate and be completely fair, you know. But Gideon shares, he agreed with both of my things. I did not think that was about to happen. I thought he was about to come get me. Like, nigga, you crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if Gideon gonna be here like in the next 30 minutes, you know what I'm saying? After, because you said the sister got some information. So like I said, I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna fall back.
We an hour and a half into a 3 hour and 45-minute video. So
all right. Well, if y'all want to do it like this, like we can stop in like 30-minute increments, and everybody can kind of just maybe get a point of view on something like that. It's however you want to run it.
You can stay up here. You ain't gotta go nowhere.
Yeah. I'm just gonna mute out though.
Omar, you think he's black though? Just real quick, you think he was black?
Oh hell yeah.
Oh okay.
It's a brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll pull my stuff up. Just give me a second. Let me get about these work clothes and get myself situated.
Hey, do your thing.
Fall back. I'll listen to the sister. All right. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna mute out.
Okay, and should I just hit play or should I go to a word from our sponsors? Let me go to a word from our sponsors real quick. If you haven't become a member for $3.99, what are you doing? $3.99 gets you access to up to 4 debates a month. Go ahead and join.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
A strong black man, and then you had to fight to the death, and whoever that lived after that, you still buck broke him in front of his wife and everybody with all your friends. So you don't think that eventually down that bloodline, especially if a man has been sodomized over and over and over and over again as a young child, a young black boy, and then it's your slave master and his friends, and they spit on you and they treat you like a whore. So now the black man has been made to feel like how the black slave woman was. But that black slave woman don't even have no respect for him, because guess what? He's supposed to be a man. He's supposed to have integrity and fight to you. So where does that man that has had his manhood snatched from him, where does he turn? To fellow men that done been sodomized and abused. Now you have a secret community of homosexual black men that have to keep up with the Joneses. They still have to marry. They still have to have children. But deep down inside, whatever that is that chemically threw them off, or mentally threw them off, or spiritually threw them off, or whatever that is done to inside of them, alter them, because that's not healed. Guess what? Now, when you have a child, it's a possibility 1 out of 3 will end up being like you, or have those emotions and don't understand why they feel that way. And then when they don't heal from it, and you don't help them, and you pass on, and now they have to deal with this hidden feeling, because now you've introduced to them a Bible that said It's not okay to feel this way.
Facts.
And they don't understand why they feel that way, but they don't know the root of why it even began. This isn't something that was common for us. That's why the Black community has a hard time accepting homosexuality, not white people. White people have no problem accepting it. But it's a problem for our community because we know deep down inside is not right with our culture. We accept people for who they are. We accept our crackhead uncle. We accept our alcoholic auntie, and we just know how to deal with them. But it's something about when a person is homosexual, they automatically feel like they're not a part of the community no more. They feel like they have to seek acceptance on the outside. And why do they not feel like they can be accepted within their own people? We still got the same skin. We still got the same stories. A lot of us still have the same struggles. You are still a brother to me, regardless of what you like and what your preferences are. You are still a sister to me. But why do you feel so uncomfortable about it? Why did this book that told you that the same person you serve and is gonna love you no matter what told you that your ass will die because you like the same gender? Why is it something within you that makes you uncomfortable with who you supposed to say, but this is who I am? Then why do you still battle that inside? Because something is not right there. And something's not right because the Bible ain't right.
And I think that's I'm big on saying the Bible is the root of a lot of our problems. People never understand that, but it's hard for them to see the bigger picture, especially the way that you just explained it. It definitely promotes confusion, but at the same time, you got to check my podcast from last week. Jesus was gay, because I show a video where it explained how Paul was a repressed gay man, and if you read his writings, knowing that, it just makes
But even
everything
if you read
make
those
much.
scriptures with the understanding, you will see that he was fighting those temptations. So, like, if you really are the type of person that when you read something, you feel what you're reading, like you really attuned, that's why it's a difference between a person that can read and a person that feels what they read. Because if you could feel what you're reading, you see it with a different set of eyes than just reading something on paper. The goal is to put yourself in that position. So when you read the Bible, a lot of times people take it literal. It's not a literal thing all the time. They telling you things in ways you got to think about it. If they would have just came out back then and said exactly what the fuck they had to say, a lot of them would have been killed.
Right.
So they had to put things in a certain way for you to really have to think. That's why if you read the Bible, it can mind fuck you so much because we're not familiar with their terminology, but that's what saved them back then.
You're right, because there were so many different political agendas at play. It's like,
And that's why religion became such a huge importance back then. And that's why a lot of people clung to it because, like you said, it was the political side that was driving everybody crazy. Everybody felt like they needed something to believe in, kind of like what we're going through now. You got the government doing a lot of shit, and everybody used to be fond of, their religions. And now a lot of people are not in touch with religion no more. And a lot of people are not in touch with the government. So we see our world in a panic mode because who's going to influence all these people that are now getting their own mind? So back then, that was the go-to. A lot of people didn't really like, you have to think about it. Christianity was something that was brand new. What better way to introduce and influence the people than something that's brand fucking new? And then why would so many people think about it? Even the pagans were uh very resistful to joining Christianity. That's something you have to think about. Not even just other religions, but the pagans as well wasn't with that shit. That's why the Christians started implementing pagan holidays and traditions and rituals, hoping to appease them so they would join. So you have to figure it's something really wrong there overall. And I'm not, you know, I have family and the type of spiritual person that I am, I have to honor certain parts of the Bible for what I do spiritually, to honor certain ancestors. But is it something that I live my life by? No. But do I take what I need to take out of the Bible that resonates or needs to teach me and go about my day? Yes.
And
But
that's
am
how we
I
supposed to do it too.
right?
You know,
Right. But I'm
everything
not
isn't
sitting up
going.
here arguing with somebody about some shit. I don't know none of these niggas that wrote this bitch. That's just that.
You funny.
I can't call nobody up and be like, hey, what you meant when you said that in James 4:8? I can't do that. And this nigga named James back then, I thought they didn't have J's back then. How the fuck a nigga I know named James in the 90s was back then? What's going on? Joshua, a lot of these names, if you think about it, they didn't even have the letter J back then. So who the fuck was these niggas?
You're right. I was, yeah. Say less. Say less. I
So
know
at the
exactly
end
what
of
you're
the
talking about.
day, it's just take what resonate and leave the rest, but you have to have the truth presented so that way you don't feel slighted. And I think that's where a lot of the anger and your passion is coming from. And I wanted everybody that is listening to understand it's not a gay bash. It's not, um, oh, you're disgusting. Because ain't nothing like a beautiful woman and ain't nothing like a man. I can tell you both of them taste good. Okay. So at the end of the day, it's never about what you like. It's about why are you defending something that you don't even know for a fact this is what it is. With truth, a whole bunch of different things can open your eyes to different perspectives. So don't take, and that's what we have to learn. We have to learn how to let a feeling exist and let it be there and not resist it, not get upset with it, not try to fight it. So if you upset because you're hearing that King James is gay or Jesus is gay or the Bible is gay, why are you so upset with that?
Exactly.
Why have you taken it so personal to that point? So I want you to go ahead and continue.
But you made a good point too. I wanted to say, and I am biased because it's like gay females is cool with me, but I don't know why. It's like if niggas is gay, I'm like, what the fuck is you doing, bro?
But
Like
see,
you
that's
tripping.
the thing,
You know what
and
I'm
we
saying?
can't
So,
do that.
but I
We
can
can't do that.
recognize my own fuckery, and you know that's another. Most people don't have self awareness, so I recognize where my shit hits a wall, and it's like, okay, this doesn't make sense anymore.
But I'm
You know what
biased
I'm
too
saying?
because I'm
But I can admit
okay.
that shit. So that doesn't make sense. Like, why would I be like gay females is cool and gay niggas ain't?
No, but
Well,
I'm
I'm
saying
a
that's
male, so but
understandable because I'm biased too. Like I have no issue with gay men, but if a bisexual man wants to date me, that's a fuck no.
mm,
And it's not because you're bisexual. It's just I can't visualize a man being penetrated, and I know how I get penetrated. That just don't sit well with me. But it's not like you know what I'm saying. It's not that I'm
hey,
judging him. Like everybody need love, everybody like they thing. But if anybody taking dick, it's gonna be me, and that's because then that make like as a woman that causes you to kind of figure, and that put me in the mind space of Anna Denmark. Like she had 8 of this man kids, knowing her man was taking dick.
damn.
Like you gotta think, you had 8 children, 8, not 1, 2, 3, 4. You had 8 of this man children, knowing he was still sucking dick and bottoming for niggas.
Hey, you dope. You remembered her fucking name?
Yeah, I remember everything.
You remember? So look for the people who in the chat right now, she remembered King James's wife's name, and it's I remembered it. You know what I'm saying? So I know exactly who you're talking about. Most people
Yeah,
probably wasn't paying no attention when I read that shit though.
but that shit is sad though, because it's like that woman was like the terminology beard. Look how far back that shit really go. Because you gotta think about it. The older men that wanted the younger boys, they typically had beards anyway. You had to have a clean shaved face, damn near look like you just got off the titty
So
for them to even deal with you.
you did see my podcast last week on Jesus was gay then.
No, this is just shit I
Okay,
already
because
knew.
I broke that shit down on the masculine feminine role in the
Okay,
Greek
so you're hip.
society. So
But
yeah,
that's
I'm
something
hip.
they always did. That's why if you notice now,
Mhm.
like even in society now, a man, like if you notice a boy that has like feminine features and he don't have facial hair and stuff, I notice a lot of fucking like overly masculine men, like you could tell who trade, like they gravitate towards that person. Or that nigga light skin, he got a little curly hair. Oh, he ain't got no facial hair and shit. Nigga got a little physique on him. That nigga kind of, you feel me? Like you'll notice old boy kind of favor him over the other homeboys. What the fuck going on? So it's like little shit like that you can kind of pick up on too, because that shit be
See,
weird. Like,
and I'm mad right now because it's a bunch of motherfuckers that's been popping up gay, and I'm like, damn, how the fuck I ain't know? Like, so you be peeping this shit. I don't know. I don't know
but
what the
it's
fuck.
just the influence. And then, like I said, I'm part of the community. But when you have friends that have like they got children, they were married. Some of them are trans now, type shit. You get what I'm saying? So they telling me, "Oh, this is what you look for, whoop de woo, man. I was doing this and da da da," and it's just like motherfuckers is really living double lives out here to the point like you get scared. Like it ain't even a fear of what a person like. It's like health wise. Like nigga, was you thinking about your
Damn.
health at this time? Like,
I heard
and then
somebody else bring up that issue of like health because like on my Facebook there's
a
this
lot
chick
of
that be
women have
exposing
HIV and AIDS
she
from their
keep
men.
exposing gay niggas and I'm like, well, why you keep exposing gay niggas? I'm thinking she doing it for the attention, but she keeps saying like that shit ain't healthy. Like what you were saying, like at the end of her
Yeah.
rants or
It's a lot of
paragraphs,
women that
and
were
I'm
married
like,
to men and they have full blown AIDS or HIV right now because they men were
damn.
DL. And like you had mentioned earlier in the podcast, like women be like, "Oh, why you always with your homeboy? Y'all gay?" Yeah, not. I ain't gonna hold you. Like 80% of niggas is like on some funny shit when they with their homeboy 24/7. Like you can kind of tell. Like you feel me? Like
I just
okay,
never believe it because that's not what the fuck we doing. So
but that's what
it
I'm
just
saying. A man that knows himself, he know, okay, if I'm with my homeboy, we either making money, we chilling. Then I know I got some pussy back at the house, or my family at the crib, but my bitch making a smack ass meal. Nigga, I'm finna slide to the strip club with you. See these hoes. We finna throw these ones. I'm finna get fucked up, slide back to my bitch and dig in her guts. You hear me? That type shit. But when you got a nigga that want to be around a homeboy 24/7 and he catch an attitude with you, but he rather be on the phone with his homeboy all the time, like they talking like they homeboy and homegirl. Yeah, that's suspicious.
now see a lot of times that nigga will be saying he with his homeboy and doing something else too though.
You
So
know, a
so
lot of
every
times. Well,
time
I'm
you
just
argue
saying,
about the
I'm
homeboy,
down
it's
here
gonna
in
be an argument
Florida,
about
where in my county, about 85% of the niggas is exposed on the T page.
damn, that's
Okay,
crazy.
so
I'm living in
yeah.
Cleveland right now, so
Are you
I'm not
back
in
in
Florida.
Cleveland? Yeah,
Back
so
in
you get what I'm
Cleveland.
saying?
So
Yeah.
it's less popping right up here for
Oh, I
them
done
type
heard
of
about in
motherfuckers.
Ohio and some shit too. That's what I'm saying. It's
Oh,
everywhere.
I believe it's in all 50 states.
That's what I'm saying. It's
I just
everywhere.
I'm guessing I just don't see it because I'm not that. I guess when we
And
create our
that's why,
reality. We create a reality, so you gonna see what you looking for.
but that's
That's
what I'm saying. That's why the important part of what you're teaching tonight is. And
mhm.
that's why I wanted to come up here. I don't want nobody to feel like you bashing them or, homophobia is wrong or whatever it is
No,
for that.
no, no.
You talk
Cause,
shit. If anybody know you, your fucking mouth don't give a fuck. But
yep,
it comes
that's
from a
dope.
place of I care and I'm getting disrespectful because you're not understanding. But other people
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
understand that
exactly.
about you.
So let me
But
put a disclaimer out right now, and let me let everybody know I got love for my brothers and sisters in the LGBTQ community.
yeah,
I
let them
may
know.
not agree with what y'all doing. I may think y'all are misled. I may think y'all are confused, but that doesn't mean that I don't love y'all. And if I saw y'all anywhere needing some help, that I wouldn't help y'all. So that's my disclaimer. But
Put that out there.
I'm still gonna talk my talk. You know what I'm saying? So
Everything good, that's your right. But I just wanted to let them know, like,
thank
coming from a person that does have a rapport with you, a friendship with you, I know where it's coming from. And this ain't just to bash religion. That's not what this is about. It's about exposing people to how y'all listening to the same shit that's telling y'all not to do something. Just like how you just said, old boy said, how the fuck you gonna say we can't get pardoned for fucking, But nigga, if you got caught, you would need the same fucking help. So it's the same thing. A lot of y'all are out here beating
Exactly.
yourself up, mentally, fucked up. Family got y'all feeling like y'all ain't shit. Half of y'all grandpas be sucking dick, to be real. But it's just the simple fact that y'all can't be sitting up here letting a book make y'all feel less than or questioning yourself, because how on one part is going to say that this same God is going to accept you for you no matter what. He forgives all sins. But then tell you if you gay, like bitch, you dead to me. Like that's so don't let this
Exactly.
book make you feel
Thank
like
you.
you have to be a certain type of way. Take what you need to take from it, whether if it's the fruit of the spirit, you need to learn how to be more humble, more meek, whatever. The Bible is full of fucking spells. I'm not gonna hold you. If you're a spiritual person, you're trying to get into with your holistic shit, your crystals, getting to know different parts of astrology for the scientific individuals. You want to know some shit, how to peep some shit, how to look at the stars, and like the Bible can be very, very beneficial. Take what you need to learn from it, but don't let it be something that controls your life, because it's not 100% accurate. It's supposed to be something to guide you, but not tell you how to live your life. And I'm gonna let you get back
Facts.
to teaching. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Appreciate you for tuning in and chopping it with me. And thank you for adding that insight, because that's exactly what I'm saying. So
I got you. I felt you. You know, I had to come give you some backup.
I'm not gay bashing. I think motherfuckers should disregard that book as a whole, and we should all love each other.
Period.
Um, Platonically, of course, you know, not in the way that we see King James loving his male lovers. I don't think that's, you know, conducive to us growing. I see that as something that, you know, that works for Bill Gates and his whole depopulation agenda, but for us, nah, and you know, not so much. You know, they killing us left and right. I think we need to keep doing what we doing. Please. All right, I'm gonna tap back in with you. My homie over here from YouTube says people doesn't know the language. Example, Lord in all caps can't be spoken. Can't write English in all caps. You'll have to hit me up and explain that to me. Hit me up on astrovibetribe at gmail. I got somebody in the private chat. Okay. Let's keep it moving. I was teaching, I was over here talking about, oh, boom. She was talking about the King James's wife. That's crazy that she stayed with him knowing he was taking all that dick. Her words, not mine. That's funny as fuck. But and it makes me think about her. This is the wife of one of King James' lovers, and she ends up trying to kill her husband. She wasn't down with that shit. Like that shit was pissing her off. You know what I'm saying? Again, more evidence, documentation, and sources that I have, you know, that this shit is 1,000. My dog is all over me, though. What's up, dog? You see me teaching. Okay, let me get back to it. Down, down, down. I'll get with you in a little bit. Got you. All right, hold on. Lost where I was at. Let me go full screen and get this comment out of here so y'all can read everything I'm showing y'all. Let me go back here. Richard Preston. Okay, we were right here. Okay, I'll just start from the top. At age 13, James made his formal entry into Edinburgh. Hey, this should be funny when I be reading all these weird ass names. Upon arriving, he met his first cousin, Franco-Scottish Lord Esme Stewart, sixth Lord AONE, whom the Puritan leader Sir James Melville described as of nature upright, just, and gentle. Having arrived from France, Stewart was an exotic visitor who fascinated the young James. The two became extremely close, and it was said by an English observer that from the time he was 14 years old and no more, that is when the Lord starts, is that Stuart? Is the Lord Stuart came to Scotland, into Scotland. Okay, I already read all of this. So if you just tuning in and you missed all of this, we're on Wikipedia right now. All you have to do is type in King James male favorites, and it shows you all of his male lovers. And we're about to get into the documentation, the sources. We're about to get into the handwritten letters from King James himself, and don't argue with me, argue with the documentation. Let's keep it moving. I'm gonna read the last paragraph and we're about to go to the next page. The king first made Albany. I can't pronounce. I gotta figure out how to pronounce that shit. A gentleman of the bedchamber. Oh yeah, this is exactly where I was at. And then I showed you what a gentleman of the bedchamber is. Right. A lord of the bedchamber was a quarter of the royal household, the term being first used in 1718. The duties of the lords and gentlemen of the bedchamber originally consisted of assisting the monarch with dressing, waiting on him when he ate, guarding access. So essentially a Bentley Farnsworth, I guess, with sexual benefits from, what the documentation is saying, but, you know, that's not in the original job title. Excuse me. I'm trying not to laugh at this shit. This shit is funny. It's funny because, and don't be mad at me because I'm laughing, because I believed in this shit for over 28 years. Okay. Okay. So, don't be pissed off. I'm laughing at myself too. This shit is funny. I thought this shit was a thou wow. And this shit is not, man. This shit is bogus. Y'all is reading from the King James Version. This man was a known homosexual. And then come to find out that this is why most white people and white churches use the NIV and other shit, but they don't tell us because they know we too emotional and we might lash out if they be like, we don't read the King James Version. He was a no homosexual. They know black folks might want to pop top about this shit. They know we'll bust a cap about Jesus. They scared to tell us. So I'm finding out through reading all of this shit, and they saying it. You gonna see where they saying it here. Like that everybody knows about this shit but black folks. You know what I'm saying? We the only ones who not acknowledging that King James was a known homosexual. The British Museum acknowledges it. They have his fucking handwritten letters. And we gonna pull these motherfuckers up. So, stop playing games with me. All supposed to be things God despised supposedly. And this is all supposed to be stuff God despised supposedly, which I don't believe that, I don't believe God despises anything. One in the book, it says God created good and evil. You know what I'm saying? So you got to blame him for the evil, not even the devil. You know what I'm saying? That's Isaiah. Just read Isaiah. Look that up in Isaiah. But yeah, this is not gay bashing. We supposed to love everybody, man, no matter what the fuck you do. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta pass no certain checklist, this certain bullshit. As long as you treat others as you want to be treated, okay? As long as you're not running around here fucking taking. If you're not running around here raping motherfuckers, you cool. Like, as long as everything you're doing consensual, man. You know what I'm saying? I almost say that's between you and the eyes of the Lord, but not according to these rules. That's not how I believe it. If God is an energy, if God is a frequency, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's just not how I'm rocking. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in the whole homicidal God anyway. I don't believe in a God deeming you to a hell or none of that weird ass shit because you didn't follow his 10 set of rules when he didn't come give them to you personally himself. You feel me? If he didn't crack the sky for you personally, he know that you should not supposed to just follow somebody else just off some belief. He know that could lead us into a world of disaster. So why would he set up this whole system of his faith being off of that? Just word of mouth. Like, you supposed to come on. It's just, if there is a creator, I think he would be highly more intelligent than me, and that's not how I would do it because I would know better. The all knowing, no, you know what I'm saying? Unless he wants confusion, disarray, disorder, chaos, violence, We got a Palestine Israel war going on right now, and this shit's all over the fucking Bible. And people who think that their homeland is somewhere. So when people ask me, what do I have against the Bible? It's not even that I have anything against the Bible, but I see the problems that are being caused today because of it. And I'm fighting those problems. So I can't omit that was, the impetus of this shit. Military theater. And again, it is. It is. These motherfuckers it's a whole lot of military theater while they're, the West is stealing resources. That's not theater. The resources being stolen, you know what I'm saying? That's a reality. So all over, the Bible, come on, man. We're still having holy wars today. We haven't learned from the Crusades or none of that shit yet. What the fuck is going on? I digress because that's not even what this podcast is about. So let me keep it moving. So yeah, a lord of the bedchamber was a quarter in the royal household. The term first being used in 1718. The duties of the lords and gentlemen of the bedchamber originally consisted of assisting the monarch with dressing, waiting on him when he ate, guarding access to his bedchamber. So he was making sure ain't nobody get up in that bedroom unless it was him. You feel me? Yeah, I'm gonna laugh all the way through this podcast because this shit is funny. Even the simplest shit is funny. It's funny because I have all the sources to back the shit up. So you know what I'm saying? Uh, he made sure ain't nobody get up in that bedroom unless it was him. And so he guarded his bed, his closet, and provided him with companionship. Last but not least, we're not gonna leave that out. You feel me? We're not gonna leave that out. Let me sip my drink. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad y'all kicking it with me. If y'all in here, smash that heart button, hit that like button, hit that share button so everybody can get a bite of this, man. Shout out everybody in the chat. Drop it 369. Hit me with a comment just so we can tweak the algorithm. Appreciate y'all. Let me get back to the lesson. Boom. I was right here. I should use the arrows. Okay. I'm at the right spot. Okay. In response, the Scottish nobles plotted to oust Lennox. They did so by luring James to Ruthven Castle as a guest, but then kept him as a prisoner for 10 months. The Lord Enterprisers forced him to banish Lennox. The Duke journeyed back to France and kept a secret correspondence with James. This is King James, who produced the Bible we're still talking about, okay? So this is the Duke. He promoted his cousin, the Duke. It's funny that this is what he keeps doing because he's a king. He keeps sleeping with people and then promoting them, draping them with a bunch of gifts, and then like giving them high ranking position. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna see it's a common theme. And it's cool because I know it's a bunch of females out there who relate to that. I know it's a bunch of females who would do the same for their man right now. You know what I'm saying? If you feeling somebody and you rocking with them and they giving you that feeling that you never felt before, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna put them on. You're gonna put them in the position to come up because you want to see them shine. You want to see the people you fucking with doing just as good as you. You know what I'm saying? My dog is doing the most in the cut right now because he see him go, hey, come lay down. Lay down. Good girl. Good girl. Stay. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I know y'all ladies can relate to that. You know what I'm saying? He done promoted his cousin to Duke of Lennox. These motherfuckers see that he's being coerced by an older male and he's young. So they step in. So let's get into this. Let me take this banner away so y'all can see all of this. You feel me? Boom. In response, the Scottish nobles plotted to oust Lennox. They did so by luring James to the Ruthven Castle as a guest, but then kept him as a prisoner for 10 months. So they kidnapped James to keep him away from his pedophile cousin. I mean, he wasn't a pedophile. Yeah, pedophile. That's the right word. They kidnapped King James. Okay? The Lord Enterprisers forced him to banish Lennox. The Duke journeyed back to France and kept a secret correspondence with James. So he left, went back to France. This is his cousin, who's now the Duke of Lennox. Went back to France, but they kept the correspondence. They kept writing letters back and forth to each other, okay? And I told y'all we was going to bring up the gay letters between King James and his cousin. So this is where we about to get into this shit. I told you, I don't got to make nothing up. I don't got to make nothing up. When y'all see these titles, I don't be making this shit up. We got letters. They're in the museum, in the British Museum. We need to stop. We need to stop. We need to stop. Black folks, look, I know a lot of y'all just came from church. We need to stop. King James was gay. Like, who is he to make any spiritual decisions for you or me? A gay white man. This isn't making sense to me. Is it making sense to you? Again, documentation and sources. I'm still on Wikipedia. Let's keep it moving, man, because this shit getting wild, man. The more we read, the wilder it get. Everybody got a smartphone in their hand. There's no reason you don't know this. You know, I was shocked when I found out, man. I was fucked up. Like, what the fuck? How the fuck didn't I? How did I know this nigga was this whole time? No, bruh. I'm like, hold on, and then I kept reading more. Like, what? Look, man, it's just how, like, in Egypt, the deeper you dig, the blacker it get. The deeper you dig, the gayer this nigga get, man. The deeper you dig, the gayer this nigga get. I can't make this shit up. The deeper I dug, the more authentic the sources and documentation got. That's what was crazy. The deeper I dug, the more authentic the documentation and sources got. I'm like, oh shit. Like, I got to bring this to the people. I had to bring it to the people. This shit fucked me up. I wanted to be like, no, these motherfuckers crazy. Because I'm the first one to do that. I might not say it out loud. I give everybody a chance to speak. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how you know who's truly a fool. You know what I'm saying? A fool's going to show themselves through their words and their actions, most likely. If you let a motherfucker talk long enough, you know what I'm saying? They're going to tell on themselves. So I'm like, hey, I'll let anybody bring me your arguments. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And if you're making sense, you're going to make sense. If there's documentation and sources, again, I'm only bringing you college and peer-reviewed documentation and sources. I'm not bringing you nothing else. I left all the rumors alone. And we got 5 documented motherfuckers that King James was sleeping with, you know, British Museum. Let's keep it moving. So don't let no American Hebrew Israelites try to tell you nothing about no King James. You know what I'm saying? And them some of my biggest haters. That's the funny thing. You know what I'm saying? And they're the most extremist of, like, the Christians to me. You know? Shout out to them, though. I still love y'all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just think y'all, may not agree with y'all. I may think y'all misguided and confused. But again, if I see y'all in some type of distress and needed help somewhere, I would help y'all too. Just like anybody. You know? Let's keep it moving. So yeah, this nigga Lennox went back. So he left. They kidnapped motherfucking King James. Made his motherfucking cousin go back home. They kidnapped this nigga for 10 months. And we just on Wikipedia, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Right now we're on Esme Stewart, first Duke of Lennox. This is his cousin we're talking about, okay? So his cousin was preying on King James when King James was 13. At this point, I'm not even going to say King James is necessarily gay. The nigga's only 13. He doesn't really know what the fuck is going on. His cousin comes from France, you know what I'm saying, and starts having a homosexual relationship with the nigga. At first, I was saying that the nigga was gay for this. But then, you know, as I'm reading it aloud to y'all, I'm realizing, like, hold on, this nigga's only 13. Like, it hit me, like, hold on, this nigga's a kid for real. Like, this nigga's not gay at this point. This nigga's being molested. So, you know, and, you know, that's when Uwe Avabe tapped in and, you know, started shedding some insight into the whole conversation. But at this point, you know, his cousin came and molested him. They made this nigga leave. Like, yo, you gotta go, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised they ain't whack him. And it's funny how they wrote history. It's funny how the history is written. But like Denzel said when he was sitting at that table with the Caucasian dude, you know what I'm saying? I know 90% of this shit is bullshit. He was like, but it's the 10%. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know how to read between the lines. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm understanding what the fuck Denzel meant. Let's keep it moving. The Duke journeyed back to France and kept secret correspondence with James. Lennox, in these letters, says he gave up his family to, in quotations, dedicate myself entirely to you. He prayed to die for James to prove the faithfulness which is engraved in my heart, which will last forever. 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 I'm sorry. Look, I didn't write this shit. You know what I'm saying? King James's lover wrote this shit. Hey, what's the source? Let me pull up the source. You know what I'm saying? Because who would I to not bring you sources and documentation? You know what I'm saying? Think nothing less of me. Think nothing motherfucking less of me. Okay? Where is that? Where is that with the wrong way? Boom. This is from King James in Letters of Homoerotic Desire by David M. Bergeron. Okay? And this is put out by the University of Iowa. Okay? So you can laugh at the title and the cover if you want, but guess who put this book out? The University of Iowa. Okay? So when you go to college, this is what you're going to learn. This is what you're going to have to debate about, and these are peer-reviewed sources. So what we can't do is just discredit this information. We can't say, oh, these people are crazy. Y'all love, you know, Christians love the way that one. Like, oh, them niggas crazy. They don't know what the fuck. No, yeah, we know what the fuck you're talking about. Y'all about to stop playing with me today. Y'all about to stop playing with, let me see what the comments talk about. Incestuous pedophile cousin. That's the right phrase for him. The Duke of Lennox, Esme, was a fucking incestuous pedophile. This motherfucker was fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? And he turned this nigga out. And in turn, that nigga gave y'all a turned out Bible. And no wonder, you know what I'm saying? Go back and check my podcast last week. I'll show y'all how Jesus was gay. But it's all coming out of this. It's coming from a KJV. Not even that I'm making excuses for the religion. I'm just, you know, when in Rome, do what the Romans do. That's what they say, not me. You feel me? Let's keep it moving. Wiktionary is good for words. I've never used Wiktionary. I'm glad you sparked that thought though, because I'm gonna check that out later. I've never even used that. I forgot it was a thing. I'm about to fuck with that and just go in there and type in some shit and see what it say. Let's keep it moving. And again, this was the source right here. Source number 17. You feel me? You see it right there. The number 17 where it says his name, Burgeon David Moore, King James, and Letters of Homoerotic Desire, University of Iowa Press. Okay. I will read that to you, but no. Yeah, let me read this to you. It says, what we can know of the private lives of the early British sovereigns through the unusual large numbers of letters that survive from King James the Sixth of Scotland, the First of England, we know a great deal. Okay? Let me bring myself up on the screen. Look, I could just end the podcast here. I could just end the podcast here. Stop fucking playing with me. I could grand opening, grand closing, right? Through the letters of King James, we know a lot. That's what they said. Okay? It's not he say, she say. These is this nigga letters. We got the screenshots, my nigga. You was freaky as hell in them texts, boy. Hey, what dude say? Hey, y'all see that TikTok where dude was like, who is you? And he was at the doorbell. He was like, you was the nigga? He was like, oh yeah, we got you, buddy. We got the Cash App. Appreciate the thousands, man. Put the KFC down, bro. Put it down or I'll expose you. You was talking freaky as hell in the messages. You was a freaky motherfucker, King James. Hey, we got the letters. We got the letters, y'all. Okay. Now I want y'all to look at this title right here. And you can go get this on Amazon. It's $87.99. Okay. This book is $87.99. I didn't pay for it. But here you can go see the letters. You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing you the sources. Take the sources. I went and looked some up on PDF, and I just didn't want to screenshot that shit because it was more shit that was hard to read. And when I cropped it, it wasn't fucking stretching right. But you can read the letters. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it moving. Let me finish this. It says, what can we know of the private lives of early? Let me bring myself on the screen. So, yeah, I go in the corner. I'm in the bottom left so that way y'all can see me. What can we know of the private lives of early British sovereigns? Through the unusually large numbers of letters that survive from King James VI of Scotland, James I of England, we know a great deal. Using original letters, primarily from the British Library and the National Library of Scotland, David Bergeron creatively argues that James's correspondence with certain men in his court constitutes a gospel of homoerotic desire. I'm just saying, for everybody who said I was crazy trying to discredit me, like, this ain't even my argument. This ain't even my argument. I don't have nothing against gay people. I don't even really have necessarily nothing against Christians, because there was at one point I was one. So I know that y'all following what y'all have been taught. You know what I'm saying? It's not until a higher perspective and a higher knowledge comes around that you shed childish ways. Even in the book it says, you know what I'm saying? When I was a child, I participated in childish things. When I grew out of that, we shed that. And that's what you're supposed to do. It's supposed to be 7 levels of understanding. And if you still following in and thinking everything and that motherfucker is true to the word, like, you thinking you lost. You still on the basic level of understanding. You still stuck in the flesh and the physical. You know what I'm saying? And it can still be decoded. I don't tell nobody to get rid of their Bibles. You know what I'm saying? Even if you got a King James version, there's a lot of shit in there that can still be used to tell the truth, because all they did was take an older version of a Bible, which I'm going to show you exactly how we got the King James version, what versions that they copied from and retranslated into this version. They didn't just write that out like that. They took a Bible that was already made. This nigga just remixed it. You know how motherfucking, remember when Ed Hardy and them was like putting they shit on fucking Ford Explorers? Or was it Eddie Bauer? It might have been Eddie Bauer or fucking whatever. And you start seeing that shit. Or you start seeing it's 2 corporations merging together. So that's pretty much what happened. He put his stamp on something that was already out. You know what I'm saying? Christina Aguilera can come out with a Bible, and it's the Christina Aguilera version. I'm just saying, like, how you come out with a version of some shit that's already been out for motherfucking like over 1,000 years, and then you come out with a version of it. Ain't this supposed to be God's word? Who's protecting God's word? Who's protecting God's word? You know what I'm saying? If I did believe in all this shit, I would be one of the motherfuckers that was like, hey, at least you got to be reading in the original translation if you want to understand the meaning. Because as you translate and over time, we don't even have words to go with certain words that they use. And so you lose the meaning through translation. Like, and that's just something that people got to cope with. But most people is just, Christianity to them is like Geico. We got it just in case. They really ain't no everyday ride or dies. You feel me? These motherfuckers is like, well, we just gonna believe in Jesus just in case he is real. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't gonna do the knowledge. Like, yeah, well, you got a bunch of facts. I like your facts. Your facts cool. You make a lot of sense, brother. But I'm gonna keep believing in Jesus just in case. You motherfuckers sound like a motherfucking who sing that song? Just in case I don't make it home tonight. Yeah, that one. You motherfuckers sound like him. You riding with Jesus just in case. Nigga, you just in case motherfuckers. So no matter nothing I show you gonna matter. I could show you that King James was gay. I could show you King James pussy popping on the handstand on my motherfucking cell phone. It wouldn't make no never mind to you. You still go rock with JC just in case. You know what I'm saying? I respect it though. You know, that type of blind loyalty, even in the face of somebody being wrong, that's a deep loyal. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a motherfucker like that riding for you like that on your team, that's a good motherfucker to have on your team. So that nigga Jesus pimping. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get like him one day. You feel me? But you know, I need more motherfuckers riding for me. I got a lot of motherfuckers riding for me, so we ain't gotta go there. But yeah, again, this is the book where you can find this nigga's letters. This is where the letters are. Okay, again, this was the source from Wikipedia. Let me back it up one time for you so you can see what I was reading. Because, like I say, I love bringing sources, man. We're not even about to play. Wikipedia has some amazing sources. I didn't even have to, you know, do too much going outside of Wikipedia. I did a little bit. I got some shit that Wikipedia ain't gonna show you though. You feel me? I got some sources Wikipedia won't show you from motherfuckers who was alive at that time documenting what was going on. That's what's gonna fuck you up. If the letters that he wrote himself don't fuck you up, and I got a couple more. You know what I'm saying? He wrote a couple more to a couple other guys. You know what I'm saying? This guy was a poet. You know what I'm saying? I don't knock him because, you know, I remember my first girlfriend. Look, I was writing poems and shit. I was writing. This was like the internet first came out. You know what I'm saying? We had AOL, America Online. I was writing poems and shit. You know, I used to do music and shit. So that's where my music started. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he was a motherfucking poet. This nigga was writing love letters to other men. We don't got no love letters to him and his wife, though. That's one thing we don't got. You know what I'm saying? So everybody who be trying to defend them, they don't pull none of that shit up. I mean, it's really nothing to defend. I don't even understand why somebody will argue at this point. Like I could have already ended the podcast 2 slides ago. But like I say, we got 3 other guys that this guy slept with. So let me keep it moving because I do got to go to work in the morning. Over here taking all day. Where was I at? Okay, right here. Lennox in these letters says he gave up his family. Oh, no. That's not where I was at. I was right here on the source. So I'm showing you. Am I going the right way? Nope. Boom. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay. Using original letters, primarily from the British Library and the National Library of Scotland, David Bergern creatively argues that James's correspondence with certain men in his court constitutes a gospel of homoerotic desire. Bergeren grounds his provocative study on an examination of the tradition of letter writing during the Renaissance and draws a connection between homosexual desire and the letter writing during that historical period. King James, commissioner of the Bible, translation that bears his name, corresponded with 3 principal male figures: Esme Stewart of Lennox, Robert Carr of Somerset, George Villiers of Buckingham, Esme Stewart, and Esme Stewart. Oh no, I already read that. But so that's 3 people right there that this book covers. And I cover those 3 people here too. A lot of books cover this. Again, if you type this in on your Google search, it's never gonna stop popping up because there's so much shit on this. You know what I'm saying? If you watching this right now, it's probably gonna keep popping up on your ass, and you don't know why. A bunch of Jesus gay shit. You just gonna keep seeing it, or King James gay. It's gonna keep popping up on your shit. You're gonna be like, dang, everybody doing videos about this now. Like, no, you just happen to tune into one, and if you like this, now that you're gonna keep seeing them because it's a lot of shit out about this shit. It's like we just was tuned out of the algorithm. and this shit weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the scholarly conversation. This is the debate amongst, you know, the scholars. Again, this book right here is from the University of Iowa Press. This ain't nobody trying to slander this man. Again, they always say that their arguments are academic. It's nothing political. You know, they have nothing against Christianity. So, yeah. Let me keep it moving. Okay. So, the Duke journeyed back to France, but kept secret correspondence with James. Lennox in these letters says he gave up his family to dedicate myself entirely to you. He prayed to die for James to prove the faithfulness which is engraved in my heart, which will last forever. The former Duke wrote, whatever might happen to me, I shall always be your faithful servant. You are alone in this world, whom my heart is resolved to serve. And would to God that my breast might be split open so that it might be seen what is engraven therein. This guy was a poet, I told you. You know what I'm saying? And you ladies know what them jail letters be sounding like. You got to remember, King James was locked up. They kidnapped him for 10 months and made this nigga leave. This nigga was a fucking pedophile, child molester preying on King James. This nigga was 13. You feel me? Let me read that again. Whatever might happen to me, I shall always be your faithful servant. You are alone in this world, whom my heart is resolved to serve. And would to God that my breast might be split open so that it might be seen what is engraven therein. Woo! That's some fire. That is some fire. Ladies, tell me y'all ain't getting wet right now. Tell me, y'all wish a nigga write some shit like that to y'all. This nigga King James got other niggas writing to him like, come on. You don't write no fire like that. Come on. That's some fire. All right, let's keep it moving. Let me keep it moving. James was devastated by the loss of Lennox. In his return to France, Lennox had met a frosty reception as an apostate Catholic. The Scottish nobles had thought they would be proven right in their convictions that Lennox's conversion was artificial when he returned to France. Yeah, they made him leave too because they were saying, like, you a different type of Christian than us. Like, you gotta go. Like, we're not really fucking with you. Or he was a Catholic or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me not, don't quote me on that because now I'm getting him and the other guy confused for real. Instead, the former Duke remained, okay, it says it right here, Presbyterian, but died shortly after, leaving James his embalmed heart. Okay. And there's a number 18 after that. So let's see what it says after number 18. Who leaves somebody their embalmed heart? His cousin, who he was supposed to be fucking, left him his embalmed heart. I didn't even know they was embalming hearts back then, bruh. I didn't even think they had toothpaste back then. You know what I'm saying? Where the fuck? He had that saucy Santana bussy. Busting that bussy open. I said that shit on my last one. This shit is getting wild. You know, and the more you read, the more you know. So you can't be deceived. And that's what this is about. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I'm not bashing. I got love for everybody, man. I should break this down into 3 parts, but I'm about to finish this shit, man. I'm having fun. Fuck it. Let me keep it moving. Okay. James had repeated. Oh no, I'm supposed to show y'all that source for that he left him the embalmed heart and that he was missing this nigga and all of that shit. Because we got a source for that. Number 18. I swear I pulled up all the sources. That's number 17. Number 18. Yeah, it says it right here. Homosexuality and Civilization by Lewis Crumpton. Yeah. Yeah. This is the cover for that. Okay. And this is put out by Cambridge University. Okay. So this book right here that says he left him his embalmed heart and that he missed him and they was fucking is put out by Cambridge University. So don't argue with me, argue with the college. Argue with these peer-reviewed sources. Because what we not gonna do is bring belief to a fact fight. That's what we not gonna do. That's what we not gonna do. Okay? And that's what a lot of y'all try to do. A lot of y'all just roll with what feels good. Y'all bounce from denomination to denomination. This shit makes no sense. You know, what's going on? Talk to me. You know what I'm saying? My inbox is open. Come talk to me. Please. Please. I'm gonna keep it moving. So yeah, this is the cover. Let me go back. Okay. Already read all of that. Already read all of that. Let me go forward. Okay. I said James was devastated by the loss of Lennox. In his return to France, Lennox was met by a frosty reception as an apostate Catholic. The Scottish nobles had thought they would be proven right in their convictions that Lennox's conversion was artificial when he returned to France. Instead, the former duke remained Presbyterian and died shortly after, leaving James his embalmed heart. Source number 18. Keep reading. James had repeatedly vouched for Lennox's religious sincerity and memorialized him in a poem called Antrade of the Phoenix, which likened him to an exotic bird of unique beauty killed by envy. Again, that's the same source number 18. Homoerotic homosexuality and civilization. Okay. So all of that comes from this source. I'm reading it off of Wikipedia, but they give the sources at the bottom. So I'm bringing the sources, and these are peer-reviewed sources. This ain't no bogus bullshit. This argument's been around longer than you motherfuckers have been alive. So for you just to come around saying they don't know what they're talking about just off some belief, and it was what somebody told because it wasn't what they taught you at your Baptist church. You niggas need, that's not how history works. Okay? And the shit's, it's disgusting at this point. It's not how history works. It's not the methodology of learning when it comes to this shit. Okay? Let's keep it moving. I went the right way too. Yeah, there's some freaky motherfuckers, man. Okay. Richard Preston. This is another motherfucker he was supposedly have slept with. There wasn't a lot of information on this. I'll still read you the paragraph though. Richard was born the third son of Richard Preston Whitehill in Mid-Lyothan. There still was documentation for this though. So again, I didn't bring any rumors up. Near Edinburgh, his family was gentry of the Edinburgh area owned by Craig Miller Castle in the late 16th and early 17th century. His family placed Richard the Younger as a page in the King's Court in Edinburgh, where he is mentioned in that capacity in 1591. Okay. Richard the Page gained the king's special favor in 1580s through 1590s after Lennox's departure. So after his cousin left, it says he started favoring this guy Richard. When James succeeded the English throne as James I in 1603, Richard accompanied him to England and was knighted at the king's coronation in London on the 25th July of 1603. Okay, again, so another motherfucker he's fucking who he promotes. Again, I told you this is an ongoing thing too. Everybody this nigga was sleeping with and kept getting caught in the bed. He about to get caught in the bed with a motherfucker too. I'm about to show you all that too. So not only do we have handwritten letters, we have handwritten letters for somebody who caught him in the bed with another motherfucker. And they're telling on him. You know what I'm saying? And then we actually have his response too to that. So, you know, I'm just thinking, where do we go as a community with this information? You know, people are like, well, why are you bringing it? You know, who how was that helping people? Well, one, not believing in a fairy tale written by somebody who they wouldn't even consider an authority over them in any way, shape, or form, or a moral figure based on their own recreational activities. You know, this information may be vital to them. It was vital to me. It was more confirmation for me not to teach this to my children. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, this shit is corrupted. This shit is weird. I knew it was some weird shit going on with this shit. And I mean, ever since a child, the contradiction stuck out to me. I was never one for circular reasoning and going in a circle. Shit had to make sense. So, you know, yeah, let me keep it moving. Richard DePage gained the king's special favor. I already read that. When James ascended the king, okay, he already promoted this motherfucker to coronation in London on the 25th July of 1603 at the old elaborate ceremony that included the bathing of the new knight. He then was made groom of the privy chamber. Okay, privy means it's a need to know. So, yeah, if you need to know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. You know, so who was privy to this? The people that needed to know. You know, it's out now though. We got the screenshots, baby. But yeah, so it's this is the same thing as Lord of the Bedchamber, where I showed you he was in charge of grooming and dressing this nigga. You know, so after King James had gotten preyed on, he started preying on other motherfuckers. In 1607, Richard was appointed constable of Dingwall Castle in Scotland. He brought the Barney Dingwall on the 8th of June, 1609. The king created him Lord Dingwall. Like again, there wasn't much on this. In London, the king met in 1608 Robert Carr, who became his favorite and seems to have supplanted Lord Dingwall now as he was now in that role. So yeah, Robert Carr is who we got coming up next though. Robert Carr was somebody who he was very, 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 very fond of. You feel me? You feel me? Extra emphasis on the very. And you're gonna see why. You know. In 1609, Preston attended the Ascension Day tournament and presented the pageant of an artificial elephant designed by Indigo Jones, which made his way slowly around the tilt yard. And again, if you read these sources, they give a little more insight into this. The general reading didn't give much, but it wasn't no wow factors on this one. But it was on the Wikipedia, so I wanted to go ahead and breeze through that because it's just another name, And if you may find more information on your search than I did on mine. You feel me? Because I hope everybody takes this and does their homework. I don't want anybody, don't believe nothing I'm saying. Take everything with a grain of salt, one ear and not the other. You feel me? And take it and research it on your own time and see what you come up with. You know what I'm saying? And see if this shit resonates with your soul. And if it doesn't, get rid of it. If it does, keep rocking with the book. You know? That's not up to me. If it helps you, and then if it, again, I'm not bashing. I'm bashing in an attempt to wake people up. But if this shit generally helps you get through the day, then keep rocking with it, man. I hope you don't even check this podcast out. I hope you already tuned out of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Most of y'all are already smart enough to do that. Most of y'all know where y'all cognitive dissonance in and y'all common sense actually starts. And y'all will leave me the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? Most of y'all do that. Some of y'all still ain't learned. They keep like bumping y'all head up against the wall, until y'all end up finding out, like, damn, this motherfucker, I don't speak about shit that I haven't studied. I'll tell you I don't know. So that way you can educate me and I'll take that and I'll do my studies and see where that shit leads me. You can give me, names and things to look up and I'll go from there. I'm not going, even if I feel a certain type of way, I'm not going to say, you know, anything because I've already had to unlearn everything that I learned in 12 years of high school. I had to unlearn all of that history. I had to unlearn a lot of the science. You know what I'm saying? Not too much of the mathematics, but you know what I'm saying? I'm understanding different forms of mathematics now, where it's like, okay, I'm realizing that we were programmed into a certain something. You know what I'm saying? Because there's different forms. And that's a whole other podcast in itself. I don't want to get sidetracked on that. Don't let me confuse you with that. But I'll give you a basic example right now. If you're over 30 and you have children, the math you were doing, your kids aren't doing right now. They're doing different division and multiplication. The way they break up the table in the chart. So just, that's basic right there. That's a different form of mathematics. You know what I'm saying? So just remember this Western society system and all of that is just what it is. It's a system. And once you recognize that, you recognize that there are other systems that, you know what I'm saying, have been at play and operated very effectively. You know. Just because we switched over to this one didn't mean that they didn't know what they were doing. That's just what comes with colonization and assimilation. So I was somewhere in here, and if you're still in here, hit that bell so that way you get a notification every time I go live. Hit that heart, hit that like button. I'm not done though. There's more. Let's get into it. Let me get back to my slideshow. Okay. Robert Carter first, Earl of Somerset. I say that like one of the characters off Martin from back in the day. Where my drink at? Man? I need something to drink. Let me hit my water one time. Okay. A few years after the controversy over his relationships with Lennox faded away, he began a relationship with Robert Carr. Okay. And you see the number 26 after Robert Carr. So let's see the source. The source. Number 26. Homosexuality and Civilization by Lewis Crumpton. Again, who put this book out? Let's go back and see. This was put out by the Cambridge University. Okay. So this is Cambridge University right here saying that he had a relationship with Robert Carr, first Earl of Somerset. Okay. Peer review sources, man. Source up or shut up. Let me keep it moving. Okay. In 1607, at a royal jousting contest, the 20-year-old Carr, the son of Sir Thomas Carr or Kerr of Farnhurst, was knocked from his horse and broke his leg, according to Thomas Howard, first Earl of Suffolk. Okay. So this is another Earl, but this is from Suffolk, not Somerset. And we're going to get into, remember that name, Thomas Howard, first Earl of Suffolk. Okay. James fell in love with the young man. And as the years progressed, showered Carr with gifts. Again, remember I told y'all that this was an ongoing theme with him. He would fall in love with a motherfucker, bless him with gifts, and then promote him within the ranks of, give him a job pretty much and put that nigga on. So right there, we see number 27. So let's go to see the source that says that he showered him with gifts. You know what I'm saying? That's source number 26. Source 27 is from A History of England, Personal Monarchy, Henry VII to James II, 1485 through 1688, by J. Frank Bright, Forgotten Books. Okay. Okay. So this is where you can get this from. The first of his favorites, and this is just what Wikipedia shows up when you hold your mouse over the number 27, which was the source for saying that he fell in love with him and showered him with gifts. It says the first of his favorites was Robert Carr, for whom the king acquired a peculiar affection while he was lying wounded from an accident in a tournament. Carr had been his page in Scotland, and the king, feeling a natural interest in him, visited him and fell in love with his beauty. Already before the death of Cecil the presents he received to win the king's favor had made his fortune. His royal lover had made him Earl of Rochester and Knight of the Garter. A History of England by James Frank Bright, page 597. Okay, so this is where you can find this shit on page 597, where you say he showered this nigga with gifts, fell in love with him when he fell off the horse, yada 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 yada. Okay, more sources and documentation. So don't tell nobody that I ain't coming through with that, because that's what I do. You feel me? Okay. Carr was made a gentleman of the bedchamber. And again, I showed y'all what a gentleman of the bedchamber was. That's somebody who motherfucking was in charge of him getting dressed, who was in charge of him coming, who got in his bedroom and in charge of his closet and offered him companionship. You know what I'm saying? They always slide that little weird shit in at the end. Okay. And he was noted for his handsome appearance as well as his limited intelligence. He was also made a Knight of the Garter and Privy Councillor and Viscount Rochester. His downfall came through Frances Howard, a beautiful young married woman. Upon Rochester's request, James stacked a court of bishops that would allow her to divorce her husband in order to marry Rochester. As a wedding present, Rochester was created Earl of Somerset. Okay. In 1615, James fell out with Somerset. In a letter, James complained, among other matters, that Somerset had been creeping back, and this is in quotations, creeping back and withdrawing yourself from lying in my bedchamber, notwithstanding my 100 times earnest soliciting you to the contrary. And that he rebuked James more sharply, bitterly than ever. My master, what is that word? Boshing and durst do. Okay, let's see what that is. That's number 28. Man. Let's see what this source is talking about. Number 28. Oh, number 28, Homosexuality and Civilization by Lewis Crumpton. And this is Cambridge University. Cambridge University, y'all. So Cambridge University talking about, he wrote this nigga a letter, like, nigga, complaining, like, nigga, why did you stop coming to my bedchamber at night after I kept soliciting you and trying to get you to come? And you keep not coming. You feel me? That bothered him. At this point, public scandal erupted, and the underkeeper of the tower revealed the Somerset's new wife had poisoned Sir Thomas Overbury, his best friend who had opposed the marriage. Though Somerset refused to admit any guilt, his wife confessed, and they were both sentenced to death. The king commuted the sentence. Nevertheless, they were imprisoned in the tower for 7 years, after which they were pardoned and allowed to retire to a country estate. So this is some soap opera love triangle shit. These niggas is gay, motherfucker poison the motherfucker. The shit getting real wild, y'all. It's getting real wild. And you see why. These wives, like Avi Bey was saying, they mad. They was salty. This nigga taking all this dick. Nigga, if anybody's supposed to be taking it, it was supposed to be her. What is going on here? What is going on? This is a complete imbalance of society, and this is why we have this whole patriarch right now society. Uh, like, I don't agree with taking the woman out the Holy Trinity. I don't agree with there being no female energy in this whole book. The shit's weird to me. You know what I'm saying? You need female energy to balance the whole situation. One female in a house of 10 men will balance the whole situation. It could be 10 niggas about to tear their fucking heads off in the house. And if a queen walk in, she ain't even got to say nothing. Niggas would be like, oh shit, stop. Everybody will quit for a second while she in the room. Niggas will stop trying to kill each other and play innocent. Like, I wasn't doing nothing. For her. Because they know that shit is stupid for real. But it takes a female presence or some female energy in the room for you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit calculated by design. That's why I definitely believe in the higher power. And I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you said he was tricking. King James was definitely a tricking ass nigga, man. I guess it ain't tricking if you got it. He was the king. You feel me? So, I don't know. I came on here. Most people thought I was coming on here to bash this guy. I'm coming on here defending him. He was molested as a kid. You know what I'm saying? His cousin fucking molested him at 13. After rereading this shit, I feel bad for him now. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna clown him for spending all this money and doing all that shit, but he got it. He the king. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? It's something that he's missing inside himself. Probably going through somewhat of an identity crisis. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just thinking about Paul's gay letters of him being a whole repressed gay man and how it being taboo. You know what I'm saying? To be a believer and still practicing in those things. You know what I'm saying? And now Uwe Avabe's even got me thinking about how did they balance that shit when that shit was a regular thing in culture? I mean, I guess the same way people balance it today. They just don't give a fuck. Either you doing that or you gonna go to the church where they say that shit is evil. My whole thing is fuck that book. You live your life as long as you not hurting nobody and you treating everybody with love and respect and you about peace. And you know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna come to you and you gonna be cool. You know what I'm saying? I'll write a little up about how I felt when James was handling it. Yeah, he was going through it, man. He had to be going through it, man. They not gonna tell you that. That's just me reading into it now. Now I feel bad for King James. He was molested at 13. Like, you know, I can't even at that point. It's fucked up for him. You know what I'm saying? Let me finish this though. Where was I at? Okay. James stacked a court of bishops that would allow her to divorce her husband and to marry Rochester. Okay, I already read all of that. They were in prison. Let's keep it moving. Boom. And that was from Homosexuality and Civilization. Okay. This is the book called The Letter of King James, the sixth and the first. Okay. And you can look in this. This is all letters from King James. Okay, I can't make this up. This is on This is on Amazon. You can go buy this. You know, I'm bringing y'all sources. I'm showing y'all where the documentation is, so that way y'all can get this. I'm not hiding nothing. These ain't my theories. These ain't my arguments. Okay. Let me put myself on the bottom. No, I kind of like myself over there. Make myself big. Okay. Later, James fell in love with a poor young Scotsman named Robert Carr, and we were just reading about Robert Carr. The king leans on Carr's arms, pinches his cheeks, smooths his ruffled garment, and when he looks upon Carr, directs his speech to others. Thomas Howard, Earl of Suffolk. And remember, I told you, Thomas Howard, remember that name? That was the motherfucker. Let me go back. Let me show you. He wrote this in a letter in 1611, documenting what he saw with King James and Robert Carr. Okay. I told you this little love triangle shit was getting weird, man. And remember, the motherfucker got poisoned because of that shit. The same relationship. So it was a lot going on back then. You feel me? According to Thomas Howard, first Earl of Suffolk, James fell in love with a young man. As the years progressed, he showered Carr with gifts. And that was from Homosexuality and Civilization. Now, this is from another book, The Letters of King James, where they're saying the same thing about the same guy. Now, we could discredit these accusations if it was one guy. I could see us just sweeping it under the rug. I could see us sweeping it under the rug if we didn't have any letters from King James or any documentation. But we have letters from more guys than Bill Cosby around this bitch. And he didn't have to slip nothing in nobody's drink to get him to sleep with him, okay? King James was that nigga around that bitch, I guess. You feel me? And that's crazy that I forgot to bring up the knight's right and the first knight's like honor, because there was a thing that said the king got to sleep. Like if you married a woman, the king had the right of sleeping with her first, and that was like the law of the land. But King James was using it to sleep with men, and I'm gonna show you that too. That's really gonna fuck you up when you read this letter. So yeah. Again, we right here. Okay. King leans on Carr's arms, pinches his cheek, smooths his ruffled garment, and when he spoke upon Carr, directs his speech to others. That's another thing that I read. Like, what the fuck? When he looks upon Carr, he directs his speech to others. Do you know how weird that is? Have you ever seen somebody so in awe and so in love with somebody? They're talking to you, but they're looking at them and they won't even look in your direction. So you ask them something, they're like, yes, today was a great day. But they're looking right here and you're over here somewhere. Yeah, I had a ball. You know, bitch, I'm over here. You so in love that you can't even take your eyes off this motherfucker to answer my question. So that's what he was saying that Carr did to this motherfucker King James. He was saying that when he spoke, that when he looks upon Carr but directs his speech to others, that shit was super weird to me. Like, oh yeah, these niggas was in love. Ain't no fucking mystery. Ain't nobody, man, look, you can't document it like that unless it was happening like that, man. And who's making up these rumors in 1611? You got beef with motherfuckers and they slander you as a homosexual in 1611? That's when this letter came out, bruh. So let's say it is all fake. What, you had beef with them niggas in 1611 and they was making up lies about you way back then? Stop it, man. Come on. Anyway, Carr eventually ended the relationship, after which the king expressed his dissatisfaction in a letter to Carr. I'll leave out of this reckoning your long creeping back and withdrawing yourself from lying in my chamber, notwithstanding my 100 times earnest soliciting you to the contrary. Remember that, since I am king, all your being, except your breathing and soul, is from me. Talk about possessive and controlling. You feel me? Talk about possessive and controlling. Talk about possessive and controlling. You ain't seen a love quarrel till you seen two gay motherfuckers fighting in the streets. Them motherfuckers beating each other up like motherfucking gorillas. Two strong ass motherfuckers. Passionate and love fighting. Worse than any fucking man and female fight you could ever see. You don't want to see that. That's scary. Motherfuckers kill some shit. Don't y'all go out here trying to take this video and use it to start bullying gay people, because that's not what this shit is about. Okay? And I want y'all to hear me. This shit is not about bullying gay people. This shit ain't about none of that. I'm not with none of that shit. Don't use my shit for none of that. Okay? I may be on here cracking some little jokes. That's what I do. I'm a comedian, but at the end of the day, I love everybody. Okay? Not in the way that King James and Jesus did that I showed you last week. If you caught my episode, Jesus was gay. Go check that out. I brought sources and documentation as well. Um, I don't love everybody, and purely platonic. It's purely platonic when I'm telling y'all I love everybody. And if I see anybody in a horrible situation, I will help them out. I don't care what your sexual orientation or background. I really don't even care if he was Christian or none of that shit. As long as you ain't pushing that shit on me. You feel me? And if you pushing it on the people, then I'm gonna leave you alone too. If you just a Christian who just mind his business and living his life, but you kind of believe in that because you was taught it, yeah, I'll fuck with you. If I see you actively repping that shit, it's gonna be hard for me because it's a spiritual war going on. And I was explaining to somebody like, it ain't no going backwards. You feel me? The age of information is here. We not about to unlearn what we learned. You feel me? It's too late. Like, so, because religious people think like all this shit is a phase and a fad, and eventually it's gonna fade out. Like, how? You about to take the internet away? You about to take books away? It was already here before the internet. I'm showing videos and tape recordings of people from before the internet. I'm showing Bobby Hemmett. I'm showing Phil Valentine. I'm showing Walter Williams. I'm showing audios, greats. You know what I'm saying? And the list goes on. There's more than that. You know what I'm saying? And if I forgot anybody, trust me, I'm on my studies. You can shoot me any names if you think I should check somebody out, though. But you know, again, this shit ain't a phase or a fad. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no going back. We not about to lose this information no more. The age of information is here. We in the age of Aquarius. It's time to shed our old ways. It's time to live in the age of knowing, not believing. You feel me? It's time to know. Let me keep it moving and stay focused though. Damn, it's 1:15. Oh, I've been going hard. Okay. Well, fuck it then. Let me turn up then. Okay. So this is in the letter to King James. He said, remember that since I am your king, all your being, except your breathing and soul, is from me. Okay. And down here, you can see the letter to King James, University of California Press. Okay. This is where this source is from. And then you can also see the other source. Like, again, we brought the sources. This is University of California. This is motherfucking, this is who's putting these peer reviewed sources out. I'm not bringing you no bullshit when I tell you King James is gay. This ain't even my argument. I just stumbled across this shit and I couldn't believe it my damn self. Okay. But I am going to crack my jokes along the motherfucking way. You feel me? Because if this shit gonna be, if everything is fucked up, then fuck it, I might as well laugh along the way. You know what I'm saying? I might as well laugh. I might as well. You got to remember, laughter is love and laughter is healing. Laughter is a healing frequency. So sometimes you got to just laugh at the bullshit because it's just fucked up out here. Like, what are we gonna keep doing? Being sad? I'm transmuting that shit. Let me transmute, okay? And take it as that. Um, let me keep it moving. Oh, again, these sources right here for this shit, you know, University Press, 1984. Also see Royal Family and Royal Lovers, King James of England and Scotland, University of Missouri Press. And I'm going to show you that book right now just so you can see what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? Because I care about y'all. Again, Letters of King James. This is $85 book. You know, they're going to make the books that got the good shit cost a couple dollars. You feel me? But you can go get these Letters of King James. This shit is free. I mean, it's not free, but it's out there. And here was the other book that the source came from. Royal Family, Royal Lovers, King James of England and Scotland. Okay? This is by Burgeon David M. And it's put out by the University of Missouri. This is the publisher. The Stop Playing. I'm just bringing y'all peer-reviewed shit. I didn't bring y'all no bullshit. I didn't bring y'all no rumors. I didn't bring y'all no weird-ass TikTok videos. I didn't bring y'all none of that shit. I just went to Wikipedia and started there. I got a couple sources and some shit that ain't on Wikipedia though. You're gonna laugh at, and you're gonna be like, "Dang, this shit crazy, man. It's got to be true. It's just too much. Why is everybody saying this shit?" Okay, this book right here, "The Lion and the Throne." James's sexual orientation was so widely known that Sir Walter Raleigh joked about it in public, saying, King Elizabeth had been succeeded by Queen James. This nigga is funny. This is Catherine D. Bowen, The Lion and the Throne, okay? And she's a world-renowned, award-winning writer. You know what I'm saying? For her works. Look her up. Look her up and just see how many awards she won. I ain't playing. You don't get awards if you don't know how to fucking do your job. You know what I'm saying? I'll take that back. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about how many people that got awards for Russiagate. You know what I'm saying? And writing all them stories about Donald Trump being a Russian, Pulitzers and all that bullshit. And that shit was made up too. I digress. It's another topic for another podcast. Okay. Where am I at? Another one. Mary Queen of Scotland's Downfall, The Life and Murder of Henry Lord Downlery. Okay. Remember I told y'all that the chick poisoned her husband because it get deep. Okay. James, age 13, was completely starstruck by these new arrivals. After being brought up by dour Presbyterians and a rough-hewn bunch of nobles, he suddenly appeared from the schoolroom to find a group of charming, well-traveled, well-educated, attractive men. He was fascinated by them. Welcoming his release from the reformist nobility's stranglehold, the attraction of these personable and worldly quarters was a breath of fresh air, and they quickly played on his sensibilities. These new favorites, I hate how they put these favorites. You see how they put it in quotations? Why don't they just say boyfriends? You see how they try to soften the language for y'all, so it's more hearable to the Christian ear? Because I don't need y'all to put favorites in quotation. I know he was gay, and I can say boyfriends. These niggas is, but you see how they do this shit? I'm just showing you. This how they do y'all. Because they know y'all so sensitive to this shit. Man, keep it moving, man. That just pissed me off that they put favorites. I'm like, why do they keep putting favorites in quotations? This is in the book. Okay. Anyway, well-educated, attractive men. He was fascinated by them, welcoming his release from the reformist nobility stranglehold. The attraction of these personable and worldly quarters was a breath of fresh air, and they quickly played on his sensibilities. The new favorites were the key to free him from the shackles of the curse of his schoolroom. Within a month of Esme's arrival, James had agreed to leave Stirling and to take his place at Holyrood, where Esme reorganized the court and his household on the French model. Let me take myself off the screen so y'all can see this. Okay, I want y'all to be able to read along with me, because this shit get deep. You know this, it's right here at the bottom paragraph. There was more to James's relationship with these favorites. Again, favorites. Than kicking the kicking against his religious upbringing. Their charisma provided a sensual stimulus for him that he was Let me make this a little bit bigger for me. With these favors, then kicking against his religious upbringing, their charisma provided a sensual stimulus for him that he was not to enjoy with his interfering and insensitive wife, Anne of Denmark. And it's funny. It's funny that Uwe Avabe remembered that. That's how I know she really was paying attention to this shit, because that's his wife. So he's paying more attention to these men, and it's funny that she said that shit. Like, you niggas be out with y'all niggas all day, and y'all come back, and we be like, nigga, what is y'all gay and stuff? She like, half the time it don't be a joke. Like, that should be for real, and niggas just doing so much. You gotta. I'm like, dang, she was talking like she done been through some shit. I'm not talking. I hope you haven't. You know what I'm saying? And if you have, I mean, it is what it is. But damn, that's fucked up. I didn't know it was like that. And again, it's because I'm not in part of that community, so I don't see that shit. Like, I'm only gonna see, you know, that shit is right past me. I guess I look right past it. Maybe it's like I don't. She said it's a bunch of gay people out here. I don't see no gay people in Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? But maybe I'm not supposed to because I'm not gay. Maybe if I was gay, I would see gay people everywhere. Because you manifest your reality. So when you're looking for something, you're gonna see it. I'm not looking. I guess that's what I'm assuming. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, damn, that's crazy. Okay, yeah. Let me get back to this. Okay, they charisma. Okay, Anne of Denmark, when they married in 1589. Let me read that sentence again for y'all. The charisma provided a sensual stimulus for him that he was not able to enjoy with his interfering and insensitive wife, Anne of Denmark. Why they throw her under the bus like that, though? Insensitive and interfering. Interfering with what? It's homosexual activity? What was she interfering with? I don't get that. Okay. When they married in 1589, they provided the glamour that he lacked. And there can be little doubt that his homosexuality stemmed from his early attraction to the adronomous Esme. So they're saying like his homosexual attraction to other men came from his cousin who preyed on him when he was 13 years old. So they even note that in here. So that's good that somebody else noted that, you know what I'm saying, besides me. Um yeah, so this shit is real. This shit is real. Let's keep it moving. Well experienced in court circles in France, Esme took advantage of the sexual overtures of this vulnerable adolescent, 24 years his junior. See, hell yeah. I'm glad somebody else said some shit, man. I'm gonna be like, how come I'm the only motherfucker saying this motherfucker's a pedophile? Let me bring myself back on the screen. I'm like, how come I'm the only motherfucker that noticed that this motherfucker's a pedophile? Thank God somebody else read this shit too and wrote a whole book on the history about it and all that shit, peer review, and said, man, hold up. This nigga was 25 years older than this nigga, King James. This nigga was preying on this nigga when he was 13. King James really didn't even have I won't even call King James gay at 13. I'll say he was being molested by somebody who was gay. He doesn't become gay later until he starts to do it on his own, I feel like. But damn, that's scary. That's crazy. And this is whose Bible we're reading. And, we wonder why there are so many homosexual overtones throughout the whole text. From Paul to David, Jonathan, Saul, that's just to name a few. John the Baptist. Go check out my podcast I did last week on Jesus Was Gay. I cover all these characters. And the homosexual overtones that are prevalent throughout the text. And the pedophile overtones that are prevalent throughout the text. And we wonder why these motherfucking pastors and preachers and all that shit is touching these motherfucking kids. They living out what they reading, and y'all not realizing that because y'all are in denial that it's there. But it's a mystery to y'all why they keep touching these kids though. Y'all can't draw no connections. The connection I'm trying to draw for y'all want to throw out the window because it doesn't suit, it doesn't prop up your beliefs at the same time as condemning them. You feel me? It's kind of you feel like y'all are being condemned too at the same time. So y'all will be like, no, 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 that ain't it. That can't be it. It's another reason. Like, no, this is it. Like, go check out my podcast on at the end of my podcast on Jesus Was Gay. I go into how this correlates to what's going on today, and I'll show y'all the list of predators that have been released from the church that are out right now, still working with the church or working with kids in other places right now, still have an opportunity to prey on other children. You know what I'm saying? Um, and again, a lot of it's learned behavior, what they're doing, and predator. I don't even know the predator victim. I don't want to say prey. I don't like that word when I'm talking about this. Predator prey. It's a predator and a victim, you know. And then the victim ends up growing up and becoming a new predator sometimes. Not all of the time. I don't even know if it's most of the time. Maybe somebody could pull up some statistics for me in the chat and drop them in the chat for me and I'll show them on the screen. It's no shade, but trade stay exposed. Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? It do be a whole bunch of sex trade shit going on. When they be having them little sex rings, it do be sex rings popping up out here. Oh no, you talking about gay people though. I just saw you say sex, but trade. I'm thinking you talking about sex trade. I was gonna say it do be a bunch of females that be getting caught up in that whole sex ring shit and sex trafficking. And then I met a couple motherfuckers that had gotten locked up for like sex trafficking, and I realized like they was like, man, I wasn't even doing shit. They be telling me like, dude, like I had met this girl at the strip club. She told me she wanted me to be her pimp. Next thing I know, I'm getting locked up. She breaking me off money here and there. So they fell into the role, but they wasn't mistreating nobody or doing none of that. But if you're engaging in the act of trading sex for money in some places, that's just completely illegal. So now that's sex trafficking. You got to remember, if you trade drugs for money, it's drug trafficking. So if you trade sex for money, it's sex trafficking. And you don't have you could be sex trafficking women. It has the title has such a negative connotation. I thought these niggas was kidnapping them and doing all of this. He like, nah, it ain't like that. I'm like, damn, okay. So if you a pimp, you would get locked up for sex trafficking. And you may be, you know, like I say, I was in Miami and Atlanta. The pimps is different now. It's a whole new age of pimps. Like, I don't know. It's not. They didn't really seem like they was pimping. They was just kicking it, collecting money. There wasn't nobody to beef with. None of that weird shit. Like these niggas is strip club pimping. They got 4 or 5 females in a strip club, bringing them a bunch of money at the end of the night. Probably all living in one house. They may be from out of town and need shelter, and came out there trying to start a new life and got into, fell into it with him. But I guess that's how it starts. I don't know. They always paint them people as the victims, but you know, that's like locking up the drug dealer. And when these people made a choice to go out and get high, I don't know. They still have to have some accountability for the situation too. So I don't know. I don't know. But I know there are victims, and I know there's, don't paint what I'm saying as a narrative of everything, because I know there's exceptions to this rule. And I know there are people who are truly preyed upon and victimized. You know what I'm saying? My heart goes out to them. And you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep spreading awareness about that too. So anytime that shit comes up on the news, expect me to drop that shit. Let me get back into this because we almost finished. Almost up out of here on King James uh and his sexual affairs. You feel me? Let's keep it moving, man. Okay. It says, well experienced in court circles in France, Esme took advantage of the sexual overtures of this vulnerable adolescent, 24 years his junior. James would openly clasp him in his arms to kiss him, shocking of the reformist clergy who saw that. Hold on, let me put myself on the screen. Yeah, because this shit is getting real freaky. These niggas in public kissing, embracing, like it's nothing. But again, the nigga had power. So, okay. They provided the glamour that he, okay, I'm down here. James would openly clasp him in his arms and kiss him, shocking the reformist clergy, who saw that Esme went about to draw the king to carnal lust. And this is why they banished that motherfucker and made him go back home to France, okay? If y'all was paying attention earlier. While James showered him with offices and presents. By March 1580, the English ambassador Bowles was telling Elizabeth that Esme was called to be one of the secret council and carrieth the sway in court. So this motherfucker James promoted this nigga. Again, I told you this was a theme. By September, few or none will openly withstand anything that he would have forward. This is Robert Stedall, okay, from this book. I'm just showing you documentation and sources, man. Documentation sources. You know, look Robert Stedall up, another well-renowned author who's wrote numerous books on this topic and situation. You know, I didn't bring you nobody who was suspect. And none of that shit. You feel me? Let me keep it moving. Now, this guy right here, he was a fucking white Christian racist, okay? But he still told the truth about King James, nonetheless. You feel me? This book right here, James the First, by Otto J. Scott, okay? And in this one, it says King James was a known homosexual who murdered his young lovers and victimized countless heretics and women. His cruelty was justified by his divine right of kings. And if you know anything about divine right, you know that if you're the king, you were supposed to be able to do whatever you want because you're the king ordained by God. You know, you got to remember there wasn't really a separation between church and state at this time. So, and I almost want to look up divine right. Let me look up divine right one time because y'all gonna be surprised when I pull this up. Hold on, I had it pulled up earlier too. Got it right here. Divine Right of Kings, First Night. Okay, that's what it's called. Divine Right of Kings. First Night on Google. Okay. Now let me share my screen. When you type in, let me stop that screen share. Present. There you go, right there. Boom. Okay. Boom. I'm sure y'all can all see that. Let me make it a little bit bigger for y'all. Okay. Okay. I typed in Divine Right of Kings First Night. The phrase prima nocta, based on the Latin first night, is shortened and corrupted from just prima noctis, right of the first night. It generally names an ancient tradition in which all noble lords, whether kings or dukes, had the right to have sex with any of their female subjects, regardless of their will and or objection, is what it's going to say. This is what King James was using to sleep with other men. Okay. So he was using this divine right, saying, like, that's why in that letter he was like, your soul and your body belongs to me. You know, everything. No, he said everything but your soul belongs to me. Your breath, your body, all of that. He was saying that to the one guy. Like, this is because he was using this divine right of kings to go. He became, I told you, when the predators, when the victims, when victims go bad, they become predators. And they're just doing what was taught to them. It's not right. It needs to be stopped, but it's a pattern. Uh, it's not the whole situation. It's not everybody, but that's how a lot of this shit is been spreading around. People being victimized. So we need to spread awareness to that again. So yeah, it's fucked up. This nigga King James was taking the bussy, the boy butt. King James is out here forcing himself on people after being freaked upon by a cousin who was 25 years older than this nigga. We can't make this shit up. History's a lot more crazy than any story you can make up, man. Let me share my screen again. I was on. Boom. Okay, so we're here on James Otto Scott. He says King James I was a known homosexual who murdered his young lovers and victimized countless heretics and women. His cruelty was justified by his divine right of kings. Okay, so you can go read that in that book. Okay, now I don't even know how to say this guy's name. Erasmus. Okay, this is the guy who helped King James put the Bible together. Okay, although the title page of the King James Bible boasted that it was newly translated out of the original tongues, the work was actually a revision. Hold on 1 second. I gotta come on here. If you're still in here right now, hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that bell so you get a notification every time I go live. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm just seeing what y'all seeing. I can see myself. Perfect. Although the title page to King James boasted that it was newly translated out of original tongues, the work was actually a revision of the Bishop's Bible of 1568, which was a revision of the Great Bible of 1539, which was itself based on three previous English translations from the early 1500s. So the men who produced the King James not only inherited some of the errors made by previous English translators, but it invented some of their own. Okay? Desiderius, Derez Deshawn. No, let me quit playing. Okay. Desiderius Erasmus was a Christian humanist who collected Greek and Latin New Testament manuscripts and compared and edited them verse by verse, selecting what he considered to be the best variant passages until he compiled what came to be known as the Textus Receptus. Okay, go ahead and look these terms up. Don't be shy, y'all. Google is free. You are already paying your phone bill every month. Go ahead and use it. Okay. You Google all this stupid shit. Go ahead, Google this. Let's go. Okay, Textus Receptus. Early English translators of the Bible, like those mentioned above, were based on his Textus Receptus. Erasmus was also a monk whom some historians believe engaged in homosexual activities. Okay, well, I got both hands on that Bible. But without both King James and Erasmus, the most widely touted Bible in Christian history would never have been produced. The King James Version, or shall we say the KJV Bible. Okay, this is from Skip Church. This was an article from them. But yeah, when I went ahead and typed, I got this picture from Wikipedia. And then, I had to go ahead and Wikipedia this nigga. You know what I'm saying? And when you type him in on Wikipedia, yeah. They came with it. They verified everything, or I wouldn't even have this guy on here. They verified it. Okay. When you type this guy in, you go to ordination, type his name in, go to Wikipedia. Okay. Go down to ordination and monastic experience. While at Stein, Erasmus fell in love and formed a passionate attachment with a fellow canon, Servetus Rogerus. That's crazy how they freak them regular ass names. Rogerus, you don't need a US on the end of Roger. Okay. We gonna call him we gonna call him his name. Okay. And wrote a series of love letters. And what is it with these guys and these love letters back in the day? These niggas just couldn't wait to express their love for another man and write him a letter. This shit is, I guess, okay, cool, because now we got evidence of it. So, I can't be too upset, but damn, this shit is, these are supposed to be the forefathers and the people who helped bring us the King James Version of the Bible, though. I got a problem with this. I got a problem with this, and this is why this is not something I'm going to follow. Okay, again, he said, while at Stein, Erasmus fell in love and formed a passionate attachment with a fellow canon, Servetus Rogerus, and wrote a series of love letters in which he called Rogerus half my soul, writing that I have wooed you both unhappily and relentlessly. What? What? Hey, ladies, I know y'all wish y'all had a man write y'all a love letter like that. Y'all barely get a text back. And when a nigga do text back, he don't even respond to the whole paragraph. He only responds to the end of it. These gay niggas, y'all losing y'all men to the LGBTQ community. And y'all keep wanting to pump these men up and prop them up and put them out there. But these y'all are the ones losing out. I don't get it. Y'all stop. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. Okay, let's keep it moving. Wait, do I got a source for this? What's the source on this though? It says number 24 after his name. So let's see what that source is. Oh yeah, you know I got the source. Number 24. No, that's number 25. Okay, number 24 and number 25 are the same. Oh, this is number 24. Okay. A history of Christianity. So this is in the history of Christianity. It says this. Okay. And this is the guy who helped bring you the King James Version of the Bible with King James. This guy was a known homosexual as well. I can't make this shit up. And you see where we getting it from. Number 24. Dermade McCulkuch, A History of Christianity. A landmark in its field, astonishing in its range, compulsively readable, full of insight. It will have few, if any, rivals in the English language. Okay? That's the Archbishop of Canterbury saying that about this book. You feel me? So that's the source on this. That's the Wiki. So I'm reading from Wikipedia, but that's the source where they got it from. You see where it says number 24, number 25, and wrote a series of love letters. Number 25 was a different source, though. Yeah, number 25 was this, Queering in the Renaissance. This is by University Press. Duke University. Stop. Duke University, I love their basketball team. You feel me? So everybody know Duke. So we can't act like this is a college you don't even know. Everybody's hip to Duke University. 1994, Duke University Press, Queering in the Renaissance. Erasmus of Tigris, The Language of Friendship, Pleasure in the Renaissance Letter. Come on. Okay? We got this shit all documented. And this is the guy who helped put all those verses together for King James. This was the scholar he sought out to help bring this Bible forth. I bet you motherfuckers ain't know that. Whether you believe in his homosexual allegations or not. Christian scholars, look this man up. This correspondence contrasts with the generally detached and much more restrained attitude he showed in his later life. No mentions of sexual accusations were ever made of Erasmus during his lifetime. His works praise moderate sexual desire in marriage between men and women. Okay, that's fair enough. But the letters came out after he was gone. So we're not going to get past that. Who cares? Who cares? Motherfuckers. Okay. And again, peer review sources. I'm not bringing y'all no bullshit. Y'all can look this shit up right now. It's $31 for this book. Queering in the Renaissance offers a major reassessment of the field of Renaissance studies, gathering essays by 16 critics working within a perspective of gay and lesbian studies. The collection redraws the map of sexuality and gender studies in the Renaissance. Taken together, these essays move beyond limiting notions of identity politics by locating historically forms of same-sex desire that are not originating in terms of modern definitions of homosexuality and heterosexuality. And again, you got to remember, this shit was normal back then. They had all these bathhouses in Rome and in Greece. This shit was normal activity for the Romans and the Greeks, who recommissioned the Bible for us to have, not for us to have, for the sheep to have, not for me to have. And that's not an insult. This is an observation. Let's keep it moving though. Taken together, these essays move beyond limiting notions of identity politics by locating historical forms of same-sex desire that are not originating in terms of modern definitions of homosexuality and heterosexuality. The presence of contemporary history can be felt throughout the volume, beginning with investigation of the use of Renaissance precedents in the 1986 U.S. Supreme Court decision Brown versus Hardwick, to a piece of foundations of our national imaginary, and afterward. Fuck all that. I'm not about to read all that because it's late. But yeah, go get this book. Go get this book. I'm not getting it. I'm not spending $30 on it. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll add it to my collection. Because one day the internet might not be here, so I may have to go to different books to show people. Imagine the internet not being here and trying to go down this rabbit hole and having be like, hold on, I'm about to show you, and pull up with 20 books and having to go through these books and show people this shit. Man, thank God for the internet and quick reference searching. You could type in one word and I can see how many times that word is in this whole book and find it in 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? It speeds this whole scholarly process up. You still can't microwave the information though. You still have to actually read, but it just helps you source, helps you look, it helps you find shit. We'll keep it moving, okay? Another one, collected works of Erasmus, okay? University of Toronto. Everybody's talking about this guy as scholars, okay? We not coming with no bullshit. So a motherfucker can't say, oh, he's reading off Wikipedia. No, nigga, this is from the collected works of Erasmus, nigga, and controversies, nigga. The University of Toronto. What the fuck is you talking about? Stop playing with me like I hate when y'all do that shit. Y'all playing with me like I'm not intelligent enough to know the difference between a good source and a bad source. And then y'all try to discredit my shit without even looking at it, which is only an insult to you. I mean, it's cool though. I understand. This is how y'all stay on y'all bubble. Ignorance is bliss, and if that's what you want to do, more power to you, King. It's just not how I'm living. Okay. George Villiers, first Duke of Buckingham. Last guy on the list. Let's get into this. Finally at the finish line, man. I didn't think I was going to be up doing this shit this late. The last of James's favorites was George Villiers, the son of Liquor. I can't even pronounce that night. They had met in 1614 around the same time that the situation with Somerset was deteriorating. So he ain't even wait no time. On to the next one, On to the next one. Buckingham was described as exceptionally handsome, intelligent, and honest. In 1615, James knighted him, and 8 years later, he was the first commoner in more than a century to be elevated to dukedom. So he took this nigga from nothing to something. You feel me? He took this nigga from nothing to something. And it's funny because ladies, this is the type of man that y'all been praying for. But he's gay. It's funny. Y'all always say all the good ones is gay. I'm not. I'm a good one. I'm lying. I'm a dog. Don't trust me. You feel me? Don't let me get to lying to y'all. No, I don't. I mean, it depends on who you are and how you treat me. You get what you give with me. And I'm honest. I grew out of that lying and the females and all that weird shit, man. That shit just too much. Bring too much stress on myself. I'd rather deal with you being upset about the truth than you being mad at me about a lie. So that's how I'm rocking. But yeah, this is the guy that y'all have been waiting for. Y'all want this. Everybody wants that knight in shining armor to come save y'all. It was King James, but he's gay. He can't even do it. He's not even covered. He left his chick and he left her hanging. He kicking it with these gay ass niggas. Excuse my language. It's over with. And this is what we're passing on to the masses right now. Every jail cell you go in, every motherfucking hotel you go in, every motherfucking what else? Everywhere you go, it's a damn Bible. Who got the contract on the Bible? Putting all these Bibles everywhere. These motherfuckers gotta be rich. You feel me? Oh yeah, we forgot. It's Queen Elizabeth. She has the copyright on that. Yeah, let me finish this though, because we almost out of here, man. Okay. They met around 1614, around the same time that the situation of Somerset was deteriorating. Buckingham was described as exceptionally handsome. Can y'all see me on the bottom of the screen? Yep. Okay. He was the first person to be elevated to dukedom from a commoner. As Duke of Buckingham, although he had first been raised in sequence as Knight of the Garter, again, Knight of the Garter, he was in charge of the nigga underwear. That's what, you know what, everybody know what a garter belt is. Knight of the Garter. Come on, man. Come on, man. You're not even hiding the shit with these weird ass titles. The Duke of the Chamber Room and all, the Duke of the Bedroom. Man, all this shit is gay as, this shit gay, man. This shit gay. Gay. Happy. You know, so you two don't take me down. Gay means happy. But this shit is gay as hell. Okay? Um, and I don't believe that place exists, so don't take it that way. Let's keep it moving. As Earl of Buckingham, blah, blah, blah. Restoration of Anthorpe Hall, undertaken in 2004 and 2008, revealed a previously unknown passage linking the bedchambers of James and Villiers. So James and Villiers had a secret passageway from their bedrooms to each other so they could sneak back and forth at night. And he was fucking this nigga. Okay? And if you actually click this, it's going to show you, it shows you they actually did a restoration and found the chamber. Hold on one second. Okay, my bad about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry, I was over here drinking this water and this little drink. I had to go use the bathroom one time. I've been doing this shit. I don't even know how long I've been live. It's 2 in the morning. I think I started this shit like around 10 o'clock, man. I didn't think I was gonna take so long going in on King James. This was the craziest part, though. I just want to read y'all this last part, then we pretty much up out of here. Got my dog all over here. Okay. It says he knighted him. He was the first person to become a duke from a commoner. United him, made him King of the Garter, Earl of Buckingham, Viscount Villiers, then Marquis of Buckingham. Restoration of Anthorpe Hall showed that they had a motherfucking secret motherfucking passageway going from their bedrooms to each other so they could sneak back and forth to each other. Okay. Now, right here it says, let me put myself on the screen like this. I just like the way it looked like that. It said the king was blunt and unashamed of his avowal of love for Buckingham and compared it to Jesus's love of John. He says, I, James, am neither a god nor an angel, but a man like any other. Therefore, I act like a man and confess to loving those dear to me more than other men. You may be sure that I love the Earl of Buckingham more than anyone else, and more than you who are here assembled. So he loved him more than everybody who was there, he said. I wish to speak on my own behalf and not have it thought to be a defect, for Jesus Christ did the same, and therefore I cannot be blamed. Christ had his John and I have George. So again, Christ was fucking 14-year-old John the Baptist, he's saying, and he has his George, the Duke of Buckingham. You know, so don't blame him. He's living like Christ. Now, do you see how this type of behavior spreads? Now do you see why there's so many damn Catholic priests and all this weird ass shit touching people? And don't think it's just limited to Catholic priests, because people who get caught up doing shit and get kicked out of the Catholic Church end up falling down through the Christian denominations, untracked. Go check out my podcast, Jesus Proof Jesus Was Gay. I did it last week. And at the end of that podcast, I go over how many people actually got released, how many people are in the system that they can account for, how many people that they can't account for. And this is just off of the names that were released, though. 'Cause there's a lot of shit they still, a lot of priests wouldn't speak up and tell the truth about. There were a couple of priests who released names of people who committed some crimes and they took action, but there are thousands of pedophiles in the streets who the church kicked out, but they didn't release the document. Go look it up. Look it up on my podcast. You're gonna be shocked. You're gonna be like, damn, and it's gonna make you start to look around right now, like who's over my children, giving my children guidance. You know what I'm saying? Just watch your kids if they are in these spaces, man. Don't let your kids do no sleepovers at the church. None of that shit, man. None of that shit. Okay. It's just not safe at this point. And I'm sure there are good people out there, but with just the amount of bad seeds that we have amongst the bunch, it's just not worth your child having to go through that. You know what I'm saying? To experience whatever the fuck you think they might be missing out on. Let's keep it moving though. 17th century commentators such as poet Theophile de Viau, I don't know how you say that, wrote plainly about the king's relationship in his poem Ao Marquis de Bucaniquan. De Viau wrote Apollo with his songs Debat Young Hyacinthus, as well known that the King of England fucks the Duke of Buckingham. Okay, damn, that's number 32 is the source on that. So let's go see that. Oh, okay, that's from Royal Penelope. This is from this book. Oh, no, it's not. Does it say? I didn't pull up that source. Okay. Buckingham became good friends with James's wife, Anne of Denmark. That's crazy that he became friends with the wife. She addressed him in affectionate letters, begging him to be always true to her husband. In a letter, in a letter to James, Buckingham said, "Sir, all the way hither I entertain myself, your unworthy servant, with this dispute whether you love me now better than at the time which I shall never forget at Farnham, where the bed's head could not be found between the master and his dog." What? That's some freaky shit. They fucked the headboard off. What is he talking about? When James the first died in March 1625, I can't even see the bottom of that. Okay, go look that up. It gets real freaky in that book. Okay, okay. I'm almost up out of here, man. Now, this is another book you can go get, okay? In this book, it says when he revealed a sexual preference for men, falling in love with his cousin Esme Stewart and elevating him to a position of authority on the royal council, some of his nobles kidnapped James and kept him captive, banishing Stewart and controlling James's every move. After nearly a year, James escaped but continued to resent his jailers after he began to rule on his own behalf. At 17, he made a priority to bring the turbulent Scots nobles under control. Okay? And you can go read this in Royal Panoply, Brief Lives of the English Monarchs by Carl Erickson. Okay? And I'm not letting no damn Hebrew Israelite from motherfucking Cleveland, Ohio tell me shit about King James. I'm going to the English scholars. The fuck? You niggas don't know shit. Stop. Let's keep it moving, man. Y'all don't got no sources. Y'all just be going off emotion. Y'all argue off emotion. Y'all don't do the research. Step your scholarship up. Let's go. Okay. Banishing Stewart and control. Okay, I already read that. As he aged, James indulged his preference for handsome men, living apart from his wife. His doting fondness was part paternal, part erotic.
he called his favorite George Villiers sweet child and wife. Okay, so he called and referred to himself as your dear dad and husband. Okay, but to his courtiers, the sight of the aging, paunchy, balding monarch, who, according to one count observer, had a tendency to drool, leaning on his Paramis, was utterly repellent. Okay, so this is what it's saying in this book. The first of the king's minions was Robert Carr, groom of the bedchamber, who the king elevated to Earl of Somerset and appointed to Lord Chamberlain. After 6 years of his favor, royal gifts, Carr was brought low, accused of murder, and sent away from the court. Okay, so this is what they were saying when the one guy was like, he fucking kills his fucking boyfriends and all that weird shit, man. Or ruins them. He was saying some other shit. The second and the greatest favorite, royal favorite, the extraordinary handsome George Villiers, rose from the cupbearer to gentleman of the bedchamber and ultimately to Earl of Buckingham. So this nigga, King James, was taking niggas from nothing to something, man. Shit, crazy. Oh, weird, freaky ass nigga, man. And this is over here is a portrait of the first Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, to the right. Um, and I'm still reading from this same book right here. Okay. I love the Earl of Buckingham more than anyone else, James announced to his counselors, and more than you who are here assembled. I already read all that to y'all. That was on Wikipedia. This is just another book that's, showing this shit. Uh, the Royal Panoply, A Brief Life of the English Monarchs. Okay. You know, and again, the Duke of Lennox. This is his cousin and gay lover, the guy who was a pedophile who was preying on this nigga. This is a portrait of him. And it's funny for the people who say King James is black. That's his cousin, and that nigga's portrait ain't black. So I don't care what color you make this nigga. I don't care if you make King James green. King James was still gay. Okay, doesn't really matter. King James was gay. And, his first documented male favorite at the age of 13 was his older relative, Esme Stewart, the first Duke of Lennox. This is on page 226 and 227 of this book right here, Who's Who in Gay and Lesbian History, by Robert Aldrich and Gary Wolfsprung. Okay? And I'm bringing you peer-reviewed sources, documentation. Again, this ain't my argument, man. Argue with the documentation, man. And y'all really can't. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to suck this one up and chalk this one, baby. Um, I go to the NIV or something. I don't know what to tell y'all. A lot of y'all ain't gonna give it up. Y'all gonna give up the KJV, but y'all ain't gonna give up the whole book. But again, that's just a start. We gonna get there. We gonna get there. And this was titled "Proof King James Was Gay: Christianity Exposed" Part 2. I didn't come to play no games. I didn't come to play no games with y'all. I appreciate everybody who tuned in today. Thank you for tuning in. Let me make sure I ain't got no more slides left on this presentation. Going the wrong way. Boom. Nope. Some other shit. Pastor psychology. Something I thought I was going to explain on here, but I ended up not going into this article. There was this whole article I got off this website, Pastoral Psychology. It was an amazing article about this whole topic right here that I'm talking about. But instead, I just decided to bring you guys straight sources instead of going into this. But before I was going to go into that article, I was going to show you who pastoral psychology is and why they're a reputable source and exactly who they are. They're you can look them up and get a lot of good articles from there too. Pastoral Psychology was founded in 1950. It's one of the most well-established and respected journals in the field of psychology and religion/spirituality. Pastoral Psychology is an international forum that publishes scholarly, peer-reviewed, original articles that address varied aspects of religion and spirituality from physical, human science, and interfaith perspectives. So again, the key word there is peer-reviewed. They publish scholarly, peer-reviewed original articles. And you keep hearing me press the peer review. That's just to show you that my documentation,
has credibility today. But you know, sometimes the peer review process can work against you when presenting new ideas. Sometimes peer review doesn't work because they won't let you get new ideas in. You know, there has to be so much evidence that they can't tell you no. But I'm just thinking of different Egyptologists who come up with new discoveries that they won't let them talk about because it's not with the collective school of thought, you know, and it'll literally change the way we look at the world and history. So sometimes peer review can actually work against you. But, you know, situations like this is just to show you guys that my shit is credible. You know, it's not my argument. You guys have to argue with Cambridge University, Missouri University, Yale University. You know, you have to argue with these people. And if you go to college for religion and you cover King James, this is going to be a topic that you talk about. You can't get around it, and you can't just say, "Oh, that's fake and that's bogus." You can't say that in college. It doesn't work like that. So, you know, when you come to me with it, and I just, you know, don't pay you motherfuckers no attention, you understand why? You know, I don't take a lot of y'all too serious. You just aren't competent enough to have the conversation. You don't have enough integrity within yourself to admit, you know, when some bullshit's in your own shit. The same way I was able to do it earlier, you know, when Uyavabe was on here, I pointed out some shit like, you know what, hey, this doesn't make sense, but it's still how I think. But I'm able to recognize that that doesn't make sense. And I point that out, and you know, I don't go down that rabbit hole to try to explain shit to people about shit, certain shit about that shit, because I know I got limitations. You know, I just feel that I know it's just a way I feel. It might not make sense. It's just how I feel. But I recognize that, and I don't try to push that shit on nobody as, hey, these are the facts. Like that's when the shit gets twisted. When y'all start pushing feelings as facts. That's why y'all gets, you know, so much pushback from me. That's what I'm here for. Mr. Receipts in the building, man. I appreciate everybody for tuning in tonight, man. Shout out my sponsors. That's me. So go ahead and hit that Cash App up, man. Astro Vibe Tribe. Again, that's $ Astral, ASTRAL Vibe Tribe. Shoot me $1 or something, man. Let me know you was feeling this, man. Appreciate y'all. Have a beautiful night, a beautiful week. I'm gonna be tuning in tomorrow with articulate arguments, and we're gonna be talking about, are Christians worshiping the devil or God through the Bible? It's gonna be an interesting discussion. Um, you know, definitely tap in for that, and definitely make sure you go check out that part 1 of Christianity Exposed: Proof Jesus Was Gay. You know, you're gonna like that. Love y'all. Have a good week. See y'all soon.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning, yeah. My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood.
And we're back. And I dropped that link for y'all down there. Go ahead, pull up with your questions and comments. That was funny watching myself back, man. That was a 4-year-old video. Yeah, I ain't did a presentation in a minute, man. I done learned so much more since then. Yeah, I suggest a lot of y'all out there go back and check out your old information. I think it'd be a healthy exercise for everybody so they can see their growth. What ideas they still hold on to, what they've grown out of. Yeah. Pull up, Emmanuel. I see you in the comments. I see you in the comments, Emmanuel. Come get it out. Pull up. Yeah, man, that link is in the chat, man. Oli, how you feel about the presentation? Is you over there? Oli might have fell asleep, man. He might be in the comments. Oh, he is in the comments. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's your man's. That's your man's. KJV, baby. I don't got me a KJV. What I got me an Oxford University Press. I think it's the 5th edition with the Apocrypha. That's the Bible I got. I got a couple Bibles though, actually. I got another contemporary. I got one with the maps. Another college Bible with all these maps in it. A few Qurans. I got a lot of different texts over here, man. I've been reading over the years. I guess ain't nobody gonna hit that link and tell me they didn't like it, man. All right. I had a Hebrew come up here and say he was rocking with me, man. So that surprised me. Shout out to homie. I'm not gonna say his name. You might not want that attached to that, but he definitely came up here and said it. Like, I agree with you on both. I'm like, what? So yeah, that was fire. That was definitely fire. This cover I made is fire though. I put my foot into this cover though. Damn. You know, it was the Humble Mystic Watch Party. I told Humble, I'm like, man, I want you to watch one of my old videos, man. See how I be going in, man. And, you know, he had a little emergency, but yeah, he caught most of it. And I still feel the same way. And I'll stand on this argument if anybody wants to debate it. I haven't had a debate in a while. I'll debate this. Omar, wherever you at, you know. Gideon said he wanted to have a discussion with you on it, so he'll hold it down and I'll fall back. Yeah, I like Emmanuel's comment though. People can write a bunch of lies about you and put it in a book, but does that make it true? And it's like I'm going to apply that question to both sides. You know? The people that were documenting at the time, King James's own handwriting. You know, the letters that King James himself wrote, the words of his wife. This would, you know, not only would this, it's not just a lie. At this point, with all these people involved, it would be a conspiracy. How many people you need for conspiracy, y'all? How many people do you need for conspiracy right now? Let me look at that. I'm going to Google. I'm not about to play. How many people? Let me look in Ohio. No, let me just look on the feds. Federal law. Okay. Yeah, you know. What they say in the Bible, 3 or more witnesses, right? I mean, I think we could just leave it at that. I don't even need to look this up. I think we can leave it at 3 or more witnesses. And we definitely got more than 3 witnesses. Yeah, you only need 2 or more persons under federal law for a conspiracy. So yeah, it's definitely a conspiracy. You know? And you usually don't hear Christians saying too often that there's a conspiracy amongst scholars, and in that sense, that's more argument I hear against people using against Christians. But hey, you know, he saw the blade on the ground, he picked it up and used it. I like that. I like that. He all-star JR'd him with that one. You feel me? Free all-star JR. You feel me? But yeah. Heck of a show. Heck of a show. And I'm about to tap out of here, man. You know, I ain't here to teach and preach. This is just something we did for fun today, but run this ad. If you're not a member for $3.99, you need to go ahead and become one. For up to $3.99 a month, you get up to 4 free debates. Well, not free. You get up to 4 debates a month for $3.99. Become a member today. You run that ad.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out. In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
Big Cuz, what up? How you feeling? How you feeling?
Man, what's the word, Jelly Bird? What up, though?
Chilling though, man, you know. About to I just closed the shop like 30 minutes ago.
Man, I you know, all them shots busting around here, man. I just came around when the smoke died down. I ain't want to catch no straight either. You was shedding them mugs out equal.
Hey, this was 4 years old for real. You know, hold on, let me put this back on the screen. I'm sure. Where we go? This was 4 years old, so you know I ain't did nothing in a minute, man. I just been hosting, trying to be unbiased as possible. You know, as you see, I think I've been doing a damn good job. You know, when you see how I could really get in and go in if I really wanted to, and I was just light. I was just chilling. But
yeah, they've been bringing this out for a while, you know what I mean? But, you know, it's always good to see, you know, old truths rehashed because they never change. You know what I mean? And to see the new wave of understanding and how it hit, because this understanding came back in the 90s, early 2000s. And because we was so Pan-African, so religious, we swept it under the rug and tried to look past it. The people did. You dig what I'm talking about? The people who knew this. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't a secret. It's well known. You know what I mean? And documented.
I didn't know, man. This was new to me, man. When I found out, I was shocked.
And it's one of the major reasons they tried to kill James.
I swear.
Yep. It's one of the major reasons. Because you know, they felt like, you know, whoever he was getting his authority from wasn't true God.
Not if he was doing that, huh? That's what they was trying to say.
You know, and my thing is, I don't care what a man do with his private parts, but you dig what I'm talking about. Understanding that there is a whole cabal of evil that go along with these actions. It shouldn't be too far-fetched for anybody that when you understand these actions shouldn't be too far-fetched when you understand that he wrote a book on demonology before he ever wrote Bible.
Oh yeah, they don't be knowing, bro. I got the book right here.
Yeah,
I done showed it on the screen a couple times. I definitely had to get that one. I'm like, oh yeah, I ain't gonna only ever have one King James publication in my life.
But see,
but
they don't take it the next step. That ain't the only thing King James created.
Talk to me.
And he hid it in just like they do systemically, right? He created modern Freemasonry.
Teach. I don't know what you're talking about though.
Watch this. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me share my screen with my bro real quick.
Oh yeah, you gotta
see,
break that down.
They don't see they talk a lot of stuff, but they don't show a lot of sources. You dig what I'm talking about? And when we bringing up sources, we don't like to, hate on a man and bad mouth him and mealy mouth on him and all that. No. We like to go straight to the horse's mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that?
Oh yeah, hold on. I'm over here putting something together. Let me get that on the screen for you. There
he is.
Where you go? That's small. Let me make it.
There he is. That's him downstairs.
Looking like old Leonardo DiCaprio.
See, they like to make a lot of claims about a lot of things. Like one of the claims that they like to make about especially when you're dealing with the O, is that, he was a 33rd degree Mason, and he's a Mason. And we just asked a very simple question. Well, what type of Mason was he? Was he a Mason? Was he a Freemason? What state? What lodge? Who logged him in? What year? Right? Because see, one thing about being a Mason is everything is documented. Right? So when we make them same claims, right, we be having to do this work. You dig what I'm talking about? So when we make these same claims, right, about the people who wrote the Bible in the King James Version, and that they author is a Mason and a practicing demonologist, right? We don't like to go nowhere else but to the horse's mouth themselves. See, we make the claim that King James was a Mason. We don't have to go no further than the Masons themselves. This is King James from the Masons.org, right? Source from the Moriel Ministries website. King James, the what? The founder of Freemason lodges. Here you go. And you're wondering why it's in the Catholic Church. You're wondering why it's in the Masons. You're wondering why it's in Catholicism. Right? And then the nuns do it too. They're not, I'm talking about child pedophilia. And same homosexual sex. Because it's been institutionalized. And guess what they use as their book? The King James Version of the Bible. Watch this. King James, the KJV, a Freemason Bible. The history of the King James role in the formation of Masonry is mandatory reading at the Hiram Key Book of Masonic Scrolls, attempting to link Christ with the pharaohs. That's their whole point. Freemasonry, in its present form, came into being through the lodge system, established under the auspices of King James VI of Scotland, and who is also the same person, King James I of England, the only son of Roman Catholic Mary Queen of Scots. And at the age of 37, 2 years after becoming a Mason, right? Because he became, and watch this, we'll show you. 2 years after becoming a Mason, James became the first Stuart king of England and immediately began to persecute the Puritans, rejecting their petition to form the Church of England along biblical lines. James was initiated into Freemasonry into the Lodge of Scone in Perth in 1601. Somebody do that for JBN. Right? And he was initiated in the Freemasonry into the Lodge of Scone in Perth in 1601 at the age of 35, 15 years after taking active control of Scotland and 5 years before becoming English monarch. He ordered that the Masonic structure be given leadership and organization. No. He made a senior Mason named William Shaw his general warden of craft and instructed Shaw to revamp the entire structure of Freemasonry into what it became today. In 2026, Shaw commenced his project on the 28th of December, 1598, on the order of James. Watch this, though. Watch this. Because to this day, the 1611 edition of the King James Bible remains the Freemason Bible and is the edition conventionally used in secret Masonic temple rituals. Moriel does not, however, believe that the Masonic association with the KJV or the Freemasonry of King James, founder of the Masonic Lodge system, detracts from the validity of this outdated but valid translation of the Bible. Nonetheless, it is the Freemason Bible and has been from its inception, commissioned and authored by the same Freemason king who commissioned and authored the Masonic Lodge structure. This is what they're saying, we can only speculate how many members of the KJV only cult are in fact Freemasons. Now, again, just to go back up there and show y'all, just to lock it in on ice, if you didn't think it was evil before, how are they doing it? How are they hiding it? This is from the Moriel Ministry and Freemasons.org. The Masons.org. That's your boy right there.
Damn.
A lot
and another cut.
A lot of them didn't want to believe this because they was running with the narrative that King James was a black man. So they didn't want to believe that the nigga that brought first of all, that they God would use a butt pirate to be his prophet. I mean, it would make sense if the text got corrupted if his booty hole was.
That's crazy, right?
I'm just saying. It makes sense.
It makes sense.
If the God gives corrupted inspiration and it comes through a corrupted man, wouldn't the text be corrupted?
I swear, that was my thing.
I mean, I ain't trying to get nobody to believe nothing. I'm just saying logic makes sense. I ain't never known 2 + 2 to be 5, though. Well, so it's all bad, King James. It's all bad, bud.
Yeah, it's butt pirate. That's funny.
I'm just saying, man, these boys out here, they diabolical. I mean, it's like
that's crazy, man.
How do we even blame anybody if the God is inspiring man to be effeminate? How can you even be mad?
What is we gonna do?
So are they saying, with that being said, all the little boys who get molested and become confused and then later on choose to be gay, is he saying those are God's ideas to rape little boys?
Dang, that's deep. I ain't even get that far. Phew.
I mean, make it make sense. It's either yes or it's no. It's one of the two, and you got to have a logical reason for both. I mean, we ain't got to put no belief on it.
The panel is open. You know? Yeah. I put down.
It's not too far different. Emmanuel.
Pull up, Emmanuel. Talk to us, man.
Yeah. We can build.
I was waiting on I wasn't waiting on nobody, but you know, Omar said he had some sources he was gonna pull up or something after. I told him to take his time though, because it was a lot to go through. I don't know if he thought I was about to bring that much. Or if I was, you know, he ended up dropping off. I'm sure he just got busy though. Right.
You know what I mean? I just don't like to, you know, make no accusations about no man, and I don't bring no sources.
Yeah, exactly.
What I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I would have never made that accusation. It would have never even came to my head unless I stumbled across the scholarly argument. I'm like, whoa.
Oh man, yeah. And if you notice, look how long the information been out there.
Like 1611. Like you had
beef. These niggas been arguing.
And they was trying to slander your name back then about your sexuality. Like that's I didn't even know that shit went on in 1600.
Man.
Because they gonna say it's lies. So like, yeah, bad beef.
You know how the white man do, Cosmon? It's the white man. You know we gonna get that.
That's wild.
Man. That shit crazy. man, it's so crazy.
Yeah. They don't gotta make them white.
It don't even matter. They could be blue black. They don't color don't make you good.
Big weirdo vibes.
You know what I mean? It's some good white folks. It's some good black folks. It's some evil ass white folks, and it's some evil ass niggas too. Shit, skin color ain't got nothing to you with you doing being a piece of crap. You know what I mean? People try to blame it on that. That's a cop out.
Hey, this background fire I put together.
Yeah,
shout out Prince Emmanuel Halawaya in the building.
Peace, man. Shalom. What's going on?
Shalom.
Man, I just you know, I've done my own studies on the guy. You know what I'm saying? And just being completely honest, bro. Everything that we're talking about or everything that you brought up can go either way. Scholars that have done the studies, modern scholars anyway, attest to his race not necessarily being clear. The only differentiation that they try and use is the fact that he wasn't of African descent, and they say he was of Scottish and French descent. That doesn't mean the nigga was white. That just means that he didn't come from Africa with the motherfuckers that he was getting transported on the slave trade. It doesn't mean King James wasn't black. He was definitely called swarthy in a time where black people were being called swarthy. You weren't really getting called swarthy for having darker hair until a little bit later than the late 1500s, early 1600s, as well as I hear some tone of trying to, in some way, shape, or form, discredit the book because of this guy's personal life, or some to that nature. I could be mistaken, but that's what I'm perceiving from the tone of their presentation.
Yeah, I kind of threw a little bit of that in the pot.
Yeah.
A little dash.
So that's why I asked about the Geneva Bible, because if you're familiar with the Geneva Bible and the King James Version, it wasn't really too much difference in literature. The main difference was the purpose. You see what I'm saying? So as far as certain councils and things like that, to collect all of these different books and compile them into one consolidated, front to back cover, I wouldn't just give as much credit as everybody likes to give to King James, and just to give it one aspect. And I won't use anybody on the panel so it doesn't seem too personal, but let's just say somebody that we think that we know personally has put out a book, and me, you, and Cosmon all have authorship in their book. I wrote some pages and some stories in this book. You wrote some pages and stories. Cosmon wrote some. Oli wrote some. But we're not responsible for publishing the book. But the person that published the book ends up, somebody ended up doing a smear campaign on him and saying that he's a PED and trying to watch my words here. Basically, pedo and homo. It's as simple as that. If somebody did a smear campaign on the person that published our stories and they're saying these things about them, how much discredit is there supposed to be to our stories? You see what I'm saying? I think to me personally, because I don't really see too many believers that come across this knowledge that, they don't separate that, is why I was trying to figure out why it seems like you were pretty much making them go together in your presentation. Like, why does anything that he had to do in his personal life, raped in the past, or whatever you want to call it, and it's all alleged. Nobody has proof of any of these things, which if these same people are depicting him to be pale skinned when he was called swarthy, they could be telling a bunch of other lies to discredit this man in the actual work that he did do. But one more thing, Cosmon, one more thing, and I promise I'm gonna let y'all ride. Like I say, my biggest thing was, why are we pretty much implementing his personal life and letting that have any type of film on the lens that we're reading these other people's stories from? You see what I'm saying? Ain't now one of them books in that Bible that has already been translated in 2 other languages before he even got his hands on it. Ain't none of them named King James. You see what I'm saying? The published canon is called the King James Version, but I feel like it's a stretch to try and pick point and, pick and choose what we got to take away or take out of the book now because of quote unquote pedo or HO published it. Like, that's just a stretch to me. But what was you finna say, Cosmo? I'm finna close my mouth for a second.
I was gonna say, why do you believe him being black would stop him from being gay?
Did I come on here at any point in time and say I don't believe or think that he was gay?
Oh, okay then. So I mean, and so what would be the purpose of even saying he was black or white? What's the?
Yeah, so everything that I just said is pretty much what you're saying now. Like, I'm saying, why are we worried about any of that man's personal life, as if that's supposed to have an effect on the book? Oh, now if we just want to talk about King James, we could talk about King James. But talking about King James and making that have something to do with all the other authorship that he published, that's a stretch because he published his own books that he wrote.
Well, why it matters is because the God of that text says he inspired the man and the people who wrote and authored it. You dig what I'm saying? So if you use a HD TV, you dig what I'm talking about, as your prophet, as the man to write your text, it shows the nature, character, and overall thought of the God. That's why it matters.
That's a new perspective for me. I've never heard anyone call King James a prophet of the Lord, or pull a precept that's supposed to be saying that he's going to use someone to publish these prophets' books. I'm not familiar with any of that, which is why, like I said,
Yeah,
I've
that's
done
why.
studies. I've done idle studies on King James years ago. I'm co-hosting people that have done presentations on it.
Yeah, well, what they should have did a presentation on what is called chain of command. Right? There's a chain of command for every author who wrote or put in, rewrote everything in the text.
Yeah, so when do we talk about the author of the Geneva Bible, since that's where majority of the English translations came from?
Yeah. But there's differences in King James Bible and the Geneva Bible.
For sure.
Right? A lot of books missing, right?
For sure, which is, like I said, from the jump. I'm familiar with one of the main things with the council that he was drawing being purpose. You see what I'm saying? And if I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that the original King James version had the Apocrypha in it as well.
Correct.
Right. So
yeah, but that don't have nothing to listen. That don't refute the fact that it is the Mason Bible. It is the Freemason Bible. It was written for that purpose. You dig what I'm talking about? They praise their God, which, if you know anything about the Masonic and Freemasonic order, their God is Lucifer, the light bearer, right? Also known as Christ, God.
So what about I don't like to give these brothers too much credit, but I ain't no hater either. What about the brothers who, in the early 1950s, and I guess some say the doctrine really started getting pushed for real in the 60s. Them One West brothers who said, hey, I've been listening to these other Jewish rabbis talk about how good of a translation the King James Version is, according to it being a word for word translation.
Mm-hmm.
And letting that say, you know what? Hey, fuck whether he was a pet. Oh, excuse my language, A1. Forget whether he was a pedo or HO, and just pay attention to the fact that he made a word by word translation if you want to go to the original language.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying.
That's the only reason, credit, or any type of kudos that I give to the King James Version. Now, as far as the man,
probably wouldn't have it if he didn't do what he did, though. Also,
yeah, I ain't tripping on that part. Like I say, my main thing is the fact that if we could go to some scrolls from the 1st century as well, knowing that that's when a lot of complete translations were being put down. It's like shit. Why we gotta pay? Not we as in us. I'm more so talking about the believers. Like, why would we need to pay attention to anything in his personal life if we know that this translation can take us directly back to the Hebrew if we wanted to?
Because first of all, you got to question, why would your God use somebody who's breaking his law?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. When you say God was using him, I'm not under that impression. So
okay, so anybody can just write your book.
Hell yeah! It's a Mexican.
Well, that shit ain't shit.
A Mexican can take. Hold on, a Mexican can take a Hebrew scroll right now, and if he's fluent in Hebrew, he can and Spanish, he can translate it into Spanish. Is he wrong for that?
But that had already been done. What I'm saying is it hadn't been put into modern English. You dig what I'm saying? He really the first one to do that.
Yeah, he didn't even put it in modern English. That's why there's a such thing called a New King James Version. The Old King James Version and the Geneva Bible are both Old English.
They're not Old English.
They are.
You can't
sure.
read Old English. As an American, right now, if I showed you Old English, the script, you can't read it. It's not Old English.
Right. So you know the
it's
King
using
James?
the modern Latin script.
You said what now?
It uses the King James 1611 version uses the modern Latin script, the same one applied to modern English.
Right, the script, correct.
The script, right.
And it's the same script for Old English.
No, it's not.
Oh, you know what? It's not the same script. Forgive me. It's the same alphabet as Old English.
I mean, if you saying A, B, C, D, E, F, G, well, yeah, that's an abject around the world.
Yeah, do people still say thou when they're talking today? If me and you was having a conversation, I don't care how PC you was trying to be, you would never say thou. That is Old English dialect. Ye?
No,
that's Old English dialect.
It's not actually.
Now, when you're talking about the script, I can't knock you. You're 100% correct. It is scripted a little bit different.
It's scripted a lot different. Scripted a lot different. Right? But you know, my point was its use and its narrative. You dig what I'm talking about? Because if the people who are handling it are your usurper, your slave master, the man who and anybody can do this, first of all, your God ain't got no control. That's a problem, right? Anybody can just take his text, mix it, twist it, make it theirs, and say it's theirs. Well, why ain't this the Jewish Bible? They say it come from them.
Well, you said our God doesn't have control. Like, just from your perspective of what God is, what do you think was supposed to happen? Like, if let's just
what do
say,
you think was supposed to happen? What do you don't? So you don't think it's nothing wrong with a pedophile writing your Bible, authorizing it, and authorizing other people, other scribes, to change the words? Nothing wrong with that, huh? I mean, if you like it, I love it. Remember, I ain't got no dog in this fight. I don't serve that.
When you say I'm okay with it, I'm one of the people that's like, that's a real blunt question to me, and I'm one of the most blunt people on earth. So if you ask me if I'm okay with something, you're never gonna, 9 times out of 10, I wouldn't be having a conversation with you if I'm gonna say I'm not okay with something, unless we going out the wall. So,
I mean, so you okay with it?
Of course I'm okay with it, which is why my main statements.
Well, we different.
My main statements when I came on here.
For instance, let's just play it other side, right?
But
let it come out. Hold on, 1 second. Let it come out that the nigga who wrote Owaspy. Hold on. Let it come out that the nigga who wrote Owaspy was a pedophile and he hurt kids and he did all this stuff. You dig? And he was a HDTV, did all this stuff. Boy, I'm out of there.
All right, so real quick, when I gave the analogy,
loyalty to something that ain't loyal to me.
When I gave the analogy earlier, Cosmon, nobody had anything to say. All A1 said was, okay, I get what you're saying. So how come now when you draw this analogy, the same analogy that I drew earlier when you had no response, you're reversing it to make it be a problem when it's clearly not a problem? If I wrote something, you wrote something, Oli wrote something, and A1 all wrote something that was for all independent stories, and somebody wanted to compile our stories, the person that compiled and published our stories has a smear campaign come out on him 10-15 years later, that shit should not discredit me, you, A1, and Oli's story. It's no way around it. You can't justify that. And if you're saying that it does, then your understanding, not your understanding, your perspective is going to be shallow before you can even try and grasp and understand.
So, okay. My thing is, everybody, you know, the whole God in the book is worried about character, actions, and deed. Right? But they don't hold, they talk about the Bible, but they don't, they talk well enough, but they don't actually live high enough to the words that are in the book. The book also tells you to test that spirit. Huh? And you ain't did it. You ain't did it. And that's the problem. See, you don't hold your, hold on. The problem is, what I find is most of the Hebrew brothers just bypass the character, actions, deed, and nature of the being in a book who they call God. Right? When it's evil, when it does evil, you dig what I'm talking about? Oh, well, he could just do what he want to. Right? Except King James can't change the words by your God.
What is evil subjective?
No, evil is not subjective.
All right, so give me an example of evil in the Bible, and I'm going to show you how subjective it is from your perspective.
Okay, killing a child.
Did anybody benefit from it?
No.
So give me the example that you're talking about.
No. You said, give me an example of something that's evil that your God do in command in the Bible. I said killing children. Now show me how that's beneficial.
No, I specifically said in the Bible, though. I want an instance that you could give me because you're criticizing the Bible.
Here's an instance where your God command Israelites to kill other black people, right?
So it was at no benefit of the Israelites. It wasn't for them to not be. It wasn't for them to not be captive to anybody else.
No, they wasn't captive. No, nigga, they wasn't captive.
I didn't say. I said to not be captive to anybody else.
They weren't captive at the time and hadn't been for hundreds of years. Remember it during this test. I don't know. You ain't let me get it out, but it's 1 Samuel 15:3. Remember, it had been hundreds of years since they'd already been in Canaan. And the God came back years and years later and said, Hey, Samuel, I remember, ain't them the Amalekites right there? Yeah. I remember what them niggas was doing to y'all when y'all came out of Egypt hundreds of years ago. Remember?
I thought you said it wasn't at the benefit for nobody, though.
Remember they was banging on y'all? Now, this is what I want y'all to do. I want y'all to go in there and kill the men, the women, the children, and the little infant suckling babies. He said that.
You don't believe in war.
And then the people went and did it.
You don't believe in war.
And then the people went and did it.
So you don't believe in war at all? No circumstance.
I don't have to believe in war. What do you mean believe in war? War is real.
You don't believe war is justified on
No, there is no justification for killing a life you didn't give.
Okay. I mean, if that's your perspective, then I can't do nothing but agree with it. That's
the Israelite perspective. The other perspective is the perspective of the Jew.
Yeah, I don't think
Jew and the Israelite ain't the same thing
because it's multiple nations that go to war.
I'm saying the Israelites don't think like you think.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like if you get that thought out of the book,
to say that
like if you get that thought out of the book, that's the Jewish. That's the Jewish, Judaic understanding of the book. Remember, Israelites never had a book.
Okay, so just one more time, Cosmon, to get this all the way clear. You're saying that under no circumstance is war ever justified?
Ever.
Okay, like I say, if that's your perspective, then right here we just would have to agree to disagree because as long as I've been living,
your God
and I'm
agreed
sure
with me. Your God said, "Thou shalt not kill." So fuck that rule, huh?
Now, when was that commandment given, and who was it given to?
It was given in Genesis. Thou shalt not kill, multiply, replenish the earth, and all that stuff. Don't kill nothing, not even for your food.
Yeah, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill is actually Exodus 20.
Yeah, but he had already been given an order before that, before the laws, before the statutes and commandments and all that. Adam got laws.
Yeah, that's
And Adam was told not to kill nothing, and that he gave the roots and the herbs and the stuff for his medicine and his meat.
So is this extra biblical stuff that you referring
this
to?
ain't extra biblical. It's in the Bible.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, like I was saying, bro.
Get in the cage.
I don't mind, just agreeing to disagree. Cause like I said, the truth of perspectives is always gonna come out.
Right.
You know
my thing
when
is
people
it's
get
the
to
Freemason
simplicity,
Bible. There ain't no denying that.
Yeah, I got
It's
you,
the Bible
Cosmo.
of the
I didn't come up
and,
here to
and,
defend
and
the King James version, or I would have been up here.
Yeah,
I just came up here to ask the questions that didn't get answered, so everybody in the audience that might possibly believe can see how ignorant some of the shit was. Just being quite frank, especially for somebody to be dwelling on him, quote unquote, being a pale skin, when it's already been debunked that nobody in modern times can say exactly what color he was. All they can do is go off of descriptions. Most descriptions don't describe him as anywhere near pale. They only describe him as swarthy. The lightest description that you would get of King James is actually fair. So for him to be called swarthy, for him to be called fair, for people in his
color have to
hold
do
on,
with
brother,
any of
hold
this?
on, real quick. For people in his lineage to be called black boy, and then turn around and the same people that are whitewashing his images, you go along with the narrative that they publish or put out about him. That's cool. If that's what you want to do, fine. All I'm saying is I can see the bullshit just like y'all feel like y'all can see the bullshit. I feel like I can see the bullshit just like y'all feel like y'all can.
Right. I think this is basically filibustering, because none of us bring up color, me or A1.
No, I said when you brought up that image, you definitely brought up his color. 1000%. We can rewind it if
ain't
you
that
want.
his image? That's the image. If you Googling, that's the image that's gonna come up.
Okay, so just like you Googled that image, Google has King James images been whitewashed?
It's called iconography.
Okay. So is that are you saying yes or no when you say it's called iconography?
I'm saying a lot of things have been whitewashed. A lot of things haven't.
Okay, so if you know that things have been whitewashed, and that's one of the things under speculation of being whitewashed, then why dwell on him being white instead of dwell on him being whitewashed?
I didn't. You're the one bringing up color.
Okay, I didn't bring it up first.
I didn't bring it up at all.
One of the things that got brought up was him being white and people trying to say that he was black.
I said why a lot of Hebrew.
I'm not saying that you did or not. I'm just going off.
Why a lot of Hebrew. Why you so gung ho on color is because I said and have proven, and you are absolute objective proof, right? That the reason why people didn't go with the gay narrative, even though it's so well known, is that most people who was bringing this information out were trying to prove he was black and were Israelites. So they didn't want to apply the gay and the black at the same time. So they just rebutted it all at the same time. And you're doing the exact same thing.
Well, are you saying that you've heard people do this, or you? I'm
yeah, you ain't the first one. You ain't the first one. It's old news.
No, I'm not the first one that would, because I haven't done anything that you just explained. I'm not dwelling on his color. I didn't bring it up first.
Right. So why?
So I'm only responding to why his color was brought up and saying why were you dwelling on the fact that he was white if it could have went either way.
Got brought up, and why you're so fixated on color was because I tied.
I'm not fixated on it just because I asked the question, Cosmon. That's the point that I'm telling you. You saying I'm fixated on it because I debunked the bullshit. I'm not fixated on it at all.
You brought up color. You fixated on color right now.
No, you brought it up before I got on the panel. So when I got on the panel, I addressed it.
Okay, so why are you fixated on this color?
I'm not. I just addressed it, and you keep going back to it.
Okay. So why I even said anything about it was
So
not about
let's just not say
was
color
not
no more. Let's see
necessarily
who could go
about
the
his
longest
color.
without
Hold
saying
on,
color,
brother.
black or white.
Brother,
Let's
do
just
you
do that.
understand?
Because it seems
Brother,
like you're
because you
fixated on it.
twisting it up. You
No,
trying to
it seems
twist
like
up my
you're
word.
fixated on it, Cosmon. Because you
Hold
keep
on.
saying I'm fixated on it, but you keep going back to it.
But you keep twisting up my words.
I haven't twisted nothing that you
Okay,
said.
so
All I said was that you brought up color.
let me figure it out then, because obviously something got twisted up in here. Because when I brought up color, it didn't matter whether he was brown or white. I said why color even got brought up for that split second was because I was showing the mind of the Israelite, the modern black Israelite Hebrew nigga today. He think he black, so he overlooks all the rest of the foul shit that he do. That's why it got brought up. So whether you believe he brown or white matters not at all. It don't even, I don't care. And so since you brought it up, you were focusing on it, but it's a moot point.
I wasn't focusing on it, nor was I fixated on it. And I didn't keep going back to it. You keep going back to it. And I'm so not
I'm
fixated
done
on
with
it.
then. I don't want to talk about his color.
Yeah, I'm so
His
not
color
fixated
don't
on
matter.
it. I won't acknowledge it again. Even though I should respond to something that was just said, but and I don't fall in that category.
You can respond, brother.
No. That's the point that I'm proving. Like I literally don't care.
I was just
that
proving the point that is the mindset of these Hebrew niggas today.
Yeah.
Why they
your,
overlook all the BS that is known about him because they think he black.
So did you just say something about color again? Or let me know when you're done talking about color and we can move on.
Okay, we can move on now that I'm done.
Okay, bet. So now that we done talking about color, let's talk about why.
Freemasonry.
Let's talk about why anything in his personal life matters when he is publishing other people's work.
Who people? What people work?
Prophets.
What prophets?
Outside of prophets, scribes and translators.
What scribes and translators? All them was Greeks. White boys. What are you talking about?
So all the Greeks was white boys in the 1500s?
Yeah, all the ones that wrote the Bible.
All right. And do you have proof of this, or is this just speculation?
Yeah, we know what Ezra looked like. We know what Ptolemy looked like. Yeah, we know who Frumentius is. Yeah. We know who the fathers. We know who Constantine is.
Hey, well, if you don't mind, Elder, show me something real quick. Show me one of these pictures of Ezra that you got, or depiction, because I know it ain't no picture. Let me be politically correct and say illustration. Any illustration that you have of Ezra, put me down real quick.
Yeah, hold on, bro. I'll bring it up for you. Thought you never asked.
And then we're gonna pull up some white pictures of King David too, just for the fuck up.
That's what's up. I'm not sure even David is real.
And just by the way, for everybody paying attention, it went from not being about King James color to it's still about color for some reason. And that is the least of my worries when I came on the panel to address what I addressed. I ain't worried about color.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
trying to figure out
why the nature of the people who write the book matters. Right? That matters.
He didn't write the book. You can't make him write that book. There are books that he wrote, but he didn't write that book. King James didn't write that book.
He reread it.
King James didn't write or rewrite the Bible.
How you know?
Because there are documented councils for the King James version of the Bible.
The Bible, the King James version is different than the oldest full Bible from the 4th century. 4th, 5th century. It's called the Codex Sinaiticus. Right? That's the oldest full Bible. King James Bible ain't that. and get something
The
totally different.
Codex Sinaiticus wasn't a word for word translation from the Hebrew scrolls that are older than the Codex
Yes, it
Sinaiticus.
was. It was in Greek. It was straight out of the Hebrew to the Greek. Nigga, they got it straight out the Septuagint.
Exactly. That did you hear what I just said? I said it wasn't a word for word translation from the Hebrew. It was a Greek translation from the Hebrew, but it wasn't word for word like the English is word for word from the Hebrew.
Yes, man. It was transcribed and transliterated, brother. Yes, it was.
If you put the Codex Sinaiticus and the Masoretic Torah side by side, they are not word for word.
My point.
And if you put the Masoretic Torah and the KJV side by side, they are word for word.
None of that.
Yes, they are. It's as close as a translation word for word can get. The reason that is not is because subtle words that you may
The
have
reason
to
that
add,
it's not is what?
I said any subtle reason we're talking about translation, so we're talking about things that are understood. As if I'm going from one language to another, I might actually have to say "and" here, or I might have to reverse two words because, like in Spanish, you might say the color of something after the subject. So there are things that get switched up very subtly when translating, but that's known.
Sound good.
Yeah, but like I say, my contention or pushback, I think A1 he probably can remember and pick up where I left off. I was only asking questions about why that matters. Anything dealing with his personal life, and you answered and said,
why?
You
Because
feel
it
like
shows the nature of the God.
Hold on, Cosmo.
Yeah. What do you get? What are you not understanding about that?
Okay, you saying that you feel like it shows the nature of the God because you feel like the God of the Bible chose King James. This is all just Cosmon's feelings and perspective, which I respect, but don't talk your feelings and opinion like it's fact. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying your God in that Bible say my words is fact because I'm regurgitating his idea. All his people come out of one line. Huh?
You said all his people come out of one line?
Yeah, all his prophets. Yeah.
And are you considering King James a prophet or not?
What about, hey, listen.
Are you considering King James a prophet or not?
What?
Are you considering King James a prophet or not?
Yes, he would be a prophet, and or
that's you considering King James a prophet. That's
Guess
nowhere
what?
in the scriptures that it was going to be another prophet
he's
to
an
come do
author
anything after Christ.
Listen,
the only thing
he's an author of the text. And your God is by your God of that Bible that King James is even on the throne. So yeah, he's definitely inspired by your deity to do whatever he did. Right? Let's show a picture of Ezra. Right? Let's show a picture of Ezra. It's a white boy. All the Jews have always been white. It's just niggas over here usurping up culture that ain't theirs. That's a white boy. Hold on. That's Ezra, compiling of the Tanakh, circa 450 BC, the Great Assembly, the emerging of the Sadducees, the Bethusians, and the Pharisees. This is Ezra, circa 480 to 440 BC. Hold on. This painting.
Real quick,
hold on. Be quiet.
Can read. Everybody can read. Just leave it up there real quick.
No.
All right, cool. Go ahead. Let me know when you're done.
Be quiet. Right? This painting of Ezra is on a wood pattern from the Dura Europus synagogue, circa 3rd century AD. You saying it was iconoclasm back then too? No.
You gonna let me know when I could talk and you done. I'm not
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let you know. I just wanted to show y'all that these people are out here, right? It's not exactly how they telling it. And just because this brother is up here brown, regurgitating this white man's story that he got high and drunk to tell. Yeah, they don't tell you that he was high off that Molly water for 40 days when he wrote that Bible. Remember, Israelites never had a Bible. So who is these niggas? Huh? Israelites never praised the God. So who is these niggas praising God? Israelites never went to war. These niggas going to war. Israelites never were in a kingdom. The Jews were. Kingdom of what? Judah. Kingdom of Israel. And then on top of that, it hit totally different when you understand Moses and them went west out of Egypt, not east. So who is them niggas? We got to question everything, y'all. We got to question everything. Whether he believe it or not, this is from the 200s AD. 3rd century is the 200s. Huh? This ain't 100 years from the living time of John, who they say wrote his text in the 90s AD. Come on. Right? They re-rock the package, re-rocked the religion, and repackaged it, and then resold it to these niggas as religion.
Not the re-rock.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, brother.
You muted Emmanuel if you're just talking. Yeah, he might have stepped away for a second. But yeah.
I had walked off for a split second, y'all. I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, I forgot where Cosmo landed at.
Man, he landed on his back pockets if he was just trying to say a nigga with an afro and a black beard painted on wood was a white man. You landed on your ass, Cosmo.
All right.
Which is exactly why I asked you to pull it up.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me show you the rest of your prophets. Hold on, and then let's show. I thought you would never try to make that dumbass assertion that ain't a white boy, huh?
No, the dumbest assertion.
That's a silly
assertions is somebody trying to
clearly
use
a white boy.
Use depictions as validation, as if it wasn't a whole
let's show you the rest of the
time period of people changing the color of prophets.
Why would they do that? Ain't even no Bible yet.
Right, exactly.
Hadouken. So that throws your whole little idea in a tizzy fit. Because
were there any scrolls? Were there any?
Ain't no Bible to even change yet.
Were there any scrolls? Were there any canons? Yes, there were scrolls and canons.
Where? Because all we see is this white boy on the wood panel of Dura Europus. And remember, it's the Europa synagogue. Right? Mm-hmm. Hold on. Let's go see them guys who authorized this text.
Who depicted this, right?
No, who authorized the whole Bible.
And a lot of these depictions.
Because we can go all the way down. I mean, this is a whole dot. We got the whole measurement of it. Right? From Antigonus, down the origin, down with the translation of the 70 from Ptolemy. We can go there. You dig what I'm talking about? But let's just shorten it up real quick because I've been punching. But let's just all right, hold on. There goes some more people. All right. Here go your guys. You dig what I'm talking about? Here go your guys. Right? We just talking about inspiration. Right? We just talking about inspiration. Where it come from. Oh, yep, that's his book on demonology.
Who wrote that?
King James. The same nigga who authorized
Did he write it, or was it a counsel for it?
He wrote it. He authorized it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing that happened to the Bible?
That's
he wrote the Bible too?
Yeah, he authorized that too. So we can go all the way back. Hold on.
He write it?
We can.
I mean, let's be clear for the audience because you up here teaching.
No,
so
Ezra wrote it. No, another white boy wrote it. Ezra.
Okay. Was Ezra a homo or pedo?
Probably, yes.
You said probably yes?
Yes, he was with the Babylonians, and he was the head over the harem. Actually, I'm gonna be real. Probably Ezra didn't have a penis. Because remember, they was under Babylonian captivity, and he and Daniel and them was all eunuchs. Remember, they was the head of the eunuchs. Right? So he might have didn't even have no penis. But we know he wrote that. We know he wrote the Bible once he got drunk, right? He hit the molly water that your God gave him. Remember, you gave him a cup and it looked like water, but it was on fire. That nigga drunk that shit.
But he didn't write the Bible though, right?
Yeah, he wrote it. Yeah,
so
he
King
wrote the whole.
So King James wrote the Bible.
He wrote the whole Tanakh in 40 days. The nigga didn't even sleep.
King James wrote the whole Tanakh.
Listen. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, and the scribes, right? And the scribes were picked by the God just like he was, just like King James would have been. Right? Because King James, the author, is just like Ezra, the author. Right? And he got scribes to write for him. It's just that Ezra was high off that molly water for 40 straight days. This nigga didn't even sleep, even when he was boo-booing. He was still talking. He had scribes right there writing. 5 of them. Writing.
So
and the first thing they wrote was in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, because that ain't in the statutes, laws, and commandments.
So listen, I ain't trying to be like funny, or I'm not one of them niggas that always trying to have a gotcha moment and shit. But you just said Ezra and King James wrote it. That's why I was trying to ask you.
No, I said they authored it.
But when I was specifically asking who you said wrote it, you kept saying yes. That's why I'm
no, I said Ezra wrote it.
Okay.
Right. But they are both authors.
Gotcha.
Right? King James didn't write nothing. He rewrote stuff. He changed stuff. But here is a chronological line of chain of command going all the way back to 3 BC. All the major rites right here, from Ptolemy, Constantine, Pope Damascus, Saint Jerome, Moses Maimonides, John Wycliffe, Gutenberg, Erasmus, Martin Luther, William Tyndale, which is where you get your Geneva and all that after he wrote it in English first. Right?
Who wrote it in English first?
Tyndale was Tyndale.
Okay.
Then we got Rolling Hill.
Was he a HO or a pedo?
I'm not sure, probably so, because they were in the mosque and the I mean not the mosque, but the monks and the friars and the cardinals. So yeah, most likely he was. King James was though. So you dig what I'm saying? All these people had authorship of the Bible. Right? So, it just shows the view of the God. You dig what I'm talking about? I just sit back and look like, these are the people he chose to handle his text. You say, it's just a willy-nilly book. It ain't shit. Any man could write it. You dig what I'm talking about? Except ain't no niggas took it and rewrote a better version.
No.
So
You won't hear me. You won't hear me say that. The only claim that I've made is, well, I don't have to repeat it. It's recorded. I said the only kudos that I give to the King James version already. Besides that, do you mess with the Masoretics or the Codex Sinaiticus and the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I'm well versed in all of it.
No, I'm talking about like, do you mess with it? Do you hold
I'm well
any of it
versed
to
in
have
all of it?
Do you hold any of it to have truth in your understanding?
I mean, there's truth in just about everything. It's just about, can you discern it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's most of the time. Yeah, that's a typical answer. And I mean, shit, I'm one of the people who
It's a truthful answer, whether it's typical or not.
It is, because that would be my answer. So what I'm saying is the fact that would be both of our answers, and you have clearly you have a different perspective of what is true. That should let you know, like, kind of where you stand. Like, in a sense, just how you look at me or look at a believer, that's how I look at you. Like, just as crazy as some of the shit that I've been saying sounds to you, that's as crazy as the shit you be saying sound to me. Especially the fact that I can draw points and make them clear to where all you have to do is move on to the next point.
I mean, you dig what I'm saying? I get it, bro. I get it. You dig what I'm talking about? I was where you were 20 some plus years ago. I was indoctrinated too. You know what I mean? And I thought this information that I was getting was crazy too. But then I tried it. I tested it. I didn't believe it. Right? So, I was where you were. You dig what I'm talking about? Cognitive dissonance is real. You know what I mean?
When you say you tested it,
I just try to meet people wherever they at. And if you notice, I didn't come with anything that I believe. I didn't say anything I believe. I just gave facts. Whether you knew them or believed them or not, you dig what I'm talking about? That Bible is the Bible of the Masons. And inside the Masons, they have a structure, right? That was created by a pedo. And we see that they still hide pedophilia type activities in the Masonic orders even to this day.
Yeah, I mean, I get all that. That's cool. I mean, I'm knowing that it's facts. My thing is, as far as the origin of it, that's just like a screwdriver. If somebody uses a screwdriver as a weapon to stab somebody in the neck, you can't really blame the screwdriver. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
in all actuality,
if the person who made it,
hold on, Cosmo. It's a tool for something very, very specific. So as soon as you use it for something else, you're already off.
But if the purpose was to indoctrinate people from the get-go and to do things like justify war and killing children, well then it is on point. If the whole purpose is mass destruction to build the heavens of the gods with willing dupes and slaves. That would mean it's right on point.
So look, it just like you
I just got a different view.
Just like you
bro.
compress.
I don't argue.
Compress that.
I don't argue men's opinion.
No, but
if you notice, I didn't ask you if I thought you thought God was real or none of that. I ain't say shit about shit. I just showed what was in the text. I ain't go by nothing I feel, I believe. Ain't nothing I said that can't be proved. That's what I like. You dig what I'm talking about? And if I gotta believe in my God, I already know it's fake. Right? So, we got it. I'm at a different level with this. Remember, I was where you was years and years.
Yeah,
like
you saying you feel like
I came up out of that indoctrination as a teenager.
So you never interacted with the God of the Bible.
Yeah, why haven't I?
I'm asking.
Why haven't I?
Because you saying it ain't real.
I didn't say it ain't real. I didn't say God ain't real. I'm saying that God in that Bible ain't true God, and neither is it the creator. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a difference between that deity in that book and what true God is. And it's a difference, especially in okay, so if you gonna make these claims to be the creator, you got a standard that you gotta upkeep, right? You gotta be omnipresent, you gotta be omnipotent. You dig what I'm talking about? You gotta be all-knowing, ever present. You got these are things, you know what I mean, that have to happen if you're gonna be the creator of all things. The God of the Bible don't match up to none of it. You know what I mean? I mean, just looking at the character, the nature, and the deed. That's the only way you can prove what a thing is, period. Huh? I could tell you I'm a good guy all day, but if I'm Jeffrey Dahmer at night or the son of Sam, nigga, it's just lip service. What I'm actually doing proves what and who I am.
So I hear you, but just like you compressed that just earlier when you were saying like basically what you feel like the God of the Bible does as far as the whole approving of killing babies or whatever, killing children or whatever. I ain't putting emphasis on things that's clearly going on in humanity outside of people believing in the Bible. So I ain't gonna blame the Bible for something like that. I would
okay,
more.
What about if in the Bible the God is telling you to do it? You just blame that on man?
No, we talked about that. I told you I feel like it's cases where war is justified, but the way that the Bible explains it, I'm not familiar with a scripture telling us when we go to war to kill the children under any circumstance.
Yeah, man. It say not only kill the children, it say kill the infants, the suckling little titty babies.
If you talking about wiping out, then that's
I'm talking about genociding, brother.
Yeah, when you talking about if you talking about specifically the Canaanites or the Amalekites, like I said, it's in the scriptures for a reason. And I
know.
I have understandings, you know what I'm saying, that other people don't, that I don't, too much really want to get into right now of why I feel like, especially then, war would have been necessary to try and kill off something from being around you for a specific reason.
Well, I mean, that's a cool narrative if the Amalekites was actually bothering the Israelites at the time. That would have been a cool narrative. If they was attacking y'all, they was at y'all door, and it was fight or flight. I would agree, right? I could see that, but that ain't what happened.
Yeah, I like. Before I forget my point too, because I'm not one to sit here and try and to try and justify God's work. I don't feel like I'm powerful enough to that. So I don't really try and get into that, because if I understand, myself, that I'm a God as well.
Oh,
then how
then
could
what?
You said what?
Okay, hold on. If you a God as well, then where is your limitation? And if you God as well, then you and whoever God is, right? Both of y'all praise something greater than both of y'all. Right?
Yeah, that's I ain't knocking none of that.
Oh, okay. My nigga, we listen, Emmanuel, we can talk.
Yeah.
I just want you to know I'm not trying to bash you. I'm just showing what it is.
Yeah, I believe, all right, just to put it in a nutshell, bro. I believe someone named, whether you want to call him Yeshua, Yahweh, Jesus, whatever language, in his time, it was a man that lived where it was clearly a spirit that dwelt in that man that was letting people know that it was a spirit of old. And it's just a little small example is for if a child was born in a generation of your family and it was someone's great great grandchild, and they're mimicking everything of the great great grandmother. It's a young lady, and y'all like, dang, is this Fannie Mae? Did Fannie Mae just come back? You know what I'm saying? What's going on right now? And then while you asking these questions, they're clearly letting you know, like, yeah, this is. And y'all gonna, oh, hold on, there's some crazy shit going on. And this is what I feel like was clearly going on within these hundreds of years of these prophets speaking of this encounter of this spirit. And this is the one that they actually have the record of manifesting into flesh. It's not to say that there's no other deity that ever existed and came to humanity or came to other areas on the earth, etc. I'm not one of them people that have that understanding, because I know these things are real. That's just like in Genesis 1. That's why they're using the word Elohim or Elohim, because it's a collective of the deities. It's not just one of them. So when you understand that the Bible is written to a specific group of people, then I'm paying attention to the instructions. So if a spirit gave instructions and all these people saying, all right, cool, we'll follow these instructions, or we'll try and keep it, you know what I'm saying, blase, blase, this is how we're gonna live and be righteous, cool. And then he say, look, I'm going to come through y'all's lineage and confirm that if you follow these instructions, there's another realm after this. That's how real these instructions are that I'm giving you. I'm going to show you how real it is to get up out of here. So once I come give these instructions in the flesh, it's going to be people that don't get it and don't believe it. Just
my thing is, you truly believe that the creator is so powerless and impotent to try to get man to understand him that he needed to come down and manifest in flesh?
Nah, that ain't what I look at the God of the Bible as one of our ancestors letting us know in the spirit that there's something greater than here, which is what everybody's calling heaven and the kingdom, etc.
Right. But
you know what I'm saying? Existed.
But that heaven existed, right? Heaven existed before that God existed, correct? Before the God of that Bible existed, right? Heaven already existed, right?
Yes, and I believe in multiple heavens as well too. But
yeah, multiple layers of heaven, right?
Yeah. And I believe that the God of the Bible is letting us know that we have the ability to create heavens, and in the heaven that we get to is the only time we'll be able to experience that.
Well, and see, that's the difference between what you know is God and what I know is God, right? Because God is not the Father, God the brother.
I just
God,
gave a breakdown of the word.
I was giving you the AOK. It's not an indictment, brother.
Yeah,
it's not an indictment. We all understand the biblical point of view. That's why I ain't say nothing.
For sure.
I ain't say nothing. We know it.
Yeah,
You know?
I ain't politically correct. I ain't big on Christianity. I ain't no radical Hebrew Israelite. I ain't one West. I ain't none of that. You see what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna lie. I'd have been radical as fuck. If I'd have been one of them first century Israelites, I'd have been radical. I'd have been a thug. I ain't gonna lie. I'd have been one of them dudes you would have had to kill me. You dig what I'm talking about? I'd have been one of them dudes that lit Rome on fire.
I'm more so on the wave of trying to explain it without the doctrine, because that's where the confusion come in at when it's manipulation.
I think the doctrine is actually plain. I think people just twist it to their own narrative. They don't never stick to what is written, right? The context. I heard Reggie try to say on the show the other day that Jesus was saying you gotta hate your mother and hate your father. That's stupid. And then what everybody forgot to realize that I don't rock with Bible, but I know Bible. Right. What they failed to understand was that Jesus was telling a parable. He wasn't talking about himself or anything real. In fact, he was saying, like, look, if you gonna set out to do something, man, properly plan and get this done. Right? That's basically what the gist of the parable was.
Hey,
they was trying to twist it like he was going against the laws. And man, see, I got a problem with all of it. You dig what I'm talking about? But like you said, it's perspective. It is perspective. And if that's the case, well, then it's subjective. Now, the truth about it is just the truth. But my point of view on it, especially from where I am sitting way up here looking down on it, right, is totally subjective. You're not going to have the same point of view I am on it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think like, what should the God be doing? You see what I'm saying?
The main thing, like you said, Cosmo, is knowing that, in a sense, I ain't one of them people who will ever be able to try and accept somebody telling me that nothing created the God of the Bible that's speaking from Genesis 2 forward. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy. Nothing. The proof that there is a creator and the creator is all things is proved negatively. And that is the fact that there is no such thing as nothing. That proves the creator is all things.
Man, I just watched a video about that earlier. It was crazy. Exactly what you said.
Truth don't need no crutch. Don't matter who tell it.
Basically saying the fact that, like, it's no way possible that something could come from absolutely.
It's impossible. Because look, the proof is that there must be prior conditions,
right,
for anything to take place afterwards. So if you're proving that, if you're admitting that certain conditions must happen before a thing can take place, right? Well, then somebody had to make the condition. It's not by chance. How does it happen? Orderly. Why does it happen only when this certain circumstance is apparent? Right? And then what man has failed to understand on it, Emmanuel, is that just because this thing over here is producing electricity don't mean this thing ain't over here producing magnetism. Don't mean this thing ain't gravity, and this thing ain't producing light. And what they fail to really truly understand is they're all the same force.
Right.
all is one, and they it's just the only difference is the speed and polarity of the movement of the vortex upon the corporeal material and where it's at. That just depends on whether it's light or gravity or electricity or magnetism. You know, you know, where they're taking in and they're radiating out, right? E equals MC squared. Tell us about how energy get from matter. How does energy get in matter? Where is M equals EC squared? Right? WASP be covering that shit. So it don't even try to step on Bible. It tell you, man, I ain't trying to take your God from you. He say, the God say, I'm not a fixer up of tattered cloths.
If you want to reach him, you can.
If I want to reach who?
The God of the Bible.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can. And first of all, you got to know who it is. Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? So you dig what I'm talking about? Because if you call on a name, man can't know truth by what a name is. Because anybody can say they're the creator. False gods, true gods, me, you, Osiris, Anu, Baal, El, Haguth, Inan, all of them said that they was the creator. Every single one of them. Zeus. Where they at? Where they civilizations?
Well, I say I got my confirmation, and it ain't for me to push on nobody else. Like,
Yeah, you ain't got to. That's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
If you got to listen, first of all, like I said, if you got to believe in anything, it's fake.
Right.
Truth makes itself objective, even if you can't see it.
I done said that's the thing. I done seen a lot of shit.
No doubt. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm just trying to ask, how does a demonic God who curses answer prayers? I'm saying because the creator know y'all been duped. Yeah, he didn't dupe third, fourth grandmama ago. 5, 6 grandmas ago, we got duped. So grandma was doing the best she could with what she had. Creator know that. So is she guilty? Nah, it's not on them. It's not on them. It's on the God. Huh? Ain't none of that lake of fire you going to burn forever. It don't work like that. It's not how spiritual things go at all. Huh? Am I saying it's all peachy keen and roses? And no. You got to clean up what you messed up. But that's what spirituality is. Learning about that.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm glad you said that. I'm more so somebody that focus on like niggas be talking about keeping the laws and all that. Like I really keep the commandments. And when I say keep the commandments, I ain't talking about commandments when going to war and commandments of marriage 3,000 years
Talking about
ago.
basically them two that Yeshua said everything else hang on.
You see what I'm saying? And I know for a fact, like when you doing that for real, and you can even get detailed as the Mosaic law. I ain't one of them people that feel like, oh man, you gotta keep the law, man. But if you don't, you're going to hell, man. You're gonna miss the ride. Like, nah, but that's what I say. I ain't radical. But when I say keeping the law, it really does something for you spiritually.
Oh yeah.
And when you understand that part, you can minus the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? When I say minus the bullshit, I'm talking about what people can criticize, not even.
Yeah, no. And you
bullshit.
said something earlier that I agree with. I didn't get to expound on that. I agree with that. Each quote unquote religion or ideology were given to a certain people at a certain time. Right? That's why it came with its own language and its own prophet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But also, I also know that they are just stepping stones to understanding the oneness of the Great Spirit.
Right.
Right? And this is why, and this is why the same thing that the Israelites was doing, the Vrishvedi or the Vedics was doing. And the same thing the Vedics was doing, the Hotians of China was doing. Same thing the Confucians of Europe and Asia was doing. Same thing the Algonquins of America was doing. That's because they're all praisers of the Great Spirit. And he don't do a whole bunch of different things in different places. No, he do the same thing everywhere. So that's why the practices of the Israelites in Africa look like those of the Indians and the Asians and the Americans. This is why they always trying to confuse us with the Israelites. We had statutes, laws, and commandments and Algonquin laws, 3,000 years before there was an Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In America, we had 8 of them. We got 8 Algonquin laws. One of them is, this should sound very, very familiar. Don't praise no gods. 2, practice the Sabbath. This one is a little different though. The word is your bond. Be a real nigga is in the Algonquin laws. Even if you got to die, don't let your word change. That word is bond shit come from right here. This 3,000 years before there was an Abraham, before there was a Brahma, before there was Iwata, even the poet, or even the prophet of America. What is a prophet in America even called? Anybody know?
No, I don't know what you mean by that.
Right. What is a prophet in the ancient Algic language called? Right? You would call them like let's say in Hebrew, they would be like a Messiah, Mashiach, or a Moreh. You dig what I'm talking about? They have a term in the language.
And just what language would
right. It's Algonquin. It's ancient Algic. Right? Phoenician based, just like all the rest of the shit. But it's Algic. Right? And the word is Haonga. That's how you say prophet. We got our own Abraham here. As a matter of fact, this is why they confuse Abraham and Brahma, because they're contemporaries. The prophet of America, India, which is Shem, including Persia all the way up to Turkey, all the way down to Australia, is Shem. Shem is a landmass and a people and a group of ships and a time. Shem is a time also. You dig what I'm saying?
I'm familiar with some of what you putting down.
Yeah. You dig what I'm saying? But man, there's so much stuff that they be hiding, bro. It's so much stuff that they be hiding. And then the crazy part is I'm at the point where I understand. You dig what I'm talking about? The rewrites, the re-rocks on these, especially the 4 great religions of the day, Buddhism, Brahmanism, Muhammadanism, and Christianity, right? They are purposely told lies. That's why the God can, even in the text, contradict himself in his own text, because he didn't got people to convince that What do you say don't even matter no more, even though he tell you don't change? We stop looking at things critically. We stop being, see, what religion did was got you to praise God, but didn't teach you that you were God. It got you to praise the creation, God, a one-time living, breathing man no better than you is. Got you to praise the creation and not the creator. There's something that make God too. See, what y'all got to know is God is just the density of man. Man in his, think of man kind of like water, right? In his lowest, densest state, in his physical, corporeal state, it would be equivalent to ice, right? Dense, hard to penetrate, get shit through. But once he shed that corporeal body, he's in an atmospheric state. In a sense, the atmosphere is still corporeal. So that would be like your liquid state, right? But then there's a higher etheric or gaseous state, right? Where that would be equivalent to God, right? But yet it's all water, just in different densities. That's man, physical man, you, to the difference of what you're going to be in time to come. More rarefied. The more you lose the attachment to the earth and learn dominion over it, is the faster you rise through the heavens. And how you rise or get strong spiritually is the opposite of how you get strong physically. They're opposites. Right? So, you dig what I'm talking about? There's rhyme and reason to all this. Emmanuel know this. Emmanuel know the creator ain't sloppy. He don't make no mistakes. He ain't twisting up nothing. This is why it all worked together. As a matter of fact, it worked without man for millions and billions of years. Shit, the planet, we the only thing affected.
Yeah, see, I think it was written the way it was written in Hebrew for us to get an understanding of how certain shit would have happened in time frames. Like,
I don't even think that original language was Hebrew. Listen, by my studies, no real Israelite, like the people of the line of Yeshua, none of them spoke Hebrew. None of them. Guess who spoke Hebrew? The Babylonian. Guess who else spoke Hebrew? I'm talking about first century BC, first century AD. Same time Jesus supposed to be on the earth. Guess who's speaking Hebrew, writing it?
But it came from ancient Phoenician, though.
Come on, all what they gonna figure out about it is all language stems from Phoenician. That's why you can't. Don't even matter. Even if you got a written script with no vowels, when you pronounce the vowel, when you pronounce the consonant, the vowel is readily spoken. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is why the Masoretes even did what they did. They knew it was something in there.
Mm-hmm.
But the language was dead. So they whipped it up, whopped it up to the best that they knew that they was how. But my thing is, you wrote it in Hebrew. Jesus never spoke a lick of Hebrew. Yeshua ain't speak no Hebrew. John ain't speak no Hebrew. None. James ain't speak no Hebrew. Not a lick. But guess who did speak Hebrew in the first century AD? The Edomites. Uh-oh. the Babylonians. Yeah.
I know some
That's
of the,
why. This is
some of
why.
the
This is
Edomites
why
was
later
Hebrew.
on,
Some of the
the
Edomites
Hebrews.
too.
Listen. Hold on. This is why later on, the folks attach the Aramaic script to Hebrew. Remember, before that, the Aramaics was writing in Nabatean. Woo! Right? So they've been whipping up, whip it.
Which comes from the Arabic region.
Sinai. It's all nigger land. It's all in Africa. And then you had the niggas of the East coming all through there. All the Phoenicians and all them is niggas, just not Africans. Moses and them, Abraham and them, they Eastern Negroes. They're not even from the African or Arabian Peninsula. Neither are the Phoenicians. They just nigger folk, right? Who migrated to the land of Ham. Yeah, way before the quote unquote tribes of Iz and Zerl, who become your Israelites, and your Lycians, who become in time your Hekakasu or your Hyksos, aka your shepherd kings. They was in there before pre-dynastic Egypt by 800 years. The Israelites and the shepherd kings was there. This is why they got the Meroitic tie with the shepherd kings. Right? They the Israelite stock, the shepherd kings, the Hyksos, the niggas that the Israelites was enslaved under, are they kit and kin folks. Huh? Long as they was in Egypt, they walked in the same day with Abraham. 3953 BC exactly, and I ain't guessing. Way before biblical. But shit, the Bible tell you the earth wasn't even created to 3761. I'm telling you in 3953. Right? Abraham was already 40. So that means he was in 3993. Him, Iwata, Poe, and Brahma was all born in the same year. They 40, and they all doing the same thing in the same year. They moving they people. All of them get a covenant from their quote unquote God. The time from Abraham to Moses is called an ark. Specifically, this one is the 23rd ark cycle of the creation of man, called Spita, a 2,400 years span of time starting in 3953 BC and ending in 1553 BC. See, in 3953 BC, the Creator walked Abram, the tribe of Iz, Zerl, and the Lycians into Egypt. 2,400 years later, the ark that the covenant took place, he walked them out of Egypt with Moses, 1553 BC exactly. Way before these niggas say Moses in Exodus lab. This is why they can't never find it, because they in the wrong time. But all they had to do was look at the first dynasty of the first 18th dynasty of the new kingdom of Egypt. Almost the first. Told you who he
got.
kicked out.
You said 1553.
Yeah, and it lasted only 4.5 years, not 40. And they didn't go east out of Egypt. They went west. So when they told you that he split the Sea of Reeds, right? That ain't the Red Sea. Remember, the reed is the sign of what? Writing in Ethiopia. So the multiple reeds together is the sign of Ethiopia. That's what they're talking about when they split the Reed Sea, the place of writing. Right? So you got to ask yourself, well, where is the Ethiopic Sea? Anybody ever heard of the Ethiopic Sea? It's the Atlantic. This is why what Moses did was has been remembered for over 3,577 years. I know exactly what it happened. Right? So, because he didn't just split that little Red Sea that you can see across. He split the Atlantic. This is why you get the story of Kukulkan Khan, Moses, and Amenemhat IV. Huh? It's the exact same person. That's why his shit was remembered. Because he ain't split that little punk ass Red Sea. He split the Atlantic. And then they said he walked to a land called Shekomareth. Wait till y'all get to understanding that's an old Etowah name. Old Etowah name for South Carolina. This is why they got them stories of these people they swear to God they come from Africa, but they indigenous Americans. I'm just saying, it got to be some sense to this shit, and I'm just done listening to people who not in my culture, not of my ethnicity, not of my spiritual acumen. You dig what I'm talking about? That ain't for the right thing. Trying to tell me who the fuck I am. I'm smarter than them. Why would I even listen to them? Why would you? When we can see our historical enemy on the screen, right in the book that everybody quoting out of. I'm just saying. Yeah, it's the Reed Sea. I told you. Yeah. The reed is the sign of Ethiopia. Go look at y'all niggas metal-nettered out. The multiple reed sign is the name for Ethiopia and Metaneter. It's part of the two lands. But where is the Ethiopic, the Sea of the Reed? Look it up, niggas. It's the Atlantic. Specifically the Southern Atlantic or Mid-Atlantic. Right where this nigga would have had to walk. Now that would be some miracle type shit that a nigga would talk about. I mean, especially since we read in text that every morning the goddamn Balaam's Pharaoh stopped the Nile and floated this nigga across. Floated him across. Okay, that's cool. You dig what I'm talking about? So if Moses would have did that shit, they'd be like, all right, nigga, that's the Red Sea, nigga. I can see over there. It's about the same distance from Detroit to Canada. You dig what I'm talking about? They stopped the Nile every morning and floated this nigga across. right? And then the land of Succoth is already in Egypt. They went west of Succoth. It's already in continental Africa. It's not in the Middle East. Them people walked west. Remember they went to, what does Sahuel mean? I mean, not Sahel. I know y'all heard of the Sudan, huh? But what does the Soudan, Soudan mean? We heard of Sudan, where the Zanj are. But what does the Soudan mean? And look where it is on the ancient maps. It's in the west. It's in the west of Africa. It's not in east. Soudan means the house of light. Huh? House of the Jews. They say Moses stood on a big white rock, on a white mountain, and watched the people walk through the sea. Is there a big white rock on the sea in Western Africa? I ain't saying it's real. I'm just saying. They say the nigga stood on the big ass rock and watched the people walk to the sea. Well, is it? Well, he had the thing had to be right there by the water. Is it a big ass mountain? Right? A white mountain where this nigga could have stood at and looked at out over the people. Well, when you go to Mali, they got a place called Casablanca, the White Mountain. I'm just saying, if you go right across that mug, you'll run smack dab into South Carolina. Just saying. It's just a theory. But you dig what I'm saying? That narrative is out there. Backed up textually with a primary source. I ain't make up none of that. Yep, they changed the Reed Sea to the Red Sea. But when you look in the Bible, it say the Reed Sea. Yam Suf. Then I don't know, man. You get to twisting it up. They get to really twisting it up because when you find out Yam is the god of the Canaanite pantheon and a son of El. Bam, bam, bam. You dig what I'm talking about? It get a little crazy, but it get a little real crazy when you look at Hosea and the biblical God say he is the God from Egypt. Man, they gonna be saying, Cosmo, you lying, Cosmo. You don't see that. You don't see that, Cosmo.
You funny, man.
Yeah, I think it's Hosea 4:13, or is it 13:4? 3:14. Yeah, because he doubles down in Revelations, right? In Hosea, I think it's Hosea 3:14. Or 4:13, and then it's Revelations 3:14. I'll check it. Yeah, but he said, but the biblical God say he from Egypt. Yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? That so, oof. You know what I mean? And then you got the Canaanite deities, and then once you find out that the Canaanites and the Egyptians had a holy of holies, just like the so-called Israelites had before they had one. Ugh. These boys be taking it far. Did I say that reeds grew in the Atlantic Ocean? You see how they twist shit up? They just hear what they want to hear. Just make shit up. I didn't say that. Yeah,
That
like I
link is in
said,
the chat if anybody wants to pull up with questions or comments.
yeah, man, ain't no questions and comments. I'm teaching.
Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, niggas is learning, regardless to whatever they saying. You dig what I'm talking about? They ain't heard these narratives. They ain't heard none of this. You dig what I'm saying? It's a higher light out here now, and that's just that on that. Huh? It just, I think you dig what I'm talking about. Let's run with what the God of the Bible say. The God of the Bible say, all things shall be revealed. Right? Things that in the dark will be brought to the light. That's a truthism. I agree with that. You know what I mean? So, like I'm saying, you can, you pick and choose the good parts from all of it, right? Because the point is to not be stagnant. You dig what I'm talking about? Not just talk about it, but to live it. Right? Religion is not a thing talked about. Religion is a thing done. And spirituality and religion ain't the same thing. Spirituality is more akin to science. Right? As a matter of fact, objectively, not my opinion, science and spirituality does the same thing. Same thing. Two sides of the same coin. No doubt. You know what I mean? But look, man, I'm about to go study real quick. Roll me up a little split-a-ting. Man, love, life, balance out there to all y'all, man. Salute, man. Hey, AONE, man. Y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Make sure y'all thumb up the video down here, man. Show he gaining quick. He gaining quick. You dig what I'm talking about? So he must got a little bit of information and a little bit of bullshit, or y'all niggas wouldn't even listen. You dig what I'm talking about? So he gaining quick, man. Salute my dog AONE, man. Y'all show some love, man. Hey, AONE, you could do something for me though before I go?
Yep, what you need?
Man, all I need you to do is breathe in and let that light in. Yo, I'm Big Cos, man. Cloud kicker, man. I'm out of here, man. Salute everybody, y'all. Love.
Always love when Big Cos pull up, drop some knowledge on us, man. Gotta appreciate it. I see the chat jumping. I'm about to go ahead and tap out, man, and tune out. Y'all have a beautiful night. Remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. We're going to end with the song by, who we going to end with? Jamar Milton. Let's end with some Jamar Milton, man. Why not? You know, I'm in the mood for some Jamar Milton today on the airwaves. Yeah, we're going to end with Jamar Milton, Body Like a Shaman, and So Many Bodies. Peace.
cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies when he ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies loony, not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded it to my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I bless it since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't wanna be here.
She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while. One who compliments my style, and whose pheromone so irresistible, it drives me wild. She ain't got no time to flex, way too blessed to be here stressed. Ain't compatible with low vibrations, nothing like the rest, no.
I don't know nobody, nobody when you get down,
when you get down.
Just want you to be around.
Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. I just wanna see you smile. Keep my number on the dial. I anticipate and cannot wait until you come around. Cause I just wanna take you home. Sit a deal and set in stone. You should never be alone. You with me, with me, with me.
I don't know nobody,
nobody
when you get down,
get down.
Just want you to be around.
Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it. May you manifest every heart's desire. Young, hey you. May you manifest every heart's desire. Hey, hey. Judicial systems and politicians, the wicked prey on
on the innocent, poverty-like conditions. Popular protocol, populate propositions. Your whole existence is probably out the picture. They out to get you. Foreign DNA in your mixture. Never thought I'd be touring CLA with these lectures. Made the elixir for the people to paint a picture. Clear as day in their brain. We created the scriptures. Genesis, Deuteronomy. Who could rhyme with me on the subject? Keeping their eye on me. Whole society know what's up next. My sobriety flows entirely for the upset. Suppression the truth. Back in the booth. School of coons in the coop. Take them back to the roots. I'm a star like a monologue, not your kaboo. Coming hard, you should know the guard higher than you. Couple rappers in the game that I'm trying to chew. Couple countries on the plane, ain't I'm trying to view. I'm divine, you divine, what you trying to do? From my mind to your mind, let's align the crew. Cause every line is a sign, just combine the two.
May you manifest every heart's desire. May you manifest every heart's desire.
The generation of change, no longer we see meditation is strange. Maybe in different lanes, but the destination the same. Future seeing the wave, you hella late in the game. Gotta deal with the pain, repeating it is insane. Who protecting the culture? Who deflecting the vulture from scooping up all the folks up? Who you respect the most, influenced by and promote? Cause few and few of our role models moving and still a spoke of. For you there's no love. Black civil rights movement got you confused with the rules of the illuminated. Like who's related to who? Since the age of 2, made a fool. What they say in the school don't pertain to you. Taint the truth, they playing it cool. Since the age of the noose, we've been making the news. Crooked cops running blocks now, spraying your boo. When the semi on the Glock now, aiming at you. When they pops bullets, you not gonna be able to chew.
May you manifest every heart's desire. Young, hey you. May you manifest every heart's desire. Hey, hey.
King shit. Huh. Man, it's only right I rise. I was born in the fall. My mama and my daddy rode in separate cars. Next time me and him spoke, I was 24. Them boys hard to reach behind them prison walls. Crack error, the proof in his eyes. In this world can't survive institutionalized. The streets will swallow you up like a wolf in disguise. Nowadays, hard to separate truth from the lies. So now I'm on a mission for the people. May your well wishes be equal and your enemies beneath you. The Hennessy is lethal, be easy on that needle. I pray your heart is real like a Hebrew. We need you. I'm cooking up that work in the lab to supplement it. You know me from that work in the past, it's been a minute. I drop a couple verses, pastors and the bishops be nervous. Your boy put a hurtin' on religion.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
This that work for the serving out the kitchen. You lurking, just know I'm alert and in position. The son of a sauce, so my purpose bout to click in. This Alhamdulillah when Jamal is back to mixing. I'm way too Marcus Garvey for pimping parties. Too Malcolm Xing to be out here flexing. Too much the youth is running around without direction. They got 1,000 questions, so they out here guessing. CEOs trying to find a way to own a business. In the streets, never Saturday, Jehovah Witness. We gotta bridge the gap, deliver the facts. As simple as that, they into that, it's bigger than rap.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
You think that the world is ending? I say it's a new beginning. Paper chasing is religion. Like it costs to pay attention, man. If you talking, you gon' miss it. Study law, signs and symbols. Young and picking up a pistol. Message fucking with his mental, man. Welcome to cold-blooded killing. Drug dealing, low income living. Demons dwell all in they spirit. You hear my pain in these lyrics, man. Disregard if you listening. Place protection on these children. Knowledge only cure the ignorant. The prison system is a business, man. We're out from your friend, turn to fool. They letting that money control. They mind and they spirit, no soul, no. Ain't no love for no people, just dough now. And it's out of control. Pray for your seats, tell them try to get old. Hug them and kiss them, they walk to the store, cause this might be the time you won't see them no more. Let me bring you close. Young and thuggin', bustin', rushin', loving nothing, cussin'. Disrespect his mother, mind frame blooded, background muddy, going through a thing. Still got a loving little mama thuggin', loving nothing, cussin'. Disrespect a mother, scheming on a cousin, mind frame blooded, background muddy, going through a thing. Still got a lover, but you sleep don't mean open your eyes. That mean baby, open your mind. That TV be controlling your mind. Thinking man being on man is just fine. No, understand propaganda design. In your lane mean you stay in your line. Body language gon' speak every time. Look a man in his eyes, see he lying. Baby girl be on fleek, she so fine. Don't let beauty compete with your mind. Knowledge only get better like wine. And your beauty gon' fade in due time, girl. This is your world. Hide all your diamonds, don't give away your pearls. Your baby father should never be broke, cause one snake in your garden can ruin your world. Listen, baby girl, you think that the world is ending? I say it's a new beginning. Paper chasing is religion. Like it costs to pay attention, man. If you talking, you gon' miss it. Study law, signs and symbols. Young and picking up a pistol. Message fucking with his mental, man. Welcome to cold-blooded killing. Drug dealing, low income living. Demons dwell all in they spirit. You hear my pain in these lyrics, man. Disregard if you listening. Place protection on these children. Knowledge only cure the ignorant. The prison system is a business, man. We're out from your friend, turn to fool. They letting that money control. They mind and they spirit, no soul, no. Ain't no love for no people, just dough now. And it's out of control. Pray for your seats, tell them try to get old. Hug them and kiss them, they walk to the store, cause this might be the time you won't see them no more. Let me bring you close. Time after time I go out of my way, ducking and dodging the hate. Only trust God with my faith, cause he gon' provide me a way. Ay, I bleed love with my heart flow. I'm prepared for that crossroad. My career is an art show. The bright dove but the dark glow. I seen something so awful. It was a kid, he that awful. He put that man down on all four. Where did he knock his head off for? But I don't wanna kill no other brother. We both came up out the gutter. We on the same team and I love you. It seem I can't trust you. It come to that green or that butter. Them boys put that steam to your mother, then scheme on your brother. Pull up and put that thing on your brother. A messy crime scene of your brother. That cheese or that mustard. You know they hungry, they gon' bust. If you ain't on their team, then you fuck. You can trust that. Catch a hater hating, shoot success right in his face. Hey. Catch a hater hating, shoot success right in his face. Hey. Catch a hater hating, shoot success right in his face. Yeah. Catch a hater hating, shoot them time after time. I go out of my way, ducking and dodging the fake. Only trust God with my faith, cause he gon' provide me a way. Ay, when you come about that gutter, come about that sewer, you gon' catch me selling shit standing right next to the manure. I am nothing like I used to, this is nothing that you're used to. Felt so much pain in this game just like you too. Yeah, we both came about out that gutter. We on the same team and I love you. It seem I can't trust you. It come to that green or that butter. Them boys put that steam to your mother, then scheme on your brother. Yeah. Trust God. Trust God. Trust God. I ain't really feeling the day. I'm in my feelings today. Gotta mash on them, gotta smash on them just to go get me some pay. Bust my ass on it, spend my last on it, everything slipping away. I get my earn up before I burn up whenever I'm feeling the flame. You niggas thinking this a game. I ain't playing with them, I ain't staying with them, I ain't friends with them, I ain't mans with them. I'ma cock and let the can hit them. Get the paper, that's the plan, nigga. I just hope you understand, nigga. We can get high, fuck hoes, how the fuck I can't make a band with you? To the Zozo say, I told your ass, I showed your ass, I exposed your ass. I'm in my spot, niggas can't take what I got. They can grab what I have, niggas can plot. That'll never make me stop. That's gonna put me on your ass, and I'ma come through in the worst way. And I'ma do you on your worst day. Niggas will come to your visual, but never come through on your birthday. People can't fuck with my spiritual, cause I be in tune with the earth say. And people be calling me lyrical, cause they be in tune with the wordplay. Now me and my nigga, we talk about paper. That paper, we talking about bodies. And bodies be popping up every time we get to talking. Now we get money inside of my youngin', he coming, no talking. He yellin' and chalking, we know that he know to get violent. He put in that work, right on the front of his shirt and say I'm about to catch me a body. Ain't what it seemin', I'm heavy, I'm smoking, I'm drinking, I'm popping, I'm rolling, I'm leaning. Heated, I'm steaming, war wounds still bleeding. I went to war with them demons, I really seen it. I wasn't watching on no zenith, I was out there on the semen. Victim was bleeding, best friend caught him sleeping. Cold world up in Cleveland, I've been stabbed too many times to let my guards down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. It's gonna be the devil in your clique to bring your squad down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. I've been stabbed too many times in the back to let my guard down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. It's gonna be the devil in your clique to bring your squad down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. I ain't really feeling the day. I'm in my feelings today. Gotta mash on them, gotta smash on them just to go get me some pay. Bust my ass on it, spend my last on it, everything slipping away. I get my earned up before I burn up whenever I'm feeling the flame. Now me and my brother, we talk about paper. That paper, we talking about cheddar. That cheddar keep coming in every time we get to talking. So now we get money together. My youngin', he coming, he hungry. We know that he on it. We know that he down for whatever. He put in that work. Now when he go to the store, he gon' copy him 100 or better. Ain't what it seemin'. He heavy, he smoking, he drinking, he popping, he rolling, he leaning. Heated, he steaming. War wounds still bleeding. He went to war with them demons. He really seen it. He wasn't watching on no zenith. He was out there on the semen. Victim was fleeing. Best friend called him sleeping. Cold world up in Cleveland. I been stabbed too many times to let my guards down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. It's gonna be the devil in your clique to bring your squad down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. Too many times, God down. Yeah. God down. Devil in your clique down. I never got my wish, but still I never question God's existence, cause I know that struggle goes on. When your love is so strong, you can never go wrong. And the pain won't be long, Mars to the beat of this song. I'm repeating your dome, I know to each is they own, but I hear defeat in your tone. You see we grind together, we shine together. If we gon' spend our time together, we should climb together. Hard turn cold behind the cheddar, don't mind the weather. She named her daughter Diamond cause she was made in all this pressure. I tell you, ayy, to that mother on her way to work, that second job because she know to feed them babies first. You get your blessings from God, yeah. You get them blessings. Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams just when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You Try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is truth? What is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake. They don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go. You visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. Wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no thing